think they historically have had success there, and I don't know why we would think otherwise here.
Counterpoint, Kong with EDG broke the kill record in a best of 5 on Abyss.
Honestly, the fact that we're getting EDG champs again and Abyss is here again. The script writers are getting a little bit lazy. But Doug, you are. Before this, I was thinking, am I a believer? And now you've really convinced me.
That was it. That's all it took.
Am I a believer? I am. Yes.
MIBR playing Abyss is all it took.
100%. 100%.
You didn't. Okay, you must not have watched enough of regular season stage.
I did. You know, I had to stay up till like 3 AM to watch that garbage.
Okay.
So, so don't you come for me. Don't you come for me. But what's also very exciting is we have some players making debuts, not just on the global stage, but also specifically champs as well. It's a long list of names. What stands out to you guys? Which one stands out to you guys?
Maybe this is a cop-out answer, but I think I love that there are this many players debuting on the champion stage for the very first time because of what it means for the future of the sport. I think having new names come in, having a lot of that injection of youth, you take, again, we were just talking about MIBR, a lot of these guys, all 4 of them debuted on the international stage for the first time in Toronto.
Yeah.
And now they're here for the very first time at Champs, and yes, you may argue it's a global, right? But the stage is a little bit bigger here, the lights are a little bit brighter, and that does make a difference.
And for me, coming from Americas, I'm so excited to see Mata
You're
in
from
particular.
Americas? No
Yeah, I know, I did EMEA a few
way.
years ago. You remember me from that, but no.
Yeah.
No, but Mata has the all-time record in Americas for number of aces.
Yeah, 10,
and in his rookie year, yes, and is dominant. I think the next closest is like 6 or 7. It's like not even remotely close, and he's just done it in 1 year. Like now seeing him on the big stage, I'm so excited.
Are you on? Are you allowed to call him Adam? Are you like that? You guys are.
I don't think they know each other like that. No, I don't think he knows him.
Although,
did you know that Mata is Adam backwards? That's my favorite on the Americas broadcast. I love that toast. It was so good.
It was a good one.
But
and you know what? There were too many of us that did not know that and learned from that graphic that we ran. Yeah.
Okay, but I'm glad we all know that. But did you know, Doug, that PaperX won Toronto, which means that
I did know that.
They could be doing a back-to-back coming into this.
Whoa.
Yeah, which would be wild. And again, to do it at Champs, to do it on the biggest
Hello,
event of the
how are
year,
you?
I think would mean so much more. And the truth is, they come into this tournament, as we mentioned earlier on, as heavy favorites. There are people who expect them to be competing for that trophy at the very end of this event, and so there's a lot to be excited about for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, they dropped a
Excuse me as I
series
finish
in
my
stage
breakfast.
2 to Zeta Division. Don't know what happened there, but we move on, and it's fine.
It happens. It happens to the best
and
of
it
us.
certainly does, but this team came in to Toronto is a completely different story to this Champions, where they were coming in as the bottom seed from Pacific. No one really had it. Okay, not no one. There was one person who had faith in them. Yitsu right here. But they went on this crazy run to end up dominating at the end of the tournament. Now they're coming in as the #1 seed, so it is a different level of pressure on them, of expectations for this team to now go the distance and to lift that Champions Trophy. Yeah,
and while I prefer to stay within 2025 when it comes to conversations like this, but I do think it's unique for PaperX because they have been around for as long as they have, and because they have lost internationally, and so they've been there. They know what it's like to lose. It's not like they're just riding this high, much like we saw
I haven't actually
seen
years
ago, where they were
too
able
clearly
to
what it looks like. I've only seen the one screenshot, so I don't actually know.
They know what it's like to lose here, and I think
but it sounds like there's less info on it.
I will say that on the other side, this is probably correct.
Which I don't know if I love.
Always been a
for VOD review.
But this is probably the first event that they've come in as true favorites.
Might be kind of annoying to like watch games back.
There's a Genji, there's a DRX, there's a even in their region they've never been considered as the ones that should win. Does that change the pressure and expectations on them that this is the event that they should win?
I honestly feel like it doesn't, because of how PaperX just operate as a team. Like, I feel like they're a team because you think about their history, right? For so long, people are like, oh, they're just the team that like runs at you, and they play kind of like messy Valorant, sloppy Valorant. Like, I think they've been discounted so much that the opinion of outsiders does not matter to them anymore. They're always going to play their brand of game, and even if they are coming in with higher outside expectations, what matters to them is their own expectations, and that's what they're coming into this expecting to win it all.
And I do think when you're talking about this outside noise and influence and kind of changing mentality, I look at the coach to be the one to keep him on the straight and narrow. And I do trust Alex to be the guy to do that. But there is something to be said about having the target on your back as opposed to being the one hunting. And for the very first time, Yinsu, I'm inclined to agree with you. They're the ones with the targets on their backs. They're the ones that people are coming for.
I mean, you said there's something to be said. Would you say there's said to be something as well? on the other side?
I would not, but that's a great segue.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Of course, the MVP, and it's almost kind of funny. It's really, really hard to win MVP on PaperX.
Yeah.
There's always like 4 other guys
Yeah.
that's ahead of you.
Yeah.
But again, definitively for the first time going to a global event, something looks like the best.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely smashed in the grand final in Pacific. I think he played the Euro on every single map, was completely dominating round after round. I feel like he is such a
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup.
Finding those windows.
I feel like XLG is a bit underrated, but
those pockets he can play inside of. And
PaperX should take care of business.
Pacific that could deal with him.
Yeah, and I think watching something develop into
But you never know.
has been so much fun. You guys remember?
You
his
never know at
international
these
debut,
tournaments.
There were a lot of people who were like, something's gonna be sick. He's gonna be insane. He's gonna light the world on fire, and he was serviceable. But for him to grow the way that he has and to now perform on this stage and to be probably the star of the event before things kick off is just such a drastic difference. He has grown into this role perfectly.
As you can see here, he's now the global KD leader.
What's Oxy doing in there? Sorry.
No,
Oxy,
you didn't watch enough Oxy. Oxy's getting so many kills.
Kidding. I'm actually hella kidding. But
Get him up here.
Shout out to Rooksik for being number 2 on that graphic, but he's definitely a heavy hitter. Also, I think the confidence matters a lot for this team, right? When they're confident, it's just doesn't even matter who they're playing against. It's impossible. And what's going to be more of a confidence boost?
I haven't seen what the stage looks like yet.
As the MVP. Did you see
Are
the
they
gold
doing
keyboard?
the entire tournament in one venue, or are they changing venues?
Yeah, that is insane. I almost
Is he playing with
Because the previous champs, they've had like
what a flex.
a smaller audience for the group stage, and then a bigger audience for the actual bracket part.
With that gold keyboard?
An MVP
I assume they're probably doing similar, but I don't know.
Oh.
You're so fashion forward.
Maybe not.
I will say though, Forsaken was talking about in the press conference how he's only worn his bracelet once. He did not bring it to Paris. It's just at home, locked away in a safe because they don't want to bring it. And Kong Kong's exactly the same.
Yeah,
he did not bring his
valuable.
bracelet.
But honestly, yes, valuable. You don't want anything to happen to it. That's in the past. That is an entirely different tournament. It's an entirely different year, and this is the stage that they're playing on now. And so honestly,
What change do I think GE made that could make GE qualify for playoffs?
That was done long ago.
I mean, we just needed to be more consistent.
And you still have something to prove here.
I love
We had the
that
opportunity
because
to
maybe
have a much better season than we did,
present
but we were
and
just very
future of
inconsistent.
Valorant. Patman is joined by Mika Fabs. Let's
We
see
just had a
what
lot
he
of
had to say.
consistency
Mika Fabs
problems,
here, and
nerves
I'm with
problems.
Batman, I will English you
Pretty much
personally.
chaos on the
I
team.
wanna ask you, you started out this year as a rookie, and now you are a Masters champion, and your team is here at Valorant Champions Paris, expected to be one of the teams to win it all. How are you keeping up? How are you coping? Sumusobra ba? Nakaka-overwhelm ba?
To be honest, we're not pressuring ourselves. We're happy to be here among like almost 40 plus teams in the world, and we're like here like top 16 teams. So it's just really a big achievement for us to be here, and for us to keep it like how to be consistent is like just have fun still and don't pressure ourselves, of course.
Eager to see that fun on stage. Good luck.
I hope he gets to enjoy this stage. Of course, it's going to be his first time at Champs. Of course, he was tweeting about how
Mr.
excited
Patrick
that Taylor Swift
Mendoza.
is dropping an album while he's in Paris. Hopefully, that's a good omen. That's going to push him forward. But they do have to get past an opponent here first today on their debut here, which of course is going to be XLG. For them, though, the pressure is crazy because as you guys can see on this graphic, and of course I want you to focus on the championship points because the Ascension winners, DRG and XLG, they're going to be battling to see who's going to remain.
This whole
in season
storyline is really
next year.
crazy.
Whoever makes it the furthest in this tournament in Paris will get to keep their spot.
Kind of,
and the other team
I mean, and
will
both of them
have
are
to
probably in the
fight
2
for
hardest
Ascension.
groups.
In the event that both teams get knocked out at the exact same stage because of the championship points, XLG will get to remain. And we've never had this situation before. This
unlucky.
is entirely new for us.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy that one of these teams is going to have to fight for it. But for XLG, because of how well they did back in stage 1, that's why they have the advantage. Keep in mind, this team, well, they're coming in as the 4th seed to this tournament. They dominated China in stage 1, dropped 1 series on, went on that huge run, had higher expectations going into Toronto, and then lost to 2 American teams back-to-back. Didn't win.
How are my audio levels, by the way? Is broadcast okay?
And I think
versus
that
my
kind
voice?
of pressure, that's something that slips through the cracks. That's something that shows up on the stage, and that's a lot. That's a lot to wrestle through. And then you think about each of their respective first-round matchups. You're talking about a night and day difference. This is a tough thing you have to climb through.
I will say the caveat is they did play with a sub last time they were at a global event. This time around, they're actually coming in with the guys they've been playing with during the regular season.
Exactly.
The broadcast
and
a little
I
low.
also think it's important to say that while they're coming in as the 4th seed, it's not like they were scraping by on championship points. They lost to DRG and EDG, 2 teams above them.
Can't do too much about my mic.
It's actually they're playing with
There's
no man.
no man.
There is no man.
Oh, there's the man.
I will say though, I want to just glaze Noman for
What's
a
up?
second.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm so happy that he's getting his shot in tier 1. And for people that are really upset about Wolves not making it, wanting to see Sufat BB, he brings really similar vibes.
Yeah, it would have been fun to see Talon here.
Got a smile on his face.
I feel like they would have made
he loves giving it.
for some exciting games.
Times when his teammates are clutching and doing crazy things,
I definitely wanted them to qualify over DRX.
Noman will stand up and do it for them. He does this when he's like bottom fragging. I love it so much.
But maybe DRX will surprise.
100% make the
We've got some good players. So.
You're completely selling me on him because, like, you tell me all that, I now love him.
I did stream yesterday, just briefly, because I was just testing my stream. It wasn't supposed to be like a full-on stream.
Every single agent under the sun. He'll play a Raze, he'll play a Chamber, he'll play all the other Sentis. He's got the odd Sky he'll bust out on Bind. Like, no one can really hit every single agent in the game like he can.
Yeah, his agent pool is insane. I think a lot of the intangibles into that you were just talking about are also hard to measure. I mean, I guess that's why they're called intangibles. But
this team is interesting. They were hard to scrim. Like they were good. Raga's really good. Happyway's really good. All of them can shoot.
The heavyweights of Paper X.
I feel like they are definitely still not quite as good as they were when they had their original roster with YOU.
He's not bringing any man, but he's bringing the vibe.
Right, okay.
I think they definitely have
but we do have to talk about, I think,
upset potential in this tournament.
On the team, and for me, maybe even the best player in VCT CN.
I'm still with GE. You can see the little
which is Happyway.
banner thing, the rotating banner thing.
Yeah, but even when XLG won that good, like you said on the global stage, he was good.
Yeah, he was still like the player going positive in a couple of those games. And I think that Happyway, for
still
me,
under contract.
He's usually playing on the defense side in particular, I think is where he can take over. He's usually playing on the weak side of the map. He'll have maybe one other guy next to him, and he'll take the slightest of pixel angles. But he is so quick on his reaction speed that he's still finding kills. He's almost never going to go down just
Happyway is crazy
on
good.
that side of the map. He is so hard to dislodge on the sides of the map that he's anchoring.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is showing the team's trust in him and the fact that they continue to put him in positions like that where he.
I feel like he farmed us in scrims more than anybody else on the team.
He's asked to hold down a site, hold down a side.
Thanks, Riot. Yeah, it would be fun to get another shot.
You know, maybe with a little bit of support, and so for Happyway to be able to continually deliver in those hard positions is another part that XLG will have to rely on if they want a best Paper X today.
And Crystal would always talk about Happyway too. He thought he was really good.
This play a little bit, like find Happyway and be like, oh, let's just run to the other side, just to, you know, give them the best chance. But then again, I don't even think Paper X need any advice from me specifically.
No,
to have
I don't think they're listening right now.
To win a game. Like,
I mean, they don't even listen to their coach. You know, they're just gonna.
I mean, he's definitely Happyway a massive win condition. Raga, however, we're gonna talk about him in a second because for now he spoke to Mika Fabs a little bit earlier.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm here with Raga of XLG. Now, Raga, as the duelist on the XLG squad, and you are now going head-to-head with a team that is notorious for playing like 5 duelists. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling great because I can play versus them on the one stage. So I want to show I'm not like someone else, and I can beat them maybe.
Should be exciting. Good luck.
When it comes to the duelist, though, the other players that play his role, it is a really tough competition.
Do I think it's the best micro, like the best mechanics and stuff? Out of all the 16 teams?
He's my humble king. Yeah, I was like,
that's a tough question.
Toronto, like, where do you see yourself stacking
I
up
mean,
with the
it's
other
probably.
and he was like, last. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, I have to.
Probably
I
like
have to prove myself,
a
he has
Paper
to
X
do
up
that
there.
First, and I think Toronto for him was a bit of a miss, and he's going to be coming in now with a lot more.
Probably
to prove
EDG is up
I
there.
think even the approach that he had in that conversation was notably different
And
from what he had with you,
then-
where he was like, yeah, I am thankful for the opportunity to play on the stage and to show them that I'm not just another guy.
Yeah.
And I do
I'm
think
now the
That's
second one, I'm
micro.
kidding.
yeah, maybe.
Individual skill.
It's tough because this might be the most lopsided opening match that.
Yeah, it's
that
probably
we
like those
will
two.
have, and so
I mean,
they're-
Masters winners were the 4 seed.
Right,
You know?
right. Like this is there is a massive gap between these two teams, but they do have a little bit of like, we want to show them that we belong.
It's champs. Anything
I mean,
can
BLG
happen.
also has really good
Anything can
mechanics.
happen. And for now, it's time to reveal the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which region was going to take home the Champions Paris trophy, and the results are in. 63% of you said that Pacific will win champs. Honestly, I was one of them. 63%.
I mean,
I'm
that
not gonna
checks
lie.
out.
Dang.
Then we've got Americas with 20, EMEA with 14, and CN with 3. Now, the last time y'all underestimated CN, who won champs 2024 again?
I don't remember.
Who was it?
I don't.
Do
you recall? I don't
Yeah,
recall.
that's what I thought. So 3% I think is
Yeah.
really low.
You're saying that,
60%
and
for
you
Pacific
won
is
for
crazy.
Pacific, which
Yeah,
makes sense because they
freaking
won kickoff
Mark
stage.
Phillips
Masters won
instigating from the other side of the desk. What is
Crazy.
this?
Crazy.
But let's
Oh my
take-
god, I'm
let's
so
take a
ready
look at
for
the
this
prediction
game.
Why
as well.
didn't
This
you
is going to be
predict
so
XLG,
exciting.
Yansu?
Because I was looking at the global power ranking powered by AWS, and I was
Sure.
like, oh, this is telling me Paper X has a better chance.
Yeah, to clarify, in the top left next to Achilleos, our
What's up?
prediction
I'm doing
king,
well. How are you?
GPR global
Will we
power
see changes in
ranking,
GE
this will
next year?
basically
Yeah,
just put
probably.
whoever's higher in that global
My
power
bit
ranking
rate
will
is
predict them
low.
through.
I
So
think it's
because
set
Paper
to
X is ranked higher
5,000.
than XLG, they're
can maybe
chosen,
bump it
and
up a little
Sentinels over
bit.
GIANTX also going to get locked in there. So we also get a battle against the power ranking.
Are you
I
surprised
can't go too much higher just because my internet here is not that good, but we'll put it up to 6K and see if
He's
that's
not
good.
from Americas anymore. Yeah, no.
Have you heard him
Oh, what
talk?
happened?
Yeah.
No, I've never actually heard him talk. Now
I
you
don't know.
mentioned it.
Predicting against
I've
Sentinels
never
is
listened to him.
naughty, naughty, naughty.
I just mute him normally. But yeah.
This is set to
is it really
1440,
that
right?
skewed,
Yeah,
you
okay.
think? Because
So
the
it's
first
about as
match,
good
you
as
know,
the quality's
you
going to
said,
get, I think.
Sen XLG, sorry, Paper X XLG.
Hopefully it doesn't
Paper X
lag,
favorite,
but if
is
it's lagging,
Sen
let
the
me know.
Overwhelming favorite for the second one?
I don't think to the same degree. No, I think that match is.
Am I sick? No,
gonna be a
this
lot
is just my
closer.
voice.
And I think again, like Christy was saying, we're talking about Masters 2 winners versus the number 4 seed out of China. That it just feels like a massive gap. But between those two teams in the second match, I think it will be a lot more competitive.
Third seed is a fluke from Sentinels. They're going to come in hot.
Oh,
I'm a believer.
oh wait, you mean like they should have been higher seed?
Yeah, yeah,
oh,
yeah. I
when
mean-
you say fluke, it makes it sound like they should have been lower.
No,
Yeah,
no,
so-
no.
Yeah.
But
I would
mean,
never.
I think people agree with that. I think it's
20
just that maybe the
seconds,
gap
here we
isn't
go.
as big. That's okay.
We will find out later because that's the second game. Our teams have fought tooth and nail to make it all the way to champions. And for Paper X, XLG, GX, and Sentinels, today is where their run will begin. What happens here could make or break their chances for a title. So please join me and kick off day 1 of Champ Paris.
Oh yeah, here we go. I think I give XLG like 30% chance to win this. Maybe 30. I guess it kind of depends on the map pool. We'll see.
Pourquoi brûlons-nous? Pour l'amour.
Wow, they made a movie. They made a movie as the teaser.
At the beginning, I was just playing in the shadows. I had a tough time with my career. I was going to retire.
I was already planning to go to the real life, working as a lawyer. Then I found Valorant, and everything changed.
I could see Ness being a lawyer.
In the dark times,
It's kind of amazing,
you
actually.
just keep chasing this indescribable feeling. It's like a love story that I started and was eager to continue. reminded me of why I was chasing my dream. I think that's the beauty of the game.
I've loved and I've lost more times than I can count. Defeat after defeat.
This is thick.
Loss after loss. But now, it's our time.
Parfois, on tue par amour.
Okay. Does anybody at this tournament speak French? Any of the players? Maybe John?
Pain.
Morocco speaks French, maybe?
The ache of standing inches from victory.
Ooh.
The knife twist of nearly.
I'm watching this video, bro.
The shadow of last year. And it only takes one shape. Revenge.
Also, I can't even really answer that question. I have no idea.
J'ai fait une prière, fait un toast. Levé le verre, j'ai touché le ciel. Mon verre déborde à la nôtre, à la nôtre. L'amour. Il a bâti des royaumes, puis les a réduits à néant. La passion brûle comme le feu, sans discernement, sans pitié.
It's pretty cool that they got to film in the Louvre.
My world champion brothers left me. I had nothing left. I felt empty. I didn't know where I belonged anymore. G2 was waiting for me at the doors. And now that I'm back, I'm ready to
Ah, yeah, Alex can speak French, that's right.
Le temps passe, le temps passe. Chaque pas que nous faisons. Le temps passe, le temps passe. Chaque instant que nous portons. Le temps passe, j'encaisse. Le temps passe. Charge notre balle la plus meurtrière.
Nice.
Mais
Still
ces
going.
échos ne résonnent pas que dans les ruines. L'amour s'épanouit dans les recommencements.
Yeah, I'd love to win a trophy with you.
Why is that?
Because we're old. And normally, like, it's the youngsters that, like, dominate the game. But it's nice to see that you've proven that you've still got it. We've had players come and go. And it's been tough for those players that have gone to get back to the top.
Well, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah. So I'm pretty happy we could start our journey again. You're a fun teammate.
Thank you, man.
Probably one of my most fun teammates, but don't be telling the other boys that, because Alfie will be getting jealous.
Il fait d'étrangers des frères.
Who do I think will win today's matches? I mean, probably PaperX and Sentinels. I feel like XLG has a shot, but I would be pretty surprised if Sentinels loses, and I would be pretty surprised if PaperX loses also. But I picked XLG over PaperX personally in my pick'ems, which is definitely pretty crazy pick, and I'll probably be wrong.
Il unit une seule braise en une flamme partagée. Un rêve partagé.
You don't think so, Sentinels? You think they're going to lose the Giants? Yeah, I don't know. It's very hard for me to rate Giants because they've been pretty mediocre all year, and then they just got hot. But I mean, maybe that form will continue. Sentinels is definitely a team that could be upset as well. I just don't know if that matchup specifically I would favor.
Il se propage. Il endure. Il se bat.
To be the best, you have to sacrifice everything you have.
It's so crazy that Demon 1 is probably going to play in this tournament. I kind of hope that he has a crazy tournament. I think that would be really interesting. But their group is super tough. All right, let's go. Get this game started. Fan favorites.
XLG wanted an opportunity to prove themselves on the global stage. Who better than PaperX to answer to that challenge? Of course, the winners of our last and most recent Masters. The map vetoes are going to be very interesting as we head to the first match of Champs Paris.
Yeah, what is the veto going to look like here?
To lose.
Of course, I mean, coming off the back of that Masters
Lotus
Toronto
Band,
win,
okay. Abyss Band.
coming into this tournament has been looking
Bind,
at
Sunset,
looking at figuring
Scent.
out a way to take them down, and now we've got those
Wait,
vetoes coming in.
Hold on, Doug. It's XLG that choose to go to Bind.
Yeah, I think they are just really confident in the
XLG's Bind has been very good this year.
Last time against an undefeated PaperX on Bind, I'm inclined to.
Unironically, I think XLG has the advantage in the map pool.
Means buffs as well.
Yeah, it definitely does. But I do want to focus in on this Bind for just a minute because it is very interesting. XLG had not played Bind at all in Stage 2 up until the
I think XLG has the advantage in the map pool, but we'll see how they handle the stage.
With the Waylay in it for Rarga, and it was the map they won against DRG, so it's certainly a choice
No
to
Abyss,
start
yeah.
things off here, but they're trying to sort of
PaperX are going to
come
hide
with
it,
something a little bit
or
different
maybe
against
they don't
PaperX.
have it prepped. I mean, I'm sure they do, but they're going to hide it for a while.
In it, they're not shying away from, again, like you mentioned, Chrissy, all of PaperX's maps are going to be good, right? They're one of the best teams in the world. They dominate their region domestically, but also, you know you're going into the Lions' Den. You know you're going into an undefeated map for PaperX, and you think this is your most confident hit. They have to deliver here.
I am also curious for XLG because they banned the Lotus, a map that PaperX have actually lost on in Stage 2. And this is a map
He's
where,
always there.
they play a crazy triple Sentinel composition, and I'm wondering if they're just done with Lotus in its entirety, or if it's specifically they don't want to run that more passive setup up against the behemoths that are PaperX.
I also love how ballsy this Bind pick is, because
what I'm saying,
if we talk about preparations, right? I know Mini, was helping out with PaperX as well. If you want to prepare for a map veto like this, there is no way in hell you thought XLG were going to pick Bind. There is zero chance.
No chance. And even if you did, you only have one map of tape
to
go off of, and that was a month ago.
I mean, I think that sometimes that is how you beat the Titans like PaperX.
Forsaken beatboxing into the mic.
In situations like this, but and to put your coach's hat on for a second, how?
It's on. I've donned it.
How on earth? Now they picked it. How do they beat PaperX on Bind?
That's a great question.
How do they do it?
Ultimately, I think that I want to see how good they can be on the defensive side of things up against PaperX. I think Bind is a map that on defense often comes down to tandem play. Two players on a site, especially towards B, working hand in hand with one another. And you have to be locked in as a duo to hold against a team
they're running the
is
same
going to be
comp that
so
they were.
explosive.
I do think his agent select is coming up here in just a moment.
Yes, live agent select, of course. So Paper Rex is still hovering. They didn't know.
Is this what XLG was running in the past? I thought they were running. Were they running Fade Gecko?
Except for the fact that we
Or are they running Sky Gecko?
They're just gonna bin it instantly.
I don't know if I like that or hate it, to be honest. I am not a big Waylay believer, to be very candid with you guys. I don't necessarily love the pick, so I love that they've moved away from it, independent of itself, right? But the problem is you're going against one of the best teams in the world. This is not a surprising...
Okay, they've been running Sky Gecko for a while.
I'm going to be honest, though, I don't care. I think Raze is a better agent, and I do really like being able to combo
Raga Raze.
I think Gecko being able to put down Wingman to plant and have 5 guns out to fight Paper Rex on site.
I think this is maybe his worst agent.
You know, they're a team that flood into site, want to fight you heavily against that, and I think having the benefit...
I don't know, we'll see. He hasn't played it very much recently.
Yeah, it just surprises me for
but
me, 'cause Raga,
his numbers weren't too bad on it before.
With playing a lot of Razes, everything else, you know, other than that. But that is it. We have everything locked in, map ready to go.
KJ and Raze, I mean, that's normal, right?
Time to introduce our casters.
That's like 80% of the map.
For Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Valorant champions live from Paris, and what a game to kick us off, Tom. Paper X versus XLG. It's fair to say there are some expectations when it comes to this matchup.
Yeah, it turns out when you have a team that won the last international event facing off against a team who's never won a map at an international event, it puts it down to a fairly one-sided looking affair. But I do think XOG coming into this, there can be quite an awkward team to play against. Now, obviously, it's at times a little bit sad to maybe not see the way.
All right, big pistol. Here we go.
A little bit different, but I like the Raze.
Double Sheriff,
choice overall on this map.
double Ghost versus 4 Ghosts.
Their map choice, they need to prove why they've taken us to bind in the first place.
And speaking about something to prove, I think that Raga, we heard it in the interview, he wants to show that he is able to battle out with the best, able to take down Paper X, and he is happy to just play on a stage against them. But I think he wants a little bit more than that. Show that he can dominate them. For Paper X,
4-person B fight. Okay, they're gonna look for Showers Crunch, or just hold the stack. Big brawl. Wow, they're committing to it. Okay, worked out pretty well. Ooh. Didn't expect the 4th guy. Yeah.
Not expecting 4 players there. Why would you? And now it's
Fair
down
enough.
to a 2v2.
Clearly having a good read.
Do I think Energy has shot
like
at top 6? If
right.
everything goes like super right, maybe. I mean, you gotta go. You know he teleported.
Of a problem. Now there's been some aggression out from Devi.
You gotta go fast.
Towards that A site, just to make sure that they
Nope,
have
okay.
in. And Happy Way now winning the battle puts it down to just
Yeah, you
Devi,
should know.
and a good chance for an afterplant.
Yeah, he's taking the TP as well, so they've got the info
Flip it
before
for
the
backside.
fight goes down, can reposition, go for backside, and they're nice and safe, tucked away. The drop down will be heard when Devi eventually
Double
goes
hold,
forward,
very
drops the
nice.
ball, and that's the round gone with it.
Good pistol from XLG.
Start this out with a win.
Even though they went into Paper X's strength,
Solid start from that. As said,
got the
it
dub.
was mentioned by Ender just moments ago, the way that they have this sort of aggressive style on the Paper X side that tries to disrupt you from getting the plant to begin with. So that early fight towards B-Long looked to do just that. But the fact is XLG managed to sort of hold on to their position. And then even find those isolated battles to bring themselves back in. An early pistol and rounds like that, they're going to be worth their weight in gold because, as we said, in terms of who's favorites,
this new head is interesting. I'm gonna have to get used to this.
Yeah, when those rifles come out, but
Okay,
for now,
3 rifles, Marshall, Ghost.
with a Sheriff and a Ghost. An attempt to go for that TP. Through being long to catch players in shower, but no one's there. Look how patient and passive XLG are being. Now
XLG are a very good fundamental team, so this is going to be... I definitely think this is going to be a bit of a harder game for Paper X than people think.
They can't afford to lose too many, and already seeing that Paper X are willing to do this like 4-man early hold on B long, you have to be wary of another trap play.
Walk it up.
That could do damage even
Go
in a
look
round
for
like
information.
I like the fact that they are taking the time with their initiators to sort of scope out some potential aggressive spots.
Ooh, are they going to group towards B? Looks like it.
Down. I think
Ooh,
Paper X
X?
now make the read like, okay, no one's come to retrieve that.
They're going to walk? What's the timing like? Oh my god, the timing was crazy.
Coconut looks back at the last
Timing was almost crazy there.
Well, I was going
Bruh.
to say he gets an upgrade, he does not.
Uh-oh.
this is getting a little dangerous. One player down, another low. Jinx
All right,
able to escape
just gonna
as
go
well.
A.
Still
Happy
in this
Ways all the way
range.
on site.
Happy Ways got a lot of control. Expectation of this round is that XLG will be the ones taking it. My question is how much damage can be done, because Nomad already looking like an
They
easy
can
pickup.
lose one more person, basically.
One-on-one, but first they've got to get past
Uh-oh.
Happy Way,
Okay.
and oh, what a shot! No danger from Forsaken anymore.
Yeah, luckily, versus the pistol, you'll sometimes get that second bite of the cherry. Patman obviously on the wrong side of the map, but it may come down to PaperX just wanting to make sure they don't give too many orbs over to the other side. You can see No Man already getting.
Yeah, both initiators getting close to ult already, so they're just going to die to Spike, I think. Maybe Patman's going to try and take a fight with the Sheriff.
Play, you don't want Seekers online. As they're going to get in your face, they're going to take map control. Seekers ruins that completely, so I think it will just be death to the Spike, and that will mean that those 4 guns are kept through into the next round, although the Marshal might be removed anyway.
Patman is trying to secure them, but that TP is going to be taken, and they will be far, far away.
Gonna go.
And there's one. A little more would have been beautiful.
Well, they keep all their
It's
guns,
only going to be the
so.
Marshal removed in the end. XLG, a comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think ultimately, if you'd lost the rifle, I think this was the timing. I was so ridiculously close to potentially just having the full force of PaperX swinging in onto them. Of course, for either side, like we've seen some strong results. Obviously, for PaperX, I think it's over the last few months they're 5-0 on this map. So it's a very bold call to pick into this as a choice. Although a dominant victory for XLG.
Okay, pretty decent bonus for XLG.
Maybe is the reason they were stellar on their defensive side, but then
It
again,
is
you get to see much of the attack.
kind of annoying not being able to see the credits for the next round in the HUD, not going to lie.
Over on XLG, they brought another rifle through. They've got a Bucky.
I have no idea who can buy next round and who can't.
No, the other rifle, the 4th rifle is, to be clear, the Bucky is an interesting choice. On defense, you can see there's so many areas that you can use shotguns in, whether it be Lamps or Hookah. We've seen rounds won because of Judges, Buckies, or even Shorties. Yeah. But on attack, it's
Okay, little Showers default.
to use that.
Going to shift over, push them back off of B long, probably come back to A.
Maybe if they can get into some sort of post plant where he has
Either that or they'll go B with Sky faking from Garage.
pressure back towards long. Prowler will be used by Patman.
Get shot.
So they will have
Okay.
a reasonable idea.
Okay,
Again, it
so-
seems like XLG's planning for the most of this is to try and sell a ruse on either side.
Okay,
It's
we get the
worked.
first pick.
They've kept 3 players over on A. They put smokes in on that side.
Yeah,
of
the
map.
Sky Dog
It's
kind of
whether or
sold
not
the
rest
fake.
of the
Okay,
team
now they're going to come back.
in towards A, and whether or
It's
not
kind of a
PaperX
nice
get back
multi-layered
in
strat
time.
here, but they got to go.
Yeah, of course, after losing all that B-long control and a player.
Are they going
now
to get
the
through in
rotates
time?
back through.
Ooh,
Players
the
look
molly.
aside, and PaperX are here on time. They're ready for the battle, but the smokes are blocking them out as the plant goes down. Undeniable. Something, though, has managed to find 2. That should be most,
Nah,
if not all, through this
they didn't get
first.
through quite fast enough.
From Jing, but they're holding on. They still have a chance on XLG. 2 players sitting inside a bathroom. The flash blinds the first. Happy Way good on the swing, but they know exactly where Nomad
Yeah, if
is.
they'd gotten through Showers a little bit faster and gotten the plant down, maybe they win that round. But
Regen shields on Jing. The PaperX
good
is
shots
still
from
gonna find the
something.
round. Pretty costly, though, all in all.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, it's almost sold as a double fake. Like, you get that
Thank you,
early kill
Shivam.
after putting all your smokes in. It's an attempted ruse, and then you teleport back at the last
It's going to be a
second.
long
I
off
think the only
season.
actual
There's
problem,
lots
although
of
it's kinda
things
in the
that kind of
works,
need to
was
fall into
Forsaken
place.
with the Molotov. It means that the only space you're fighting
We will
from
see.
is the Showers. Like, there's no other angle
I don't
where
really
you can
have
see that, PaperX
an
were
update.
diligent in
I
checking
mean,
those
I'm
positions.
still under
I think they
contract
also
with
had a
them,
snake bite right into
and
the round. I do
if something
wonder if maybe that
changes,
could have gone
then
through a little bit sooner, but
we'll see.
nonetheless.
But as far as I know right
Another
now,
purchase
yes.
coming in for XLG. That was a bonus of sorts. And now there are some
Okay,
weaknesses
Gecko
on the side
ults.
of PaperX. A stinger in play.
Seekers one off also.
So many players. Monsters on the loose right away. Something able to TP away, but lots of space taken. That gets them very early on XLG in towards the Lamps. They haven't got control of it, but back through to take that space. Now look for this deep fight alongside his teammate Divide. The flash popped. Here. Close though. He's
Wait,
able
is
to
this
already
me?
find the first. Rarga from further back cleans up more, and
Dang,
XLG.
nice round from XLG. Hopefully it's not me lagging. Hopefully it's actually the stream.
Barely a scratch, and indeed a flawless round for XLG, the underdogs, but it doesn't look like it.
Thanks, man. You know, I figure it's worth just telling the truth about what's going on, you know?
Successful in taking those fights together, not allowing the
No reason to really sugarcoat things.
fight backs in. And they were very ready for any of that aggression. It is surprising that there wasn't even a trade in the mix of it, like Tomatoes from his teammate, but ultimately
Lean round.
managed to get the job done, and a huge early breakback, considering two players were only surviving in the last from his.
I'm telling you, man, XLG is good. This is one of their better maps.
That's about as bad of a start as you could expect. And you think about
this is not surprising to me at all.
On one side of the stage for XLG, there's almost none. Losing to PaperX, no one's going to question that. But on the other side, PaperX.
It's only 4 rounds in, though.
Run here, if you're going to continue to defend that title, well, this one you'd almost want it to look clean. But XLG, they're pulling out all the stops, and they've got a timeout from this pressure 5. This is a big
okay,
blow
it's not
on
me.
the other side, but we know PaperX. There is
the
one that's capable of
production
certainly can
spazzing out. The overlay is not freezing.
Although also knowing PaperX, those are the kind of rounds they win.
Yeah, that's always the issue. I like the fact that we are seeing the early check-in from Alex. I think if there's any coach in the world that I have faith that he can spot the bad tendencies of its team, it is that man. I think there was a thing earlier, how early will he slam the desk? I don't know if we caught one within round 4, but it might have been the case just because of how clean that was.
Okay,
Now, though, after that early check-in,
can XLG keep this clean? Get a big money advantage, we'll see.
Last time out when they played in Toronto, they didn't manage a map. In fact, they weren't particularly close. The best scoreline they had was a 13-8 defeat to G2. But this is a new tournament with a different player within the roster. No Man, probably one of the few players that has played within the Chinese league and also played Northeast in EMEA. I don't think there's going to be too many of those.
Oh, the blind was so well
Very nice Gecko utility.
Was about to throw a spanner in the works up close with the
I think
buggy.
Alex's desk is feeling the heat.
Medicine, XLG tried to
Not
face
quite
their
yet.
opponents just
It's a little too early for that.
But the blind stopped any of that impact from coming through. XLG still sitting on.
If they lose their next gun round, yeah, maybe.
Spike left back towards the spawn. This early posturing from the team is just about.
XLG is doing a really nice job pushing them back on both of the extremities
which I think by this point it's very clear to see.
and denying a lot of info to PaperX, making PaperX have to play overly aggressive or just sit on site passively and get exec on, which is what's about to happen here.
Other side of the map. Now, a TP back to the other side would be so risky when you don't have any space. So instead, they are walking into the stand-up side.
Dang. Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just moments of madness coming in. No man, 10 seconds of
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. That's one thing you always got to watch out for. Can't get thrifted against PaperX, but it's hard not to sometimes.
It's all about a 4-1 lead looking likely for XLG, and it is shut down. The Bucky.
I can't believe that shorty killed him insta. Did he get another bullet when he was coming through? Production, hello.
That is certainly one way to correct the flow.
Okay, now the op comes out. All right, this is a big round. Really big round. If they start getting picked by the op, this map could change very quickly.
It's definitely a bit of a worrying sign. As I said, what they were doing in the, especially in their bonus round, they did very well to sort of like keep space on both sides of the map. And I think you see the problem if they don't. Like, they didn't have that information. They went into the sight blind, and that's where some of those superstars can thrive. But now, at least, they are still in the lead.
Yeah, they moved the op over to B.
Orbs once again. Coconut is getting ever closer to having his thrash for, I believe, the second time
But this
already.
push through from Forsaken is insane value.
Round 6, a minute left on the clock.
So he's gonna hear. He hears the run. Here's the teleport. He's in crazy position here. Oh my god, the timing! What the hell?
But not before he can take down Happyway, giving him a chance still as they push forward. The showstopper desperately searching for Jing.
Nice from Rarga. Okay. Ooh, big shot. He's gonna use the ult.
With the ult popped by something. He's finding these players, at least one spotted already. I don't know that he saw the
it is a 2v3. It's a winnable, but it's hard.
Around one of these corners, and they'll fight this together. But Rarga goes back.
Especially with the op.
XLG just need to buy time.
Just have to play time, yeah.
positions that need to be cleared. Divine needs to win this fight. They're going to have a chance. Raga
No need to peek.
on the trigger.
Yep.
I think that's the moment that something realizes, okay, 3 players to find. I managed to
Good
get
round
the
from
first, but
XLG.
anything more
That's
than that,
really
my
important.
operator is at risk. So he's going to have to fade out of the round. Another victory for XLG. And honestly, after losing a round like they just did...
And how's the ult situation? I can't believe Forsaken didn't get more value from this position. He maybe got a little greedy, tried to focus on short instead of just focusing on where he knew people were.
It's even with some of these extra plays from PaperX, sneaking a player straight down through mid, man behind enemy lines, and still they deal with him every
That
step
shot
of the way,
was
catching that flank as well early, and Vargas showing that he's got
crazy.
the brawn to deal with Devi early on.
Well, what I was going to say, that is
Okay,
still
Forsaken
a
Devi
bit
almost
worrying
ults.
for me, that late TP.
Big ult cycle coming up from XLG. They could really snowball this. If they win this round,
that round could have gone very differently. So
they might end up with like 8, 9 rounds this half.
With some of their rotations, and this round, well, it's much more direct.
Already taken so much space. Lamb's pushed back by the nade, but they're going to stand on that corner, ready for the
Oh
fight.
no.
Take 2. XLG.
I did not like that take.
Lost as well. They have got a big fight on their hands.
I don't know why they did that.
Actually didn't re-clear anything that isn't being held already. The flash going through. There's no one following it up. They're burning utility here on XLG. They need to start winning fights and start winning them soon. There's 3 players on this spike. How?
They have a minute to work with.
Get it back? Fighting through those numbers.
Ooh,
and
judge in there, yeah.
As a judge in hand. This looks like a death sentence if they even try it, but they've got to.
Yeah, they were dreaming of having an ultimate or 2 in this scenario, and while Happyway does have the Viper's Pit, could try
that
and
take
put it
of
into land. It would be a very bold strategy, but it would at
U-Haul
least
was
lower
not
the
good.
HP of some of the others.
Nice
Molotov instead will
Okay,
fall,
forces
they
him
come
forward.
and he's been cleared, and they're
Wow,
gonna
they're going to
pit.
commit to this.
They just wanna
Okay.
try and cover these players off, and then they put the Molotov in front, so nobody could be
Oh my God,
in
Devi.
position. Jing, though, once again, has managed to catch another, and they have spotted
Gonna
him. It's
teleport.
not being planted. They know it's going back the other way.
Yeah, there's
This
no
puts
way.
something
This round
in
is
position
super
where he
cooked.
could catch them.
There's no way.
Already on the angle. It's a clean shot from something. Last man spotted. 12 seconds.
Not my favorite round from XLG.
Seems impossible. Indeed, it will be.
Their ults are going to be good, but
Happyway has no choice but to save this weapon, and PaperX will be taking a third.
their money is not super good now.
On XLG.
It's one where I just think a lot of it comes down to Jing. Like those first opening kills, like sure there was a player with a judge in position, but it's Jing that ends up landing both of those shots. I think he also then gets the next kill that they find as well in the mix of all the madness. Yeah, that was it. It was No Man sort of running back out, and then even just Devi having that little bit of extra information. I don't mind the adaptation though. As I said, the molly into the Viper's Pit, it's not a bad idea. It's just the fact that something was still waiting on the other side. Like PaperX had that contingency plan.
Yeah, I think a walkthrough from Devi as well got them early information. Wrapping around that pit, it could have ended there. Deep play from Jing. Reveal is great, and he'll get 2 from it.
Wow.
I didn't see anyone else, but he knows there's corners to hide in. Waiting for his moment in the smoke as another 2 push down. Already having cleared outside of Hookah, and now it's time to make that big swing. In goes Jing, in goes Forsaken, and out
Okay, they're
goes
starting to
XLG.
swarm.
Their lead no longer in play. It's a 4-4 score.
Now they're on eco, I think. PaperX starting to steal the momentum. They've got ults.
But now they're starting to cool down.
It hasn't yet shattered the economy. That's the one saving grace, but it's also just the manner they're losing some of these rounds. Jing is on fire. Like you've tried to put Raga in onto the Raze, and don't get me wrong, he's not been bad.
Ooh, that's a nice
Jing
play.
is currently 11-3. You put down a
That is a
Reveal,
nice
to get
play.
2 kills through the smoke while spotting out those players.
Just hiding there.
It's a scary prospect. Because we already know that when this man is playing the Raze, there are few.
Yeah,
that
there's
can
the
match.
timeout.
Within the
2 more
first
rounds
8
left in the
rounds of
half,
game,
I
we're gonna
think.
get our second timeout. Both coaches being incredibly proactive, but you can understand why. It's a match that PaperX, obviously, they don't want to lose their opening game on
4
their
more rounds,
run
okay.
to potentially a back-to-back trophy. And XLG know that, hey, we might be playing one of the best teams in the tournament, but you go into that lower bracket, it might not get much easier.
Exactly, and the reality is, I think this is irrespective of the position in the tournament. Just looking at the game and how we got here, it could have been a 4-1 lead with an anti-eco going their way, something XLG should have secured. And lapses in judgment, little mistakes And that's given the Bragg
Yeah, I mean, if
trail
XLG
for
didn't lose that
Paper Rex to fall
thrifty,
back
this
into
game
this
could be
game.
like super out of hand.
You've got to
But
get in there early, highlight those things that
we gotta
talk
dodge
about during
those
scrims or
Paper
after
X
scrims or
rounds.
doing your VOD reviews, you identify these problems, but putting them into action on the day, on the stage, that's a
Huge
different
round
thing
here.
entirely. And now that challenge for XLG, as
3
you
ults
said,
for both
the
teams. If
economy
XLG
still pretty
loses
healthy.
this, they
They'll
probably
get
lose the
full
map.
buffs. Some regen shields have to be bought up,
Or
but
certainly
for
the
most
half.
part, we're in a healthy
But
spot.
probably the
Ults
map
are
as
online
well.
for both squads, but this is a turning point. They lose this, economy in the bin, Paper X on a streak.
Paper X goes with the
It's the
same play.
through B,
Oh my
sees
god,
nothing,
the
Flash
3-man
nothing.
pushing. They're already
Now,
behind them in
it's all
market.
onto the A site.
Yeah, they've got so much information though. They're
Super
already
fast
starting that
retake.
flank
Forsaken has
seconds
ult
into
to
the
cancel. What a shot.
That was a pixel shot that takes that one. Molotov over the top as well. Something just sat at the back.
There's
He
no
knows
way
he
they
doesn't
expect
need to
3 people behind.
rearrange from this point onwards. Viva needs to put up a
Ooh,
fight.
wait.
It's going to be the orbital strike committed to just
Kind of a nice
reinforce
ult,
the back.
actually.
That will buy his team not only some space, but a little bit of extra time.
Don't love that ult from Forsaken, actually.
Showstopper activated. Jing on a tear has another
But
work with
probably
it. It's
doesn't
broken up
matter.
down. The player deep towards the
Ooh.
bathroom is Viva.
Wait.
He's out of the action, but No Man and Rarga making it happen on site. Defuse tap, but Seeker sees
All
it.
the
No
ults
one's on
coming
it.
out.
Spray almost dropping a few. Look how low the health bars are.
Oh
for
my god,
XLG.
this is a
But they were
crazy
holding
round.
on tooth and nail till No Man's caught with a knife out. And now it's all
Oh
onto
my
Viva.
god.
He's got to be quick. Down to the 1v1, but time is already gone.
What a round.
XLG up to 5 with a Red Bull clutch.
What a
It's
round.
just chaos. That round was absolute chaos. Ults being thrown in left, right, and center. Just the pace of that
That was-
flank, I thought it was going to be a massive
that ult.
problem, but I think just spotted out
That
by
shot was
Viva.
crazy. What a
That's
crazy shot.
filthy. Like, I don't even know how he can spot that, but it's just the reactions of someone like something that, yeah, just being able to deny that flank.
But
long
that
enough,
ult
you can
from
see the rest
Viva
of
like
the team
saved
then
the round.
garner extra space.
It
Otherwise,
delayed
they're
the
gonna be
market
stuck in
people.
that corner. And a big clutch to be won.
Good round. So many
Still,
ults.
though, economy-wise, I think XLG is still in a worse spot here. Those ultimates that they had have been expended, and the only one that wasn't expended by PaperX has been now.
You have Viper's Pit for early control.
They've got control of B and showers. What does XLG do? They got to push somebody back. Ooh, something gives it up.
Oh, he's looking the wrong way again. His timing.
Little overly aggressive from Paper X. Okay.
It's just being slightly off, and XLG, they find the advantage as a result. But still to deal with is something on that operator. And once they walk through that wall, big danger awaits. Jing's the one to draw first blood. And patience on something might get him a reward. Instead, he goes for the wingman. Delays the plan.
Good patience from something.
Falling for the rotation of the remaining players, but
Need to
it's
make
a
sure
little
they don't
bit
get
later.
picked
I think the amount that XLG have been
in the
taking
post
those
plant,
TPs
but they have
has
like
started
no
to get into the head of
space.
PaperX, conditioning them to not
Wonder if somebody's
rotate
gonna go
quite
for a
as quickly as
rewrap.
maybe
Oh my
they
god,
would.
nice utility by
Something, though,
Patman.
Well, talking of quickly, this man is so fast with that operator and already
Couldn't get
clearing
one.
out
That's
that
tough.
lamp's
All right,
position
good
at
retake
least
by
just
Paper
to
X.
make that one standing.
Bro.
Only Viva left.
Oh.
A nice couple of shots,
Wait,
though.
wait,
In with a
wait.
chance, and he gets all four. A Red Bull clutch from Viva. How has he done that?
What?
That is going to haunt Paper X for the rest of this game. Maybe this week, maybe
How
this
did
tournament.
Jing not get that trade?
They're so locked in on the spikes.
What the heck?
It's from map one. We can't be having clutches like this already.
That second shot was crazy. Oh my god. There's no way.
This hurts. That is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen. Paper X, they win the rounds they shouldn't. They lose the ones they should. Something on Rarga now. Paper
Dude,
X are angry.
stop
They're
peeking
getting
Viva.
aggressive, but Viva,
Stop peeking Viva.
right back.
He's playing way too well right now.
He's only got 9 in the map. I mean, I don't know what happened to him since last round, but XLG 4v3, and it's all thanks to Viva.
Oh, you know, they say Viva la France. Maybe he's just found his home. Like, I don't, I don't know what's going on. But whatever
Dude, Paper X
happens,
is
anybody who
so
walks into the
aggressive.
crosshair of something over the last
I
couple
know
of
that they're an
rounds has
aggressive
ended
team,
up
but the
dead.
way that they're just pushing constantly on the flank is
Again,
insane.
it's the same scenario. The guy from Paper X gets one immediately shot in the back. The timing, good and bad, I suppose. Wade up.
55 seconds. We're still in a 2v2. I mean,
doesn't last long. No Man's Sky able to take him down. And the op all that stands for
does he
Paper
go
X.
for this? I mean, he kind of has to, right? Well, the money's not good. Maybe.
Still, you know.
I mean, he's going to go for it.
He's going with the operator.
He hears them both.
Where the opponents on the other side are sitting.
Does he just stick this?
Oh, no, honestly, that's not bad. He will have to deal with the Tiger. And they now have to swing this. They have to go looking because he's already managed to get it halfway through.
Oh my god. What is this game?
Where he has an operator, and he
what is this game?
Oh, it makes no sense, Mitch. It makes no sense.
I don't know what's going on in this game, man. Another Red Bull clutch, another 4K. This time it's on Paper X's
What
side.
am I watching?
This swing wide as well. Caught Happy way off guard. He thought he had the jump on him. And something jumps to his feet.
That is almost.
Loss. What could have been a 7-4 lead.
That is unforgivable, honestly.
They won a 1v4 the round before. Like, if we're going, balance has been restored in the world.
Absolutely.
Yeah, their money's not good. It's probably gonna end up 6-6.
All rounds should be back and forth we go, but for Paper X,
It really feels like XLG could be like 9-3 on this half.
Pistols that Paper X are up against, a huge advantage to the defenders, but already a lot of space taken by XLG.
A large amount of invested utility. That's most of what they have. Dimensional Drip utilized, but an immediate first kill. The trade again has gone back the other way, but this time the weaponry advantage starting to take control.
Yeah.
It's left all
6-6.
All
Alright. I mean, crazy first half.
And there is no hope. There should be no
Crazy
hope.
first half.
The job gets done. It is a dead even half. And honestly, Mitch, I think it's about right. I think it's about right. 6-6 seems fair.
Certainly not the half I expected to see, Tom.
No.
And then 5 rounds in, it's not the half I expected to see either, because XLG were dominating.
Maybe not even the half I wanted to see. There was some stuff happening
come
there.
Come on, I'm here for the 4K Red Bull clutches all day long. This has been a competitive one, and like we said, XLG underdogs, but there's no reason to count them out. Paper X, even in rounds where they're underdogs, they show us just how hard you can swing when you're fighting up.
All right, I'm in for it.
Anyone's guess.
If every single map this series is like this, should be fun.
We've got a halftime break, and during it, we're gonna go over to Lou, who's standing by with a special guest.
2-minute halftime break.
Bonjour à tous. On est en direct pour ce premier jour des Champions, en direct des arènes avec la maman de Jing qui a voyagé à travers le monde pour soutenir son fils. It's a pleasure to welcome you, Pearl, to Champions Paris, following Jing as always. So this is going to be my first question. What makes you follow your son in all his adventures? What are you the most proud of him?
I'm very proud of him, but the real reason why I'm following him is because my son doesn't know how to pack his luggage. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good answer. And you know, you always need your mom's help, you know, for this stuff, even if you're an adult. Donc première question, qu'est-ce qui fait que vous venez soutenir votre fils comme ça à l'autre bout du monde? Et bah tout simplement, il ne sait pas faire sa valise. Donc je suis avec lui pour un petit peu toutes ces étapes-là. Second question, we're speaking about Paris, you know, the city of light, the city of love, but also the city of very good food. So have you been able to try any? What do you want to try?
We tried the escargot.
Escargot?
Yes, it's really good, and my son's favorite. And also we went to this really good hot chocolate place, Carrette.
Okay.
C-A-R-E-T-T-E. Yeah, it's really fantastic, and we are going back again.
Oh, you're gonna be back again for sure. Donc, est-ce que tu as pu tester un petit peu de la nourriture française? On le sait, on est connu pour l'amour, pour notre belle ville, mais aussi pour notre nourriture. Et du coup, oui, j'ai testé les escargots. Jing a adoré, c'est son plat préféré. Et moi, de mon côté, on a aussi goûté du chocolat chaud. Donc voilà, on y retournera, c'est sûr. And let's see now if Jing brings back the victory on this first match. Let's get back to the game.
Chocolat chaud, escargot, not a bad palate, I have to say. Some sweet treats in there, and when you look at this game, another sweet treat for us and all the folks at home and here in the venue at Paris. This 6-6 scoreline, Tom, it certainly caught us off guard. Paper X, clear favorites, we would think, but it's been a back and forth game as we get into the Coinbase Econ report.
Yeah, no surprise to see Jing is very high up on that one. He's been having a pretty damn good game so far, but in all honesty, it has been this sort of like
6 rounds with a pistol. They did get thriftied.
Paperex or on the other side, it feels like anybody can step up.
Okay for XLG. Definitely wish they definitely are wishing that they had more.
14 and 7. Both have had their rounds, but yeah, that Viva clutch, the 1v4 to start the tournament, I don't know, that's going to be difficult to top. I'm sure somebody will at some point, but honestly, madness in this first half. And the good thing is, obviously data incredibly low because we haven't seen much of it from the side of XLG other than their victory versus DRG. But they will
if they win pistol, they have a decent shot. If they lose pistol, I think Paperex probably takes them up.
Well, that's exactly what Ender was saying on the desk, right? Like he wanted
I mean,
to
Jing and Something are having very, very good performances.
Because yes, this is a squad that evidently has the individuals to match up. But the reality is, for Paperex on the attack, that is where they can really pull out all the stops, where they can play like madmen. And we'll look at this pistol round to finally give an advantage in this half to one team or the other. For Paperex, it was 4 players towards B-Long on their defensive side. They had a firing squad ready and waiting, but still, XLG.
Okay, show pressure B. Get ready for an A-pop. 5-person through short.
Players ready and waiting on the A site. The TP is still available. You never know if they'll double back in.
XLG holding showers control, which is good. How deep did Paperex go here is the question. Oh, they're going to wrap all the way around. Okay.
Nade over the top is going to make
Goodbye, Viva.
Awkward for Viva in position. In fact, not awkward. He's gone down. The remaining 2 players still in
Flip
position.
the site. It's kind of nice.
Oh. He should fall, but there's a trade to be had.
Yeah, finally. It comes through. Something sneaking about. He's gone into the spawn, and Happy Way was none the wiser. No, man. The last one
nice pistol from Paperex.
Man to help him, but himself. And a big swing to come through from Devi. He's the first
Barely not.
Now down to a 1v2.
He doesn't.
Bite-sized,
Man, something is just shooting so many people in the back right now.
Paperex 7 to
What's up,
6.
Senscar? How are you?
1-1.
Yeah, they've now taken themselves the lead in the game, and we're looking to see if there is any sort of response. The amount of space they were able to get just off the back of the Viper screens, maybe not something you'd expect in most rounds. Maybe a little bit of extra utility available in that part of the map, but it did make it quite difficult once that wraparound had already come in through the lamps to have any sort of map control or site control for XLG. A Happy Way, he had a Bucky on attack.
Okay, Spectre, Phantom, Bulldog.
I'm a little bit happier to see where he's playing with it in this round.
Yeah, perhaps a bit more
Ooh,
normal.
almost gets picked.
As we said, whether you're in Lamps or Hookah, those shotguns can do a lot of damage, and I think there's good reason that Paperex are avoiding those closer range engagements straight up through B-Long. Again, this has been, I feel like, the hot spot.
Double flash refight.
This team, but it's not looking too good to start.
Yeah, just not enough weapons.
Pat-man down. They lose that fade utility. They lose the ability to see what's behind that wall.
Go into a stack.
To still go bursting through.
Will Paperex brute force this? Probably.
Witnessed early the power of that double flash, the Sky Gecko. A guaranteed blind. Okay.
Just swing. Okay.
Okay, gets through.
I'm in. Little damage here, but I think they keep all their weapons.
Weaker weapons in hand, so although I think the Marshal has been kept.
They left the Spectre on the ground.
Really doesn't make much of a difference.
Fine.
And they will at least keep themselves the rifles.
Marshal over a Spectre, I'll take that deal any day. Coming into the next round.
It depends what your plan is.
No, I'll take it any day. We've already seen the no-scopes work. But we'll see as we move on to the next. This is where XLG, you know, all those good deeds will be forgotten if they end up going out with 7, 8, 9 rounds. We want to see them battling tooth and nail. We want to see them.
Yeah, they really need to win this round.
Here, but it's not easy. This
Jing one off of.
Call it that. It's only one Bulldog that's at a disadvantage for the
Jing one off of ult.
Sprays through again. B-Long, 4 players there. It seems
that's
like
scary.
This is just
all right, fast pivot back to A.
In so many of the
Ooh,
rounds,
no. Okay, so they're gonna go.
No man's on half. The nade is. Oh, that's doing a lot of damage. Desperately low. He's in the open. Somehow gets one.
I can't believe that he fought that. That's crazy.
Didn't just take the TP, but yeah, clearly don't want to give up that control. Something they're willing to sacrifice.
Retaking Hookah.
Especially when his teammate had
something going to make pressure at A.
Showers already, so it wasn't even a risk really going through that TP with the Viper screen available as well. Forsaken, even on low HP, still brawling though.
Yeah, they see 2 in Hookah, so they're going to pivot A.
A couple of opponents tagged up as well.
Yeah, if Viva walks out of this round with a 4K, I think we pause for an investigation. Down to
So much
6
damage on
HP,
all these
25
players.
Up on the shields, at least the regen, keeping him relatively healthy, and he's on his way. Smoke's already down. Mosh pit
Not looking good for XLG.
Plant hadn't even been tapped yet. 35 seconds, still plenty to play with for PaperX, and they've sent Forsaken through to the B side.
Oh my God, what is that
They can go
timing?
for the TP now. They can wrap back around, but they've already gone in towards the site.
They gonna teleport? Ooh.
No, Raga spams. That was the problem.
That's
He didn't
huge
make
from
it into
Raga.
the TP in time. Forsaken had hit his timing, but the rest of the team were fairly well committed. Maybe a little
Viva
bit of
just
a
needs to hide.
mix-up.
Yeah, he's
And
so
what was the
low. They
plan?
need to play together.
And while for Forsaken, his only choice now is to run, grab the spike, and try and plant on the A site. I don't think he has time for that anymore. Too wary of where his opponents are going to be. XLG just
I mean,
based
really
on-
good bonus
I
round
feel
from
like the habits
PaperX in terms of
PaperX built
damage.
themselves have been able to win the round.
They have Jing's ult going to the next
Yeah,
one.
indeed. You know, you look at this situation as if you just stick that play towards the A side. Already so much of the utility burned up from XLG. They don't have the mosh pit to deny. Then maybe they could have found success. Great pick from No Man, considering he was so desperately low. But yeah, you start seeing players fall back, pull forward. It becomes complete chaos.
I wonder if they just send it.
One of the last bullets.
I think it was literally the
Ooh.
last bullet from Raga ends up dropping the spike,
Alex.
which could have made it to the TP a little bit earlier.
Alex.
Not singing from the same hymn sheet here in PaperX. Will they have fallen apart because of it? Still, that was the quote-unquote bonus round. Now they come in with a Guardian instead of the
Yeah.
Bulldog in the previous. But a
Simple
big weapon
execute A
is
with the
in place,
rocket.
the showstopper, and it's right onto Viva.
Free kill.
Cheeky little off angle though from
Oh
Raga.
boy.
The smoke, well, doesn't get rewarded for it. Does at least deny the plant for now, but with the
That would have
amount
been
of
a big
space already
kill.
there, it seems like it's going to be a
They're
lot
in
more
trouble now,
commitment
yeah.
this round from
4v5
PaperX.
retake.
Not risking the rotate back. They've done well
Get
to clear out
one.
Jing, though, and we'll even things up once again.
Something on the lurk. He's so fast.
Very late play coming in from something.
He's
The
so
wraparound
fast.
Taking quite a while. The steps are going to be heard. He's
They
heard
can't
Coconut.
hear.
But
Yeah, they
Coconut
can't
did
hear
hear
him.
and pops the
No,
ult.
no,
It's
no, no, no,
disastrous.
no.
Something's gonna
They're
be
double
right on
dogging.
with No Man in the dog as well. It's a double kill.
That timing's crazy.
Looked like he was late to the party, but he ends up
Yeah,
winning
very
the
nice
round
play
for
by him.
PaperX. That is a great flank from the Yoru. And a 9th round
It was
for
so
PaperX
fast
as a
too, and
result.
on land you can't hear those
Just how
footsteps a lot of the
direct that
time.
initial take was. I don't think there was any expectation that somebody would be lurking on the other side of the map. Like, if they were a little bit quicker, that could have all gone wrong. But instead, and rightly so, they go back and they go, okay, yeah, let's try and take this one slow. Let's use the thrash to clear out all of these risky positions. And because of it, they get caught, they get bitten.
Happyway is having a terrible time.
Oh. Hot,
to 7.
hot mic from the
Fortunate
desk.
for
That's
XLG,
funny.
That was all of their money invested. Forsaken is going to spot this out, but
Okay.
it's just a shooting range.
Well,
Up against no weaponry, and while Happyway he's going to try and take this fight with a bucket. There's absolutely
That's
no
tough.
hope. A flawless round for PaperX, and
yeah,
any
XLG
economy problems
timeout
are
maybe.
immediately dissipated.
Here it is, the new skin, the new finisher. 3 more needed for PaperX if you're having trouble figuring out what's between 10 and 13. And this is what we're worried about, right? It's about once that ball gets rolling, the snowball
Yeah, the
effect on
momentum
PaperX,
is
the individual confidence
hard
is
to
sky
overcome
high.
against
Something
PaperX.
playing
Once
one
they're
of the latest
going,
works
they
in
are
the previous
going.
round. And it
Timeout.
working
Yep.
out, it's a terrifying sign for XLG. They need to bounce back. It's going to be a good time to put in their pause. I see the timer frozen, and indeed it is going to be a pause from XLG. I don't think that takes many brain cells to work out, though. They have started to slip and slide, and it's PaperX who seems set to take this map. Perhaps not the series, but you have to remember, they chose Sunset up next. Whatever we think about that, they must have ideas.
Oh, for sure. I think that it's a map that, okay, maybe they had a slip up versus Zeta, but that does feel like a bit of a weird week for PaperX in general. Other than that, confident win over T1, and over the last few months have had big victories versus a lot of top teams. So I don't think they're going to be too worried going into that matchup. And on the other side of things, well,
If you think I was not mad when we threw rounds, then I have some news for you.
Even though this is a very, very good map for PaperX, and maybe overall a solid sign for XLG, you also have to then consider the rest of the group. Like an informed-looking GX, Sentinels. Like I don't think most people would have PaperX Sentinels making it out based on previous tournaments. And for XLG, although a loss to PaperX is nothing to be ashamed of, it's very similar to what we saw at the prior event where, oh, you lost to G2 and Sen. You didn't do bad, though. It's like, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, exactly. As we said, the pain of nearly. For XLG, that's what's
Okay,
going to
early showers pressure. Spikes
Spikes
towards B.
2-0, 2-1 to Paper X. Okay, fine. As long as we put
So
up a fight,
heavy B pressure, heavy A pressure into a B pivot with the Yoru ult.
Hey, in the first
This
half,
is looking
absolutely.
pretty good for
This could
Paper
have been
X.
a 7 or 8 round half from them, but this is the moment
XLG thinks
where
they're
they
trapping
finally get it
A,
on the
but they're
table.
getting exec
Where are
on
those
B with only
signs
2
of life?
players.
Rifles in hand.
Good
no
luck.
Light shields. Ult's not really there
Good
for
luck.
the defenders, but for the attackers, they've got all the info. Something's already seen these players on site. Orbital strike comes through. Play inside the smoke.
Oh no. No,
Even
no.
though it didn't hit, it surely did. We're down to a
That's
3
tough.
versus 4. Full control for Paper X with Biba down. Swarm
Gotta
from
get that
all
kill.
sides. And XLG have to fight an uphill battle, but the first steps go swimmingly.
That's not bad. A couple of low players as well. The Swede Coconut has managed to bring this round into contention. A 2 versus 4.
It's not convincing from XLG, but maybe they can scrap this one out.
And Coconut puts that into play.
Gonna be
There's a
hard though.
chance. Even still, Forsaken and Divine.
Rarga has satchels.
Same pair of hands. The defenders, they're going to group up. They're going to try and join each other, but the swing for Forsaken isolates the battle. It gives Rarga a chance once again, and the swing is perfect.
5
Is
HP.
all he needs as XLG win the 2v4.
Wow.
It is a huge win, and we heard it from him in the interview. As I said earlier, this
I
is a
mean,
guy that's
big play from Rarga. Their money is not going to be good though.
Fight against some of these players, a team who we've seen with the 5 duels come before. But he can match up against them. That's devastating.
Their money is
for
going to be
Aguilera.
super rough for this next
Thank God
round.
they had that clutch in the end.
I think Paper X also has good ults.
Stayed close down to a gap of 2 thanks to this man here. Look how desperately close it was. Close ain't good enough for Paper X. Gap of 2. The rifles still come out on the attacking side.
Okay, no ults for Paper X actually. This is a round. Maybe XLG can take this with the rocket.
A fair amount of mistakes with hefty advantages, but XLG are doing well to capitalize off of them. Coconut.
Okay. Brimstone ult too.
Individual round and basically keeping them in the match. That would have been their economy not only wrecked, but also Paper X being just a couple away.
I
From
like
taking
this
their own
outlaw buy
mantles.
though. He knows that their money is bad, so they're just going to try and let him poke and prod.
Bar one. And that sniper for something. Think about the first half and how much it caused them issues. They can't afford to give this man a fight.
Not at all.
Hey, they're just going to go for the B split.
140 in this to 10 HP, and it's pretty much guaranteed pickup.
Oh,
for
this is
Paper
going to
X
be
with
this is going to be a
bombardment
mess.
comes through. There's the outlaw already spotted.
Is a
with the
fake?
decoy
What's
sent
happening?
Through. Flash finds nothing but it.
Yeah, they're just
Always the danger that
they're
that's
still
a
just trying to
Yoru on his
bait.
own, ready to gate crash, but now the Flash confirms that the big play is coming through.
Wait.
Taking Jing out of the sky. No man's got 2. The Pat
Good
tries
trades.
his best to pull it back, yet it's left all onto Divide. He's got 3 to take down. The first comes easy, but 25
He has
seconds.
pit.
Viper's pit online. He might
Probably
even have
not
time
going to
get
use
this
it.
up after the plant. From where is the question?
Yeah,
But
if
a
you're
showstopper
Rarga, you
hunting
definitely
down.
just use
Looks
the
like he wants to
rocket.
stand his ground. He wants to take the pick,
Good
but
call.
decides
Super
to fall
important to
back
win
a
that.
little too late. Rarga again.
Pretty nice
getting
round.
around on the board in the final stages for XLG and a 10-9. The signs
All right,
of
Paper
life
X.
very much there.
Yeah,
What's Paper X's money like now? I think
It
they have
definitely
ult
seemed like a gamble.
going
You
into
know
this
that
next
if a
round.
player runs through and just maybe even gets a little bit lucky,
Their money
within
still
your
should
round
probably
over,
be good because they
I
won
think
so
that's
many
been
early.
something that XLG have done great so far in this match is that surprise factor. They have been so hard to read.
Numan's been playing really well, actually. He's been getting so many crucial kills.
Come out with an advantage. And even then, just I like him watching Coconut play. Like, even though he ends up going down in the fight versus Divide, his goal is to stay alive. He's not trying to be the hero. He's not trying to put the team on his back. He is basically just going, okay, let's buy as much time as possible for my
Okay,
team.
so they still buy. They've got. I mean, ults are good for both teams.
Denying that control for XLG, but it's towards the A site that the real fight is coming in. And the reaction from XLG very early on.
The thrash early kind of to deny.
Not finding the impact. It's a glorified drone.
Coconut doesn't want to hold.
Oh, this is weird. This is a weird round.
Going to be exchanged, but it's Devi almost using the distraction of a teammate.
Yeah, this is.
3 players immediately down.
Did not like this round from XLG.
But we've definitely not seen a 1v5.
The early thrash with no follow-up into a solo teleport, knowing that they're in showers, is crazy.
It feels like when XLG win a round, it is by the skin of their teeth. It is very close. It's maybe a player or 2 surviving or a clutch round. When PaperX win a round,
I think the only team that can win against them or give them a good fight is Old Fnatic. I mean, XLG is giving them a good fight. It's 10-9.
I know it's kind of bad of you to assume Viva's not winning this 1v5.
In theory, XLG probably should win this map, but they've messed up
I agree with you entirely. In all
quite a few
seriousness.
rounds. I mean, PaperX has thrown some as well, but
in some of the rounds that they're taking, XLG, it's clutches. It's thriving in the chaos, back and forth, trading blows. Viva will even get out of here with the Guardian.
there's plenty of teams that can give PaperX a fight.
Buys him a little bit of extra space. Looks like he's okay. 32 HP though. That was close to
that
disaster.
was a rough round. Did not like that one at all from XLG.
XLG 2 behind.
I think that's kind of the problem so far from XLG is that they've played like some good rounds, but then they've had some really bad rounds.
So many casualties in the round that you win. Okay. Yeah, right. I'm glad that the player
he saw him earlier.
The player was highlighted. It's like, yeah, and then he just banged him through smoke. Just off timing.
He obviously calculated how far he could walk.
Exactly. I think he has a ruler on stage.
Okay, happy with the judge short.
The buy is
the classic Raze plus Viper.
A good chance to catch them if they do go through that pit, having the judge investment. The problem is when you look at the tab as PaperX,
The money is so bad though.
And you see a pit go up. If you decide to go through that pit, you're insane. Now, PaperX are insane.
Sometimes they,
so there is a chance they do that. It's actually rated against them, but yeah, generally speaking,
True.
that's just not going to find the value. We have to look elsewhere.
The only
and of
other
course,
thing
you can't force that B because you have
The
to clear
double
that path.
flash.
The other thing will be the assumption of a stack, though.
They get
It's
immediately shown
that pick,
info,
mostly
falling
probably
back.
assume maybe it's just one player there. It really is a game of.
You probably want to commit the Brim ult into this now, since you've already committed Viper's Pit.
Viper screen definitely causing the
You don't want to go to
before with the
12.
amount that it's been able to delay, but this time they're through it with relative ease. Actually
But
gonna commit.
is there any
The orbital
combo?
strike, they're gonna
Wait.
try and isolate players.
Okay.
Viva has done well. The problem is he has been lost. Jing again with another high impact round.
All right,
The rest of the
PaperX
team
probably gonna
have
take the map.
plenty of time to make their way into the site. We've spoken about the clutches, what XLG have managed to bring home, but this one I would really. Well, I expect a hole in.
Yeah,
the
some of their round plans were very weird.
A hole in the desk from XLG's coaching staff, though. This feels like an overheat, Tom. You come into this round where you've got next to nothing, where you're fighting if you lose for PaperX. 3 rounds in a row, 3 chances in a row to close it, and a pit and an orbital strike put through. That feels like such a heavy commitment, leaving them with nothing for this buy round.
I guess the look here is that, okay, now we have 2 chances, once with the ults.
Yeah, I don't really mind them using the ults. They either need to use both into it, or they need to use neither, I think.
I do get what you're saying, like, especially when you're up against someone like PaperX. But I do feel like there's also the thing of, like, you could have both those ult and then still lose, and then you've just given them the other.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the pit I'm not against. Orbital strike caught me off guard.
Oh, here we go.
Down one. Here goes
Oh,
Showstop.
what a shot.
There it goes. It's gone. Rarga snipes him out of the sky. Pop in a flash.
Ooh.
Won't find much else. And another pop
The
in.
Yoru
Viva
Ooh.
struggles up close, but finds himself too.
Oh my
Now,
god, the
inside
spams.
smoke, he will
Nobody
fall,
has seen
but he's
anybody
giving
this
his team a
entire
fighting chance.
this entire round.
With that Viper's pit going up, they now have an uphill battle to get anywhere near that spine.
Oh.
That's close. But he doesn't
Wow.
go back till it's too late for the spam.
Yeah, I think maybe assume that he let go.
Okay, 2 flashes.
Both players
Eye
likely to
comes
fight
up.
to this pit. Although Patman has managed to leave.
Wait, Devi?
The drop
You gonna
will be
swing
no, and
through?
it's risky
That's
from Devi,
crazy.
but the risk pays off, and now No Man.
That was a crazy play. Drops the pit. Very nice. Okay, good map from PaperX. Good try from XLG, but too many weird rounds where they kind of
Expected to be won.
threw away big like momentum advantages by
Well,
Just
this
calling
is,
some pretty
expected
terrible
result, but an unexpected way
gameplay.
we got here, right? This was quite a journey. XLG showing us that they've got the ability to take PaperX, to push them to their limits, and they'll have to do the same
Sunset.
on Sunset.
It's gonna be
PaperX's
hard.
map after this break.
Gonna be hard. Probably a 2-0 for PaperX, but we'll see. We'll see.
Dude, actually cannot believe we are playing already our first match.
Reason is we win Japan. We go here. We tired. It's like a bit, then we win champion. Yeah, we tired. We start slow, and then after that we rocket up mother truths.
Alright, I want to check
Now that
something.
I'm a mom, things are different.
Want to check my spreadsheet. Try not to leak too much stuff here. Okay, so where was XLG on the Sunset? Okay, not a great map for them. 14th ranked overall. So gonna be tough. Gonna be a tough one for them to win. It is what it is. Probably going to be the expected results. What's PaperX's Sunset? 8-2, one of their best maps. All right. Good luck. Good luck to XLG. Good luck to XLG. I'm going to be right back, get some water. And then we'll watch some more.
An expectation. Heretics have come back all the way! Finally, we won. Finally.
Come let me this. We be like this. Come let me this. We be like this. Come let me this.
Let's look at the stats. Big game from Something in Jing. Tough game from Happy Way. What about first kills? Honestly, not that imbalanced. A little bit of an advantage for PaperX. Pistol 1-1. Defense was big difference on this map. Attack, both teams were good, which is, I guess, not that surprising. We had the crazy 1v4. Couple 1v2s. The Something 1v2 with the operator was a killer for sure. And then the op difference is nuts. I mean, what? 9 kills with the op for Something, 0 kills for anybody else. Didn't lose a single duel with it. Good showing from PRX.
guys, Mika here with Alex of PRX. Congratulations on the first map win of Champions Paris. That was a bit closer than many expected though, so what do you think it was? Was it PRX with a bit of a slow start, or was it XLG doing something that surprised all of you?
I mean, first of all, I think XLG is a very good team. You know, they champions of Stage 1 China. They have the MVP in their team. Aside from that, I think both teams are a little bit nervous. So you could see like the games were. I mean, everyone was trying to take their time and relaxing a little bit, trying not to make mistakes. So I believe that now that everyone's warmed up, I think the second game will be a banger.
Oh, that's a teaser. Well, good luck to you guys.
PaperX, they take map 1 here, but they did have to work for it, Ender and Doug. It wasn't easy by any means. So if we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment here from Viva, this was ridiculous.
This was absolutely insane. So No Man gets cleared down short. And then look at these shots from Viva. So quick on the adjustments. It's like one shot miss, instant reset headshot. Miss, instant reset headshot. Just sick.
Yintu, I think you said it exceptionally well. They pushed PaperX. I think they had a really good idea on their attacking side. We talked a bit about the Waylay versus the Raze and how, traditionally speaking, the Raze fits a little bit more, but maybe they'd be missing a little bit of that, you know, Joker in their hand, a little like trick to try to make their attack side a little bit more, a little bit stronger. But I love the way they layered their utility. I think there were often times that PaperX looked a little overwhelmed on sites. They did a really good job of chaining those together, and it was enough in the first half, but then everything kind of fell apart.
Yeah, it was. If we take a look at the post one, we can tell they've given us a reason to believe why they picked Bind.
Well, I think the first thing is, I think XLG really locked in the post plants, and we're very aware of the flanks. You heard Alex talking about it. I think PRX were going way too often for walk-ups and going for flanks, and the crowd here is going wild for the flanks, it sounds like. But honestly, I think XLG held their ground really nicely, and specifically Viva and No Man's Sky. You know, great game, great player. Absolutely popping off in these late rounds.
And again, I think it was they
No Man's Sky reference, nice.
Utility dump onto the site, get out there. And once you
This
get there,
play
once you
by
get the
Viva
close
was
play,
huge.
They've got PaperX figured out a little bit, but they also knew what their protocol was.
I even love the creativity of like Viva realizing 3 people are on the flank. He drops the Brimald, right? Just to delay, and he ends up going down, but you still see those moments where I think XLG did a very good job of adjusting to the chaotic style that PRX were bringing.
They did, definitely, indeed. This is the thing, though. If it weren't for, you know, the Something Jing duo doing so well, being able to bring this game back, it could have been, you know, even an overtime, I think, the way that XLG were playing.
I think there's a world where, like, without Something just dominating like 3 rounds in the first half and solo winning them, like XLG could have been up 8 or 9 at the half, but it's brought
I agree
down
with
to
that
6
point.
and 6 because of the great work out of Something, and him and Jing just crushed.
Yeah, in the second half. Ender, I think you're absolutely right. If it was not for Something stabilizing in that first half, it probably gets away from them in the first half. And then, you know, Alex was talking about it in an interview. They needed to calm down a little bit. They were kind of over-swinging. They were a little bit too up. But if not for Something's heroics, we're talking about an entirely different half and potentially an entirely different score here.
He was giving it as well, which is crazy, you know.
Yeah, out of his seat a little bit.
I love to see it. I would also love to hear what Havoya had to say, of course, standing by with Mika Faz ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Havoya of XLG. Now, that was a very tough first map. I wanted to ask about the Bind pick because this is one of PaperX's strongest maps. It's also a strong map for XLG, but I was just curious on your thoughts on picking that map, and was it because you felt like the ban on Lotus was more important for PaperX?
I think first of all, PaperX feel themselves better on Lotus, but also we feel fine on Bind. It was just like a tough series for us, and I mean the map, and we dropped some ecos. Also, we didn't manage to win second pistol. I think if we could step up a little bit earlier, I think it could be our map.
Yeah,
So
I agree with that.
It is what it is. Let's move on the second map.
Just got a leak. G is looking for a coach. Is that true? I have no idea.
What
Probably.
are their chances on Sunset? If on Bind, you guys weren't super sure why they chose this, does it get better on
But
Sunset for
you're
XLG?
asking the wrong person. I'm not the
honestly, we were a
person
little
in
bit
charge of that
surprised with
decision.
The bind coming through, but it was sort of a secret weapon map for them in the playoffs for the team. So I think Bind was almost a must-win in the series, with it being PRX's choice here.
Which is almost unfair to ask, given that you're going against an undefeated PaperX on Bind, but I'm inclined to agree with you. It did feel like a must-win, and as we turn our attention over to Sunset, again, there's going to be a Sage. We're going to see that for the first time on the global stage, for sure, the buffed stage and kind of how that changes playstyle.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's less of a major change to the playstyle. It gives you a lot more ability to like react, put down a wall from a further
What
range
is
as you're
XLG going to
rotating
run
or
on this
something like
map?
to
Are
put
they
it down.
running
But
Neon
I think
Breach?
for XLG, what they will have been focusing on in a lot of the prep work, coming in knowing that high chance
think that's
that
what they
Sunset
were
is
running
gonna
at
be
one
coming
point.
through in the map here, is
don't
when
remember.
they're working against PRX's defense. PRX puts up so much of a fight into the mains, A main, B main, and I think that XLG need to be very snappy at punching these forward
Double
positions. I think
duelist.
having a Neon and a Yoru in your comp to take down those
Is
angles
that what they
is a
were
good
running
spot.
before?
It's Noman's not playing Deadlock anymore. It's going to be Noman, Neon, and Raga Yoru. I really like this.
I do too.
I like it a lot.
I'm completely on board with this. I think you have
What were they
so
playing
many different
before?
fighting tools. Again, to punish
Okay, they were
PaperX
playing Neon.
overextending,
They were playing
and
Gen
again,
G
call it
comp.
overextending, but they are often
They
dominating
also
on those
played
forward lines.
Breach
I
Neon.
think also
Okay.
with the way that Noman was dominating back on
Interesting.
Bind, you could not ask for a better guy to be stepping into that second duelist role for the team here on Sunset.
I think this might be his 7th or 8th agent that
He
he's played on
plays
this team.
literally everything.
Yeah.
Hello, Ajay. How are you?
I do think, so when I saw the change from Waylay to Raze, I thought, okay, they're going to want to fight it out with PaperX, and I think we saw a lot of that in the first half. I think this follows that same line of thinking. They're going to want to duke it out with PaperX, and that's a hard thing to do. They did it in the first half, kind of fell apart in the second half. I'm hesitant to see this on Sunset.
Yeah, and if that map was PaperX needing to warm up, they're going to get scarier, right?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be more warmed up on Sunset. It is their map pick. But there is a switch up on the side of the comms, at least for XLG, so maybe that's throwing another spanner in the works for them. I don't know how you guys feel, but I would love to hear what Mitchman and Tombiz thinks about that little agent change.
I'm very interested to see how this works.
Well, Tom, how's that?
Double duelist has not really been XLG's
I
wheelhouse.
feel like being a little bit more boisterous could be nice. I think No Man definitely had a few moments individually. I do fear that trying to almost beat PaperX with fire.
Thanks, IJ. I mean, I don't know. I'm still under contract, negotiating some stuff. We'll see what happens.
Because I feel like he had a pretty poor first map.
Off seasons are always crazy, so no promises, but
as one of their best players
we will see what happens.
He's now a pivotal part, especially on the defense and on the lurk. If he's having a poor performance, PaperX win easy.
No, without a doubt. And as you said as well, looking at Neon, it will be point of contact. No Man's Sky was stellar when it came to that first map.
Look at the
PaperX, they didn't get the
silly
memo.
round.
They think they're still on the attack side. They have pushed through mid with 3. Full control. Forward.
Good guess from XLG. They're going to get the spike down easily.
Will be safeguarding market. But this is all about the flank game. And there is, luckily, a trap waiting for them there. So it won't be a complete surprise that there's someone there. It just might be a bit of a surprise quite how many players Happy Wave's about to see.
Yeah, Patman's the only player elsewhere down to 1 HP already. So
yeah, they take CT space, but the spike is not planted for them. They need to be very careful about their positioning here.
Pushing all the way around.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
That is PaperX has given them an advantage.
Oh,
and Device is going
no.
to start defusing. He's just going to stick behind the wall. They need to run back around over the top. They need to go. And it seems like they are not going to be able to deal with anything. It is diffused in front of their nose. Rocker, he did well. And I think
yeah, when they push CT like that, with the spike planted front sight, I mean, I understand what they're doing, but also
players towards main. It's a nasty little strategy and one that has
it's
worked
just
wonders.
unfortunate.
On the,
Unfortunate
on the left side
positioning.
here, as we see it from Forsaken's perspective. It could have been exploited on the wraparound as well, so no surprise that he was a little
They have to
worried.
clear CT to make sure that they don't get pinched, but at the same time, committing too many people there causes a big problem.
For PaperX. And we want to see XLG on the board early because we saw it in the last one. PaperX slow to start. We even heard it in the comms. They called it. Let's start slow, and then we get them. Paraphrasing.
Yeah, you can't start a train at full speed. That's not how it works.
That is true. Got to pick it up. They only had to dock into the station, speak with the conductor Alex one time.
Nice pick.
And it was plain sailing.
I love what
I'm definitely a little worried about Noman on this Neon. I don't know how much Neon he's played.
You think is like, okay,
I don't know if he's good at this agent or not.
And then he's playing contact with a sniper rifle with B made. It doesn't necessarily add up. I also love the fact that we've seen these changes to Sage, obviously making the range of that wall so
He's
much
played Neon 14 times in his career. Stats are not super good, so
yeah.
not too promising, but we'll see.
Incredibly low. Any weaponry drop would be nice, and hey, Braga has dropped one of the rifles, and that should be retrievable.
Ooh, nice shot.
Good selection, though, from something.
Will be retrievable, but at a heavy cost indeed. Round goes Jing, he's down to 15.
Yeah. Good anti-eco from PaperX.
2-0 start for PaperX, 4 players alive. Big weapon still carried through, and it's a strong start. But this round is really where we get the litmus test. A good sign early on, though, is seeing Rarga be able to deliver. As we said, he's someone that comes in, as he said as well, he's someone who comes in here with something to prove, and he's certainly playing like it.
Yeah, I definitely think so. As I said, like last time we saw XLG at Masters, it wasn't really anything to write home about. Like, obviously, we've seen them have a fair few roster changes throughout the year, trying to fill in for you, and I don't mean.
Okay, one half armor for this sniper. They give it over to Devi. This is kind of nice because they're expecting it to be probably on the Sova.
It's all right. I'm ready to play.
Okay.
Me against him.
Your Phoenix might be better than his. We'll have to see.
Oh, well, there's no need for that.
This purchase is definitely an odd one, though. You've got yourself a Bucky and for Forsaken. Sting is still in play. Like, this is around the XOG, nigh on half to win. Otherwise, the amount of economy upgrades that there will be. Dimensional Drift only 1 away as well.
Are they going to come back and try and get the second orb? Is that possible?
It is a wide net currently being thrown out by
Ooh, nice shot.
Forsaken mentioned that he had a weaker gun. It didn't stop him taking a fairly aggressive angle.
Quick rotate from PaperX, though, so...
45 on
Gonna
the
be
clock,
4
fairly
people here to
committed
fight
from
this. They
XLG.
need to be ready for that.
Gotta go towards this site. Jing to deal with the start. Great stun, but he gets out of there.
Are they gonna commit to this?
Well placement. 35 now.
They are.
XLG got to pick up the pace. Wrapping around.
I do not like this from
XLG.
They are in a bad spot.
This is essentially a 4-man hold. 25 seconds, and they call for the rotate.
Yeah, they're running.
They dragged all these players over.
They're running.
They'll make their way across mid with that smoke with ease. This should be a plant, but I'm always wary of PaperX's
Something is going to walk through the smoke 100%. There it is.
In there. Only one.
Yeah, and they managed to make it to the side. The spike was being guarded all the way through. A good redirection, especially with the Sage Wall being used in towards the spawn. There was the box up top that...
Alright, they need to keep this relatively clean.
From afar.
PaperX's money is pretty good.
Just waiting to try and catch them as they fall out. The fact
With
is,
this
though,
buy.
PaperX, all of these guns are going to be upgraded in the next round anyway, so they might as well try and do some damage.
That's exactly what they're looking for. You see all this deep clears of middle. The idea is certainly in their head that someone could be lurking around. Rifle picked up for Devi as well. Good chance to make these exits very costly. He will close in towards this spawn. I don't think Jing has any chance of... Oh, actually, he might have a chance to have an impact. He goes back to mid. But Devi is shut down. Okay, 2-1. 4 players alive for
not
XLG.
bad.
That's a picture-perfect round 3.
Yeah, and that's exactly
But now,
what it needed to be. It definitely got a little
PaperX
bit
gets the
dangerous, and
guns.
as we mentioned, like, you're always going to see these sort of timing fights looking to be utilized by the side.
They do have
PaperX, it gets them a lot of
your
early
ult for this round,
so I
though.
like the fact that with 20 seconds left, they were willing to sort of gamble
So what
on
is
that
the plan?
rotation, not fearful that they'll be caught somewhere else. Even still, though,
Probably just go hit the
gonna be an
Viper site.
immediate purchase back up from the side of PaperX, and
They don't really have any help for the Yoru, though. Okay, so he's going to go market.
Bear in mind, the only
It's going to be a pretty
is the
simple,
short.
straightforward market split. Catches them falling back.
Perfect for this ultimate. 1 flash left.
Oh boy.
He's come out without one. Moving around through the smokes, but the
Nah, that's
wraparound
not
for
good.
Patman. Quick on his feet. He'll take Rarga down. Now it's rifles, though, that they will be up against. The trick play
Devi
hasn't
gets to
worked.
pick
Devi's
2.
Dead to rights. It's even a headshot from Nomad to lock it in. But still, a 2 versus 4. Can't even get the 3 out before Patman's dealing with another. PaperX holding strong so far. And Happy Way failing to take down Jing. Now that's the information. The element of surprise gone
Dinks
from
him.
his
Happy Way
position.
needs to go big here.
The wraparound super late
Yeah,
from
okay.
Forsaken.
Do they read this?
It's going to cause issues, but Viva seemed aware of it. The timing, though,
Yeah.
he corrects in time, but he can't quite land the shot.
There's been a lot of moments, especially with how low some of these players are, but there's a chance, but it seems like PaperX are
Hello,
ready and
Mickey.
raring to go on this defensive half. A third already picked up, and I have to say that the orb placement coming out from Patman there in the early stages of that round was just wonderful. Like you see this attempt to play into the back of the site, and he's just denied.
Yeah, this is a nice little Viper setup. I've been very convinced that ever since they changed this map, that fighting into backside is like kind of a mistake. Sometimes you have to do it, but the Sentinel character on B being able to just like hold backside is really strong.
Rounds keep going their way, but PaperX deep play, caught by the stun, caught by the paranoia. Jing stuck in the corner, and they know it, but in goes Divide. Happy to help out his buddy, set him up for success. Forsaken's found one elsewhere, but Jing looking the wrong way.
Okay, 3v3.
We're back to a 3v3.
So much brawling.
Spike still secure for XLG.
So much brawling from PaperX.
It doesn't get any smaller. The less players to defend it. This should be an advantage for the attacking side.
Yeah, it feels like the first 15 to 20 seconds of the round lead to those early
Insta drone to re-clear, and then they're just going to push A. Okay, I mean, they're so proactive. They have a really good read, or they should have a good read.
I think it was even Noman just having a reactive stun immediately.
Fully cleared A, fully cleared middle.
To try and slow that push.
And then they're just going to rotate off the
early rotation
first noise. Okay, he has ult, that's why he waited so long.
Dealt with immediately. Noman doing well on this Neon. Spike will now be planted.
Okay, information also.
They know players on side are stuck.
They've got perfect information. They should win this.
Stops them from falling back and stops Happyway from helping out, but now it's faded. Happyway on the angle, looking for the fight, finding it, and Noman.
Nicely done by XLG.
That's what we needed to see. XLG won't let PaperX run away with this as they push up to 2.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit skeptical with Noman going onto the Neon. I think definitely a role that he has played quite a bit in terms of that individual brilliance. I think we saw some of the skill in the last map, but as said, even some of the reactive stuns he's putting out, willing to sort of take a bit of a gamble, take a risk versus these players, and the timing was then in his favor, but even just winning, some of the
their
fights
aim
that
is
maybe
nice.
necessarily
XLG's
shouldn't.
aim is very nice.
Not even flexing while he does it. 3-2. Economy of PaperX has taken a hit here, though. A pistol for something, although at times...
One off of Rocket.
It doesn't even feel like a detriment.
Okay, Jing has Rocket now, so they have to be very careful.
Think back to the last map when they had that astonishing, I think, round 5. Bunch of pistols in play, and that's maybe the most dominant that
You're
they've
going to move
looked.
him to top middle. Look for a reactive Rocket play, maybe.
Available. They need those safety nets. It rotates from Coconut, the information. You have a Hunter's Fury soon. Deep play from Noman. No ult popped. It's down to his rifle. But Coconut's fallen in
Yeah, this is a weird round now.
Trade that back. Now they've sensed the weakness. Blood in the water, but Forsaken still standing strong.
Noman is just in their spawn.
Noman, though, has managed to pull this back to a 3v3, and with the ult pop, he's got a tough
Oh no!
King, and he won't win it. But with Forsaken
What a
going
scrappy
down,
round!
keep going
Oh my God!
till there's only 2 men left standing.
The 1v1 that leaves. The Sova's on either side.
What's the timing like? Something's going to peak? Yep. All right.
Because of that, something is going to get away with it. It was kind of as easy as that.
What a
one could have
scrappy,
gone. I felt
scrappy
like that,
round.
I always talk about an observer's nightmare as a round where there's just a million pieces of utility. I feel like that was it. It was just one kill, but all on different points of the map, like timing to catch out Patman.
I can't.
Drop down, avoiding.
Ooh, that was the kill that needed to happen.
There's a slightly shaky Noman, and then coming all the way down to the 1v1 at the end is PaperX to keep their lead, extend it a little further. But there is still investment here for either side. In fact, both teams' economy here is on the brink. It's only something that
Big
has
ult
a few
round.
extra credits to spare. So a winner of this round,
Res,
it could be worth the
Rocket,
double.
hit one off.
This is going to be so punchy. Could even have a
The
Hunter's
ults
Fury
on the
off
side of
it.
XLG are not great.
Coming through from V, but they want to get aggressive. They want to play this one fast. You can already see Noman taking space.
Not super
Paranoia
powerful
thrown by
ones.
PaperX early to try to slow them down. Jing goes in.
Okay,
Won't
opening
find
pick.
much, and TP from
They got the
Coconut.
pinch.
He's leaving their spawn. They are making so much
And Forsaken
pressure
win this
towards
round.
this A site.
Looks like
Forsaken,
probably.
He doesn't crumble under that pressure to start, but finally he will come crashing down. A 4
Okay,
versus
good
3.
information.
Res possible for PaperX.
Can they res?
Positions
They
of those
can,
bodies, it
potentially.
doesn't make it look very likely. Happyway's got
Oh my God,
beautiful
Happyway.
timing, but the shots don't land. Luckily, Rarga's there, picking up the pieces and leaving something alone and trapped in with the enemy. He
He's
can't
boxed
even get
in.
out till that wall fades, and he will be cut down to size before that happens. Great round from Happyway after a little shaky of a start.
Yeah, like he gets the job done, but I think also the hesitation there is that he realizes how much value his position holds. He goes swinging wide, guys. They can potentially be isolated on the site. Instead, him staying alive is much more of a burden than even the individual kill that he could.
That was huge from Roga. I thought Forsaken was going to own that round when his position was not getting revealed.
But the guy is always good at having those backstabs, always good at sort of having those multi-frag rounds. And I like the change of pace from XLG.
Okay, breaks the econ, but big ults. Vaporex never afraid to use ults into an eco to win, so always have to be worried about this rocket.
On that A side hold, not only do they have numbers, but they have the wall behind them, so they're not even worried about a mid flank coming through. Everybody is focused on that choke point, and Coconut being able to go into the spawn makes that much more difficult to do. The guys on site can't just swing out wide and hold the short fight.
They're doing a very good job of farming this Euro ult
also.
also.
From spawn potentially.
It's going to be number 2 here.
Created for PaperX. That very much felt like PaperX getting a taste of their own medicine.
Very deep positioning from something. This could get a little sketchy. 3 people fighting middle with this position could be really strong for PaperX.
See how slow and methodical being on the other side.
Ooh, that's not good.
Has been able to take that first
That's
line,
not a good start.
Move away is somewhat to sell a ruse for something, but he's going to be able to hear any of the steps as they rotate.
Yeah, he's got so much information. They're definitely going to pop this rocket here.
He does have the showstopper available. Probably won't want to use it immediately, but no, never mind. He's going to go straight in the
Yeah, nice bait by the Euro ults, or the Euro utility, but there's no chance they think about this. Oh, man.
Not quite connecting. Divine now the next man up, and Happyway just thriving. The Dane just
XLG is getting away with murder in this round. I feel like PaperX should for sure have won this one.
Direction from the previous map where PaperX were finding so much value with these weaker weapons. Forsaken, the only player that, well, he didn't have that much of a weaker weapon. He had the Guardian. Wasn't the Sheriff doing the work? And he's recovered a rifle, a chance to do more damage. Surely the round win is already lost.
I'm
found one for free.
That.
It could be an ace, but the problem is you've got Viva deep playing with that.
No.
Now only has that ult to deal with. He now knows where his opponent is with the Hunter's Fury. Surely decides the fate of this round. It's already activated. It might seem early, but the time on the clock is already so low. Forsaken.
Wait, he can stick this.
Goes for the stick. He might have time. It's going to be desperately close. The spam coming in from Viva doesn't get there in time.
Oh my god. What the heck, dude? What the heck?
But that margin of error swings in XLG's
That was very scary.
It might take a while to beat that 1v4. We almost just had it beaten, and it was 0.02 that
was so close.
That's absurd.
I can feel myself swallowing my own words.
But, I'll be honest with you. You doubting Forsaken in this clutch, I'm a little bit disappointed.
They have Hunter's Fury post plant and a 3v1 with the spike planted ages ago.
That's a heart attack round as a coach. Oh my goodness.
I'd like to argue with you, but what we just saw means my point's invalid.
Oh, that was so desperately close.
0.0.
What's the future I'm looking into coaching next year? I mean, I'm just kind of riding out the off-season right now. Still under contract with GE, and we'll see what happens after Champions is over and teams start moving rosters around and stuff like that.
Expecting to be challenged. He's going to spot nothing outside the A site, and because of that, it's allowed for an immediate rotation for Forsaken to get back into B. They have definitely been read, and in fact, Jin can now just lock them in.
Smoke up, it's decently deep, but that drone, oh, it didn't see him. He's gotten inside the smoke. Forsaken. Oh, it's
very nice push from Jing. PaperX are just, they're so proactive. I feel like they almost have a read on XLG, that XLG just kind of commits to a site and then they just stick there. Maybe that they're not even super aware of their flank, because this has been 2 maps in a row where they're just constantly behind XLG.
Round gap of only 1.
Definitely been a different match to expected, but still those moments. Jing still performing to a high level.
That's a tough one. Breaks the economy. Very similar story to Bind. Like XLG.
It's not looking great.
has opportunities to kind of take the momentum of the map, but then they're just getting ecoed, or they're losing the rounds right when their econ breaks every time.
I've seen plenty of TikToks of that sort of gameplay. We'll see if No Man has it in the
Varga?
locker. It might not matter. Already one going to his teammate, and there you go. That's a lucky onto G. This fast-paced 1-2 punch of the duelists have not only got them positioning, but it's also got them in with that weaponry. And the bigger danger as well is, okay, sure, you had yourself the ultimates.
Okay, this is definitely winnable for Paper X.
No Man gone, rifle dropped, drone already being sent through.
Nice shot from Varga.
Immediate on the headshot.
Not hit by the drone either. He sticks around. Divido, the one to punish him.
Good outlaw shots.
The res
3
available.
players.
There's a player that can be res. There it is. Pac-Man's brought back. Even numbers. And it gets Coconut curious. He swings out looking for the duel, but now they'll go pushing.
Yep, nice play from Paper X. Wait.
But he's brought it to the 1v1. 6 HP. A headshot needed, but it's Devi.
Just enough time.
With the shorty.
But res comes into play. I mean, man.
Should have been Paper X's. They'll just about get it.
It was close.
I'm starting to doubt myself there.
It was close.
2 rounds to time. With that close, that would have been madness. But unfortunately, the ring around the rosy, the only man falling down in this case was Happyway. Nice shot from Raga. In fact, an excellent round from him in general. Making this one competitive. I feel like No Man actually walked further into that shot dart rather than away from it. But you understand the panic. A nice attempt. Very low by round, and Happyway definitely.
I think he was doubting it as well.
Yeah.
Well, he has just watched the spike go off at 0.02. Yeah. So you can kind of understand why he's nervous, but
I'm out XLG, trying to get a couple more rounds on this half.
Yeah, the flashback's definitely hitting hard there.
Yeah, XLG.
6-4. XLG, they've called a timeout here on their attack side. That's their first one used, and indeed the first one of this map. It has been a pacey set of rounds. I've liked, as you've said, the direct approach. Even here, they had sheriffs, they had a bookie. We started out, it doesn't look too good, and it comes down to a 1v1 with
mixed it up a lot
second
as well. I think that's what, whenever I see a team that can only like dive or only do executes, I'm like, okay, this is an average team with maybe great coaching staff, but it feels like a lot of the sort of slower rounds with mid-rounding, I've been impressed by XOG, and you take away the pistol and the follow-up, and this is an incredibly close match. The problem, though, is now they are in a
Alright, big round. I mean, it makes sense to call it timeout here. You've got 3 ults for Paper X, you got Dimensional Drift for XLG. They lose, their money's broken. If Paper X loses, their money's broken.
Just on Happyway, someone you highlighted as he had it tough, and the desk highlighted had it.
It was either going to be an 8-4 half, or it's going to be probably 6-6.
He's been there on this attack side in the previous round, almost ended up winning it out.
Big difference
in the 1v3.
Yep. Good counter to Yoru.
Well, Rarga's going to wait for his teammates to break that wall open. It's going to limit how far he can get. He can barely make it to the backside. Instead, he's going to tuck in default. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fired in deep from something. Clearing out these close corners on the site. Not
nice counter.
Tags, but delaying the push.
The re-exec.
Really allow for much space to get back in either from the side of Paper X. They're waiting to.
I mean, Forsaken has
as a unit.
Deep flank already. XLG has no space. Spike not down, but wow, big play from No Man.
No Man has been able to take that close contact.
Will Forsaken win the round? Again, they're just not considering the flank at all.
Managed to get past
this is
the trip. That's why
several rounds in a row where they just have not considered the flank whatsoever. Yeah. I don't know. Like, you haven't seen the Omen yet. Surely you have to consider the flank. You've already killed 3 people in their spawn. There's just no way that you don't consider a flank, especially considering how often they flank you. That's just like a pressure round. I don't know.
Instead, he smokes main, so they think, well, he's obviously not coming from here. They want to block this line of sight.
That's probably the series right there, honestly.
Could not have been better. That round was Forsaken for XLG. The timeout making no difference. And 1 round left to play with. For XLG, 7-5 still possible.
Yeah, that is a big tilter.
The answer's not far away.
Big tilter.
pistol round away from correcting the scoreline or trailing by 4.
This is where the last round
Definitely a nice
really
flank,
could
but
give them a
they've
little
literally
bit of
been
wiggle room.
flanking
But
every
we've said
single round.
it's been
So
a closer affair than maybe
it's
expected.
just
but
like
if it ends 2-0, ends
4
2-0,
people being
they still
unaware of
get
that
to win
is criminal.
a map at a VCT international event. Maybe after how close the first one seemed, they might feel a little bit hard done by for that, but it won't change a thing.
Uh-oh. They're just going to go back into a stack.
Already you can see some of the
No
vulnerabilities,
information.
and more worryingly, it's that showstopper Viper's Pit on the other side. Like, there's so much to play with in this
Going into the rocket.
final round of the half.
He's going to reactively use his rocket here off the wall break. Yep, very nice. Very nice.
That's unbelievable! XLG put it all into this, a round that can correct the wrongs of this half, but that has come falling apart. An explosive
Super nice trap play. That's something that is just free. Absolutely free. Anytime you got a wall character like a Deadlock or a Sage, just use the wall break as the trigger. Because if only one person shoots the wall, you don't pop the rocket. If multiple people shoot the rocket, you just go. Insta-kill. Very nice. Very nice round. Well, probably going to end up being the expected result. Seems like there was some potential for XLG to win this series, but PaperX is just too good. They're too good individually. They have too many playmakers on the team. You can't really make too many mistakes against them because they punish you too hard. They basically have to win the pistol. If they don't win the pistol, this map is over. For sure. GX versus Sentinels. I've got Sentinels winning. I think it's going to be pretty close. But I feel like Sentinels just probably is too experienced of a team to lose to Giants. Giants on their very first international stage together. Sentinels playing their, I don't know, however many game on stage. Feels like it's a little bit of an experience diff.
They should be leading in terms of the stats, 8-4 up.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not super confident in Sentinels overall at this tournament.
There's been a lot of crazy things, and a lot of it happened just in the last couple of rounds. If you've just joined us, you've missed a lot. I think we had a 0.02 spike exploding with almost what was an ace for Forsaken. He then decided, okay, I'm just going to stick to the 4K.
So probably Sentinels like 2-1, maybe 2-0 in close maps. It'll definitely be a close series.
Showstopper at the very beginning of it and end it before it even began. For XLG, this now comes down to a play of resilience. Like, can you turn the tide? And I'll be honest with you, Mitch, I think it starts with a pistol.
Very much so. A loss here send PaperX skyrocketing into the lead. A 9-4, probably 10 on the board. And then they're already on the home stretch while XLG trail, clamber their way back into the game or attempt to. I like this early play. Similar to what PaperX did. 3 players, walkabouts on mid, 1 late towards A, but it's pressure on Happyway. He can't overextend and go down. Just falls back. Looks to punish anyone over aggressing and hopes that this flank can find a lot of value. But PaperX look like they want to play aggressive.
Well, this is where
It's
the
like
wall
this.
causes issues.
It's like
You're
the
gonna
same
walk
thing that
on
happened
one
on the
avenue
previous pistol.
and then try and pressure the other.
They don't have a
The only
wall
thing
to
they
stick
really
and
need to worry
defuse,
about
and
is the
PaperX are
flank,
more
because
aware of the
they've sectioned
flank,
everything
maybe?
else off, and actually, no, they're looking the wrong
Nobody's
way.
aware of the flank in this game. What is happening? Just stick the spike. You know where both players are.
Jing Forsaken not in the best.
Just stick the spike. You know where both players are.
Time is already ticking. Only somebody just getting onto the
Oh my
spike.
God!
They need to
No
get
shot.
right
They lose
back
this
around,
round.
and that's exactly what
Dude, what are they doing?
in this match. This man
What
can
are they
do
doing?
no wrong.
They should just be
His
insta-sticking the
impact
spike.
has been outrageous. That pistol round was slipping through their fingers. The flank that should have been expected.
They see two people here. Just stick the spike. It took them like 5 extra seconds to stick the spike. I don't understand.
But PaperX had no reason to believe that that space was clear. They get caught off guard. And,
All right, well, this is over. XLG is kind of
All I'm
crumbling.
going to say is he's already got a bracelet on one arm. I think he's looking for a bracelet on the other. If he keeps this sort of performance up the entire tournament, I think he's going to be dual-wielding by the end. This man knows how to put up MVP performances. And well, map number 1, he always said that the agent he'd never played was Brimmy. He started playing the Brimmy, and it didn't look fantastic, but stick the man on an Omen. He's having a ball. And well, I said, it was almost imperative for XLG that they get themselves a pistol. 9-4 down, their opponent's map choice. PaperX going into the attack half. And when they have shown strength on this map, that's where it's been. Solid victories on that side versus Sentinels, Fnatic, T1 more recently. And it was a defensive side defeat.
Got to steal around here. You want to come back into this one if you're XLG?
What's a good stack from XLG? 4 players on the B side.
Probably should be pretty clean from PaperX with the Sage wall.
Polar opposite of where this hit's coming through. A lot of players from PaperX though covering this plant.
Raga's always good for one, but
the mags run dry. Something with a nice shot over the wall, and it looks
pretty
like a lot of the
clean.
danger already dealt with. No man traded out, and that's really the story of this take. Even if one player lands that first shot, PaperX flooding in like this, they've got the numbers to back it up. Finally, it will be divided close, and 10-4 on the line. But this was not the round XLG were fighting for. It all comes down.
What did
rifles in play.
who banned Corrode in this one?
Yeah. Well, that was the
XLG banned Corrode in the second phase. Okay.
Stingers, a couple of rifles. I also think this is the point you'll make a lot of the time when it comes to Sage. Like there's been critique a lot through history of this agent, but one thing it gives you, especially on a map like this with a lot of different elevations, is sometimes you don't know the angles you're covered or not. And that's about as free as a kill as you're ever going to get. Because let's be real, there aren't that many teams that play with the Sage. Okay, a very aggressive early start to the round, but it is No Man. Been impressed so far with him on the Neon. And he started off strong again.
Well, yeah, it's No Man and Jing.
Weird
trying
smoke.
to get that early contest for this corner. And even with the Boombot backing him up, Jing can't get it done.
This is an interesting setup from XLG. Just camera, top, middle.
He's calling for
Super passive on B.
He wants to walk on through. Has to catch a timing. Even with that smoke, a TP will be heard. He'll be seen walking through.
Nice shot.
No Man yet again delivering.
Ooh.
As he looks up at the cam. That's a wonderful play.
Oh.
What is going on with something here? And a swing from No Man.
That is
Something's got through.
very
I
rough.
think Devi is about to go down. He's trapped in the corner with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, you got to paranoia this guy.
Something here to save
Man, they're just getting they are just getting destroyed individually. That aggro play after they lose 2 with the Neon is really bad. But so many 1v1s there.
I need to see the POV on the first 2 kills.
They should never lose that round.
And I don't really understand how he's walked out of
this
it.
one's over.
They're just isolated. Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. He gets 2 bites of the cherry.
That peak is. I can understand why he's doing it, but it's terrible.
Throughout the round, and I don't even know if he reloaded in the middle of all of that. It was always going to be one of them, you felt like, to take the first ace of the tournament. And something will be there. Mentioned maybe Forsaken.
Go up 5v2, take 5 1v1s afterwards. That is not good.
11-4. And a timeout for XLG. Oh.
At these last few rounds, it hasn't even felt like the round 14. You're talking about you're on eco. Round 13, you probably should have won, but Forsaken clutches it out. Yep. Round 15, you probably should have won,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
you get ace.
so many of these
we need to play, get
these rounds are just kind of being thrown by XLG.
and we're good.
But
That's the thing. I feel
it's
like
crazy that you retired as a
obviously,
coach
credit to
2020
Paper X being insane individually
I didn't say
and not making as many mistakes.
evaluate in the offseason.
Maybe when Alliance come back, you'll get another job.
I think that's the only way. I'm happy where I'm at for now. Let's put it that way. I think I'm better suited, hopefully. But for Paper X, 11 rounds on the board. XLG in a position where this is really a rock and a hard place. Do you fully invest now? Do you wait? They're going to come in with 2 Guardians, mostly keeping some credits for the next. Nice opening from Devi.
Yeah, nice little one-way smoke.
That was one of the Guardians that he took down, though. The main punches that they're packing. Full blinded up.
Yeah,
Patman
don't
still
hate
looked like
that.
he was close to taking that
But they're
kill.
going to go B. Raga has to go
Pretty
crazy.
hefty upgrade for No Man as well.
Given the coconut.
Willing to risk it.
Okay.
Also,
Good pick from
Forsaken's been
Raga.
caught TPing. This is putting them in a good
Does
spot. Bear in
Paper
mind
X
the
pivot
spike
here?
on him
Nope,
Devi
they're going to
would
commit.
get him
Wall is in.
his ultimate online and likely bring back someone who's
Ooh,
been
that's a rough
terrifying
one.
if it even gets to that point because
The res
they've
comes.
already got
Uh-oh.
an advantage.
Yeah, worth putting it in, obviously, in this position. If something can fade back, this is where you'll see your Sova play.
Feels like all the timing they're just
Most
like
of the
slightly
time,
favoring
Hunter's
Paper
Fury
X.
for post plan, but no, they want to fight. Of course they do. This is Paper X. We're talking
Oh,
about
the
here.
reload. Oh my god. What is happening?
What's going on? Is that 5
Jesus.
to 5? Closes it out. That came down to a 1v1. They needed a 3K and a res to get it across the line, but you know what? A round's a round. 12 to 4 now for Paper X.
There's so much I hate about this round.
That was
like, it was just like, at this point, you can feel like they are just vibing with how aggressive they're being. TP into the site with basically nothing alongside it. A complete and utter whiff, running into a smoke in between a wall, so there's
Yeah,
tiny
exactly.
angles. And yeah, that is a nervous
Exactly.
smile.
What did I just
I've
watch?
seen one.
Like 2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
What did I just watch?
Well,
And
here's
it's
the
popped the Hunter's Fury immediately.
It's an early one, and it's Forsaken going deep on the back.
Nice
of
little ult
Chaos.
play.
Good for the trade.
Okay,
No
good
Man doing the
aggression.
same. Numbers light on the A site. No Man's the last point of defense, so he'll fall back. Won't continue the aggression.
The
Well,
scoreline
rotation
is
had come
definitely
through.
more
Even
one-sided than the
started
map has actually felt.
Went back to
But
take that kill and spawn. Drones out mid.
I feel like,
clears it, and they're
I
comfortable
mean, even
now
this
that
round,
there's no more pressure
Jing
on
could
A with
get
that
the
deep
rocket
control
here,
coming in from
and they
No
could
Man.
just win this
There's
round
nothing
based
on
off of
mid.
that.
They weren't walkabouts. So the B sites where the hit should be coming through. They'll keep in 2-2.
I'm not going to pick it up though. They might give him the spike,
They're the ones
maybe.
that have a chance to keep their team in it here and now.
Cage immediately used. Going through all of this utility. Feels like a little
Happy
bit of
Ways
a risk
just
paranoia even being thrown
totally
through
in
as
the
well.
open.
So they're going to know that there's a couple of players here at least. Curious to see if Paper X still opt to actually execute in this direction. They're throwing in more utility. Boombot to click close.
35 seconds. Now we're limited on options. We got to go, but the spams through the smoke. They'll take down Devi in the choke point. The shock dart's fantastic, and the swings are even better.
Good round from XLG.
XLG with a round win, still trailing by 7. But they got to take this comeback one step at a time.
That's a good round from them. Something to note as well is it really does feel like the
You have a feeling it's going to be a flawless tournament from Paper
now
X.
actually makes things really interesting.
I think they're going to not lose a single map.
From inside main, like he was just like.
I feel like that is a pretty crazy take.
Of extra space, but it feels like it goes incredibly far. I don't mind the buff though, because I feel like a lot of the aspects of what people using this were before were basically boosting themselves up.
Surely they will
Brings
lose a map at
slight
some point.
Bit of tactical element to it. Well, a weak buy, but potentially a much faster one. I like the kill trips though.
Great trip positioning indeed. It's a little
Oh my god. What a flick by Jing.
Happy way down and out. Jing revealed in the
What
corner,
a
but
flick
he's
by
got back
Jing.
up now as they start to flip back out. No Man looking for market control as a deep late play from Patman.
Yeah,
Will
it's
it be
just,
attempted? But there might not be anyone left to
Another
flank.
interesting thing about this is like the XLG comp only has like 3 good ults, whereas the Paper X comp has like 4 good ults.
2-0. Paper X looking lights out on the second map as they claim their win.
Good
to
series from
open
Paper
up
X.
Champions here in Paris.
Fact is, you can see that individual form, especially
Not
on
losing
their
a single
own map
BO3,
choice.
not losing a single map is crazy.
Something
Yeah.
forming incredibly
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
joining the party towards the end of it. And in map number 1,
That's probably
something still performing
their
at
best
degree.
chance to win
I
the
will
tournament
say,
is
though,
if they
I
just
feel like there are silver linings for XLG.
don't
Map
drop.
number 1 especially, I
But
think they definitely look like they could compete, but for
I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against like G2, Fnatic, Heretics, Liquid. I think the teams that have a little bit more macro, a little bit of not quite as willing to just like fight them like XLG was.
Against how they're currently playing, especially some of the stuff Forsaken is doing in the clutches.
Yeah, we saw signs of life.
But obviously, very good start to them for them start the tournament.
The favorites and playing like it, especially on map number 2. They were a little slower to start in the first, but they found their rhythm by the end.
It's crazy to also to think that at the beginning of the year, they were like, they started the season 0-3. Like, and people thought that they were dead. Right? They're like 0-3 in stage 1.
I think most would have come in and expected
they made a roster move.
A bit like map number 2, but
and now they're super insane again.
Probably do some damage
All right, let's listen to the interview.
Come here. I need to speak to you about this first win in Paris. So first of all, bravo, congratulations. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, this was the first match, but we already see such a high level from you guys. You guys were shooting, but there were two. So who impressed you, let's say, in the XLG team?
For me, the most impressed player, obviously, it's Frarga, because he is my close friend. So, yeah, and overall, we start slow and bind, and I guess it's just like bound to happen because we came from Korea, jet lag and stuff. I mean, overall, it's nice to win the first game.
Yeah, we could see that definitely. Donc finalement, qui t'a impressionné chez XLG? C'était le premier match, mais on a cliqué des deux côtés. Et ben j'ai envie de dire Arga, c'est un pote à moi, j'étais trop content de l'affronter. On était un peu slow sur Bind, on avait un peu le temps de prendre le rythme, on est aussi un peu jet lagué par rapport à la Corée. Mais voilà, toujours très content de gagner forcément. And I'm speaking to a champion here, you know, an AIM champion, MVP from Stage 2 with that gold keyboard, winning Toronto and stuff. So I wanted to know, like, do you keep on setting like such high standards individually on yourself, or does it matter less, you know, to carry when you have such a great team?
I mean, I don't really think we have pressure after we won Toronto in stage, just because like we also understand another team is scared of us because we are playing well and our form is great, especially after stage. We show it, and then yeah, there is no much pressure.
Pas de pression. Du coup, la question, c'est est-ce que tu continues de te mettre un peu la pression individuellement? Est-ce que tu sens que tu as besoin de carry avec cette équipe, ou à l'inverse, c'est plutôt le team play qui prime et bah il dit moi la pression, je m'en fiche un petit peu, on gère ça, on est en équipe, les gens commencent à avoir peur de nous, et c'est ça qui est le plus important. Thank you so much, Ilya, for your time. I wish you the best of luck for the next match. On souhaite bonne chance à Ilya pour son prochain match, and we're gonna discover in a few minutes who's gonna win between Sentinels and GX. Stay tuned.
Bang! That's all. We're like alternator. I kill one, you kill one, bro. I kill one, I heal you, bro. No man, stand up. Good, minus 60. I'm resting, I'm healing, killing.
Cool. I mean, good first series. Some super banger moments.
Now that I'm a mom, things are...
Love it. Batman and Divine need to lock in against big teams. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel like it'll be interesting to kind of see how they play against the different styles, because XLG was more than happy to just fight them a bunch. And if you're playing against a team that doesn't give you those opportunities, then you have to adjust how you're playing. So we will see. But they play the winner of Sentinels against GX. I mean, the Sentinels, I guess either of those teams could be an interesting challenge, but HyperX should be good to get out of the group pretty easily at this point. Yeah, it was, is it Infinity Castle or whatever it's called. Is it good? Been looking forward to watching it. It was super good. Really good. Okay, nice. Yeah, I mean, I figure it would be. I feel like the last movie was incredible, and the series has just been really good overall. So, not surprised. I'm sure that the animation is just unbelievable, since it's a like a feature length film. Map pool wise, PaperX looks the strongest. I don't know. We haven't seen their Abyss. We haven't seen their Corrode. So it's kind of hard to say. They're the only team that has not shown 2 maps. Everybody else has shown their entire map pool except for Abyss. So, I mean, getting to hide that for this long is pretty good. Especially considering that they had less time to work on Corrode than everybody else because they were at the international tournaments. But yeah, pretty cool. I'll be right back. I need some more water.
Welcome back to the first day of Champions Paris. It is time to dive into our second match of the day. That is right, GIANTX versus Sentinels. I'm your hosting, so I've got Ender and Doug here with me, again, taking suggestions on what their duo name should be.
Have you gotten anything good?
I've got a couple of ones, but there's all ones I've seen before. Like nothing groundbreaking.
Nothing original?
Yeah, nothing original.
Do
just yet.
better, people. You can do better.
Yeah, do as good as PaperX did.
Yeah.
And they did do good.
They did
quite good.
Super good.
Right.
But let's talk about the second match and start with the GIANTX. Be honest, did either of you expect them to make it to champs?
No, I don't think anyone really did.
No.
Like, you didn't expect them to make
Hell
champs.
no.
Yeah.
No.
This is a team that won a series in kickoff, that won a series in stage 1, and then won 7 to have to be top 2 in order to qualify and be here, and somehow they did it.
It's such a good story, and I think for them to, you know, obviously go through the rough parts that they did at the beginning of the year and then do as well as they did in stage 2, I think is the perfect platform. Yinsu, it was you who said it earlier. Once we hit the champ stage, literally anything can happen, right? Any team can go on a run, but also for a team to come into this stage with the momentum that they do have from stage 2 has the potential to bode well, but they're facing some demons on the other side of the stage.
Oh no, he's playing. Demon 1's not playing today. I think he's playing day after tomorrow. But if you look at this graphic, you were talking about this, Ender, just now, but the thing is, you don't see 2023 here, but 2023, they essentially needed a miracle to get to champs.
Right.
They won LCQ flawlessly without dropping a single map. Cloud and his teammates at the time, alongside Pipson, they made it all the way, and now they've just done it again, because like you said, the only way they could have made champs is a miracle.
Yeah.
Quite literal miracle. When teams like Fnatic, Heretics, they were dropping out like flies. But they made it all the way here, and Pipson even tweeted. He had some pretty strong words to say, because he does get dunked on. He's an easy target, you know. He's been around for a long time.
Yeah, everyone's calling him the worst coach. Like, what's going on there?
There's also a really famous clip of him when he was playing back in the days, because he was a pretty good player as well, where he just was like on no man's land, and people clown.
No, he was in the last
bit.
series.
Yeah. No, they
We really are getting all of them out the first day, aren't we?
They reference it a lot, but now they've made it here, like you said, Doug. You know, the expectations might be a little bit different. Do they have what it takes? Because they made it here fair and square. It wasn't like they needed somebody else to do them a favor.
Right, they earned it.
Yeah, so
sure.
as C2, are they the second best team from EMEA? Like, really on paper, do you think?
I think that's a tough sell, right? Because we have to think about the entire body of work. But again, the nice thing about this is Valorant's a momentum-based game. And so if you've got a hot hand and you hit the stride at just the right time, who knows what can happen.
What is Giants map pool like in Stage 2?
Stage 1 right now, and to just ride the crowd that's currently chanting and cheering behind
It's the GIANTX fan section. They're going nuts over there. They're feeling the momentum. They're riding that.
That's Lembo.
Yeah.
It's Lembo. I see Lembo. Lembo is like kind of their leader.
Yeah, we had to turn out the lights here because we want to put a spotlight on the fans out there.
Okay, so just for Stage 2.
As they should.
What about EWC quals?
Save me one. I'm gonna go down and grab
Lotus
one after
is
this.
good.
But let's talk a little bit more about the players of GIANTX, because like you guys said, for the people that are
Okay,
not
Stage
aware,
2, they were good at Sunset.
Some of these players didn't even play Stage 1. They sort of came in as
Ascent
Stage
was
2, you know,
decent.
They came in the very end of Stage 1, and everybody was criticizing
Haven
Giants
pretty
for doing this.
good.
They're like, why are you making roster changes randomly at the very end of a stage?
Fine, not so
it turns
good.
out that it was a very good decision, because our Inflictors have been some of the more outstanding players of the MEA.
Yeah, I mean,
Lotus
I think
has been
when
rough.
you just look
Okay.
at the prior results of 8th, 9th, 10th placement for the last 2 years nonstop, you add these
Interesting.
guys to the roster, and they're carrying you to second. Like, of course, they're the difference.
Yeah, and I also have to shout out Gruby, because Gruby has been just a ray of sunshine, and he keeps talking about how much
Who's this
he's
guy?
enjoying doing media, doing interviews, doing content, which we don't hear very often. In fact, I actually had a chance to chat to him after they locked champs, and this is what he had to say when I asked him who he's most looking forward to facing when he got to Paris. Take a look at this.
Then you're gonna pick Road.
For me, I think I would
see.
like to swap my jersey with Bank from Sentinels.
Oh, Bang.
Now, I've spoken to a lot of different players, and I've asked them this question quite a few times. You know, you're going to a global event. Who are you most looking forward to jersey swap with, meeting, all this stuff? I have personally never heard anyone say Bang. And the fact that Gruby says Bang to me means he's a knower. And
That's because Bang has never been an international event.
That's a man of culture right there.
How are you supposed to jersey swap with him if he's not there?
Yeah, you say Ospas, Hong Kong. Those are the easy choices. But Bang has been so lights out for so long. I respect Gruby's game on that.
Right.
And he's going to get the opportunity to do it. And so you make it all the way to Paris. You get a chance to meet the player that you want to trade jerseys with.
Oh, but surprise, you got to play against him.
And then you got to play him. Right.
Yeah.
That kind of sours the deal, potentially.
Hold on. Do you know what, Doug? I'm glad you mentioned that, because here in Paris,
Are these new jerseys for Giants?
we have an opportunity to make some dreams come true. Mika was even standing by with Gruby and Bang.
I've got Grabinho here from GIANTX with me. Grabinho, I hear you're collecting interviews.
Yeah, right now, yeah. Last month, I was collecting some interviews.
Okay, well, can I add to that collection? Can I add your first Champions interview as well as a jersey swap? I hear you wanted to swap jerseys with Bang, so Bang, come on over. We have this jersey swap. Aw, look at that. Jersey swap here on the arrivals.
Ooh. The Sentinels jerseys are nice, actually. I like those a lot.
On the opposing team, how do you feel about that?
Honestly, it feels great.
Those are probably the best ones they've had this year.
So it's honestly sick to have someone like that, like playing against them. It's sick.
And now you have to take down Bang. You have to outperform him. Well, what do you think? You're going to do that?
I mean, it will be hard. Probably Bank have like better experience for sure in tournaments, so like it will be hard game. But let's see what I can do.
Well, good luck to you both, gentlemen. All right, fist bump.
My heart, that is so cute. I want to give some context. The reason that Gruby says he's been collecting interviews in the last few months is because when he did his first one with us, He said,
Yeah, the Sentinel
"Oh, you
jerseys
guys
are
never
nice.
invite me." And I said, "Well, we do winners interviews." And he was like, "Oh, that makes sense." Like he didn't win a lot before GX.
And is that why he decided to start winning now, so that he could get those interviews?
Yes, literally.
That makes
But
sense.
on the other side of this, though, Doug, we're living in a generation where players are looking up to Bang, and you were there when he first started.
I was actually just thinking that. It's crazy that I've worked on this game for so long that now Bang is one of the players that people are looking up to. I remember when he like first hit the scene, he wasn't talking to anybody, he was super shy, didn't really know anybody.
Yeah, I didn't like the hockey one. I really didn't like the one that was like orange at the bottom. These ones are nice.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken is going to be a really fun matchup to watch as well. You like the Groovy and Bang matchup. We've also got Zekken versus Ara, where Zekken, also a young kid, but by now has been proven a veteran and so skilled on the international stage. Of course, thinking all the way back to Madrid, but this is a matchup we got to be watching.
I mean, there's definitely stark differences with them, but I also like the similarities.
What about Sentinels? What's Sentinels map pool like?
On that neon, you know, I think both are at their best.
In stage 2.
If they turn up and show their best, this is going to be one of the best duelist matches, I think.
Oh yeah, it'll be really fun. But I do think the differences are where it's very interesting to me, because when I think of Ara, I've been really impressed specifically by his play with the operator.
They probably ban Lotus.
Going to be often saving in the early rounds, so
Sentinels probably picked, yeah, Karud, Haven maybe.
This guy avoids the op like the plague, so on that sense, they're completely different players.
Yeah, I think as far as that goes, I think some play
Giants maybe
might
picks.
be a little bit different as well. I think when I think about Zekken, I think about
maybe they pick Bind. Maybe they pick Ascent.
Incredibly high expectations. The fan base
Picking Ascent though is always scary.
It demands it of them as well.
Maybe Sunset.
This feels like the tournament where Zekken, for
maybe
Sentinels
Abyss.
to really do
We'll
this
see.
thing, has to take over like he does domestically, take over like he does when he's besting a bunch of other teams, when he's been able to best duelists on the other side of the stage. Should have challenged him a little bit, but I need to see a lot out of him this tournament, and I think it starts against this rookie on the other side of the stage.
I like it every time we're like, we need to see a lot. He always delivers. He's like the one you worry about the least.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time he didn't deliver, to be honest.
He will deliver. But for those of you that don't know too much about GIANTX, I have good news for you, because it's time to get to know them a little bit more. Mika had a chance to catch up with them and play a little game.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I am with Grabino, Cloud, and Flickless of GIANTX. And in case you're wondering why they're all facing that way, it's because we are about to play Quick on the Draw. That's right. So if you're not familiar with this, it's pretty simple. All we're going to be doing is I will be fed a prompt, a certain word. I'm going to be drawing my special interpretation of that on my board. I'm going to be passing it over to Grabino, who will try and guess what the prompt was, and then he'll give his own interpretation, pass it on over to Cloud, and then we'll get down the line to Flickless, and he'll have to guess what the prompt actually was, okay? So, let's see what we will be drawing today. What is it? Okay, I've received the prompt. I'm a little worried about this one, but okay.
Are they going to tell us what it is?
15 seconds to draw this. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, wait, hold on.
Okay, people at the Eiffel Tower, I assume.
Okay. All right, I'm out of time. Gabino, what is this? You have 15 seconds to try and make this out. Timer starts right now.
Okay, I'm going. It's easy. We should guess it.
All right, last 3, 2, 1. Can you please show the camera your interpretation of this? Respect. All right. Now, Cloud, please take a look at this.
You're watching
We have here
a bunch of kids who have never drawn
timer
anything in their life
starts
try to draw pictures. Oh my god, this is bad.
Opa. No.
You need to.
And 3, 2, 1. Boards up.
Oh,
Please
that's
show
rough.
the camera. What is the? Yeah. Sure.
What is the flag?
What happened up there?
It's cage, I don't know.
What happened up there? All right, Flickless. please turn around. What is this?
Eiffel Tower.
Eiffel Tower is correct. What do you have on your board, by the way? Please show the camera that.
Buy the GX bundle, of
Buy
course.
the GX bundle. And I think because you got it right, we do have to buy the GX bundle. Everybody out there. Looking down the line, by the way, would you like to see our own interpretations? But this is mine. I have tourists. I have tourists on mine.
Groovies looks good as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
But Cloud, I don't know what flag he did.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know. One lane missed.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining me on Quick on the Draw, and congratulations, Flickless. You got it absolutely right. So I guess that means we gotta buy the GX bundle there. So thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So awkward.
Buy the GX bundle, indeed. I like that they've got that on their jerseys. But of course, we do have to confirm that Aura is playing today. I think there was a bit of a talk on whether Waylander had to step in, but the roster is locked. We will see Aura on stage, and I think that is ultimately great news for GX
Of course,
fans.
yeah. I mean, and also just for us, because now we get to see Aura versus Zekin. Like, that's just nothing better than that.
Yeah, and I think one question I want to ask you guys about Sen is earlier you said that it was a fraud finish, you know, in Americas. It doesn't portray just how good they've been. So sell it to me. How good have Sen been really in Americas?
Well, I mean, the truthful answer is they did get beaten by NRG, but they also have been consistently the second best team in Americas throughout the entire year, and I think that is especially important heading into a global event as prestigious as this one, where you are going to be challenged, where there are going to be teams and a lot of players showing up here for the first time. The Sentinels team has plenty of experience when it comes to that, and I think even just from hearing the team and Kaplan talk about
Who is
the
content
adjustments they made
manager?
and how they're reacting to their loss.
For who? I don't know.
Against NRG, they realize the mistakes they made, and I have faith in them to bounce back and be one of the heavy hitters here.
Yeah, I mean, they walk into playoffs undefeated, right?
Yeah.
And then they deal through everything through the hard group. They played G2 early on. They dealt with Cloud9 the way they needed to. They come into playoffs undefeated, and then they lose to NRG, as you were mentioning. I think if you were to zoom out and ask for a team with championship aspirations to lose, that's like the perfect time to lose. You lose, you get that out of the way, you learn a lot about what it is that went wrong, you learn a lot
Okay,
about yourself.
so
Obviously, this is
probably Giants bans
fall at the hands of
Lotus.
another team, both domestically or internationally, but when you win
If I'm
as much
Giants,
as-
I'm
as
floating
much as
Abyss
they
for
did in
sure.
Stage 2, it's easy to kind of coast your way through, so I do think expectations are incredibly high. I think that loss was right time, right
From
place for them.
Sentinels, I'm
And
probably
excited to see how they do
banning,
here.
What went wrong?
probably banning
What did
Abyss,
they have to fix? They have had a lot of time.
hiding it
They
if
have
possible.
had a ton of time. I think they just ran into an NRG that hit stride and hit spark in a time that like nobody could really stop. I mean, they rolled over everyone except G2, right? And so when you've got a team that hit stride and hit strike the way that they did, it's really hard to best a team like that. And I think that it's, I mean, they got bested. I don't want to call it unlucky, but NRG just played out of their minds.
So what I'm hearing is GX have a chance?
I think they have a chance. I mean,
Yeah?
we need to see the form that Sentinels show up in, but
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
me and a lot of people, even though Sentinels are coming in as the lower seed relative to GIANTX, people
That's
are
crazy.
No,
Now
that
I've
is a crazy.
thought about
That's a
this.
crazy thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a situation where people are going to come in and they're going to say, these rookies from GIANTX, you know, they had a great stage too, but now it's been a little bit of time off. Can they carry it over to the international stage? There's always going to be those levels of questions. Plus, we're in Europe.
Yes.
And Sentinels win in Europe.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. That is actually true.
They also
That's
win
just a
in,
fact.
They win in NA too.
Yeah, but they
Not in a
win.
while.
But they win
They
in Europe.
win.
Not in a while,
They win.
Yeah, I mean, Jax definitely have a chance.
Win in Europe. EME18s. But,
I feel like
for now, let's
if
hear what
if like
Phelps
the
says.
good version of Sentinels shows up, then this is probably pretty easy for them. But they definitely have been a bit shaky.
GIANTX, XLG, and PaperX. It's a toughie, but you guys are an incredible team, without a doubt. How you feeling, buddy?
Listen, you're gonna make Rob hate me, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
like he's never gonna send me to another group draw again.
Why? You think that you're the jinx here or something?
Maybe. You know, actually, our manager Kez is a jinx, so and he's here.
Okay.
You can blame him later.
Okay, that's who you direct the blame
That's
to.
who I'm blaming. Yeah.
Well done,
yeah.
well done. Way to divert blame. Super
I mean, our
responsible.
group is. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's
It's
okay.
alright, you
It's
know?
okay.
I love how everyone else they sound like baby Bonka, and then Zels has just had to go and do this. I don't know if he's like acting or playing up to it, but he doesn't seem confident.
No, and I don't really know why. like, I understand you see PRX in your group and you're freaking out because it's just like, okay, getting out first seed is really tough, but I honestly don't think this is as crazy a group as he is making it out to be, and I think really this game against GIANTX is going to be the test for them.
Yeah, I think so too. I think there's a good chance they lose to PaperX. This is the line, right? If they're going to get out of this group, they have to be GIANTX. We just saw the other team play, and so we know like this is really their make or break in the group.
I mean, this is where they should feel a little bit more comfortable, right? They could have had PaperX as their opening opponent, then that would have been really, really tough for any team to go up. So against GX, where 4 of them have never stepped on stage in a global stage before, Sen, you should be a little more confident if you're a Sen fan.
You come in with a big experience advantage, and I also just think that knowing the way GIANTX play, this is a team that plays a lot of similar setups on repeat on the defensive side. It's not until really you see the operator coming online for R that they get a little bit more fluid in where he's going to be playing for the team, and I think a guy like Kaplan and the brain trust there with Junk UT is going to come in and be ready to dissect these setups because they have a lot of tape to work with.
Hey, don't you underestimate Pips and Waylander and Cloud. Don't you be one of those people.
I'm not underestimating them. Their setups work, but they do have, on the defense side, they do tend to go back into the well that has been working for them.
I can't stress, I mean, I'm biased, but I can't stress enough just how much I love this GX team. I was telling you guys earlier, they kind of give me 2024 kickoff like Heretics vibes. You have one guy who's really experienced in the IGL. By the way, Cloud, IGL, been playing for 5 years, is 21. That is outrageous how young he is. And then you have 4 kids that are just excited to be here. They're just happy that they get to travel. They're happy they get to play against opponents they've never faced before. It's really wholesome. I love every single one of them, and it's really difficult not to root for them because everybody rooted for Heretics last year.
Yeah, I mean, that's wholesome, right? That's feel good. But then we're also playing for a trophy, right? And there are often situations where a team like that feels really good, and they're happy, and they're wide-eyed, and then they run into a buzzsaw. And then who knows what happens?
Is Sentinels the buzzsaw in this situation?
If they're playing at their form, would you disagree?
Not necessarily, no.
Also, Tom is disowned forever. Like, I better not catch you in Berlin. He's dead to me. He literally is dead to me.
I mean, we'll trade Sideshow for Tom.
Deal. Actually, deal. I mean, who's gonna notice? Like,
honestly, so down.
Who is going to notice if we
crazy work.
We take Josh and you take Tom, though. You two predicted Sen. Why?
Because otherwise Rob Moore will heckle me.
I'm fearful.
I'm fearful.
Celsius, you, me, we're gone. The kids are out. I don't know what happens after that.
You're a sellout? You sold your soul to Rob Moore?
No, but I also just believe in the Sentinels team.
He struggled, yeah.
Look, even Gruby believes in Bang, you know? So.
Yeah, Gruby I think believes in Bang, but I don't know if Bang might underestimate Gruby. I think in these scenarios, it is very easy to underestimate your opponent.
I think with
having some tech issues or what? This has been a very long break between games.
Underestimating, yeah, underestimating. And I do think you're right. You kind of can't, right? It doesn't matter how good you were in stage 2. You've got this team that, again, is your litmus test. If you want to make it out of this group, this is the team you have to beat, and they have aspirations to be playing a couple of Sundays from now, so it can't end here.
Why did you predict Sen? You didn't say.
Because I think when they're playing at their best, they're world beaters. I genuinely believe that. I think when they're at their highest form, they can take down anybody. The problem with them is, internationally, that has not always been the case. I think they've struggled in the past, and I think there are a couple of star players who have not delivered against the likes of PaperX, against the likes of Fnatic, and I think that has to change here.
They struggle to beat teams with G in their name.
Well, guess who did beat Fnatic? GIANTX. So, here we go. It's enough of us yapping, and it's time to bring out the second teams that's going to be playing on this stage today. Without further ado, join me and welcome Sentinels and GIANTX.
I only played Clash Royale for one day. Yeah, game was not for me.
It's not often that we have 4 players make their debut on the global stage, and it's going to be champs that we see them on the side of GIANTX. It's going to be very, very tough for them today. They're going up against Sentinels. Some of these players have been playing, I think Zelsus has been playing longer than the other 4 players put together, which is absolutely insanity. But looking at the map vetoes here, what do we think?
I mean, Corrode to start things off for Sentinels
Okay.
has to feel good. This has been an
The GX Lotus ban. Sentinels spanning Ascent. Interesting. Okay. Corrode. GX picking Sunset is pretty bold.
No one really in America's been able to consistently defeat it.
Oh, and I think if you take a look at Sunset, think about how long
Kind of makes
they
sense
have been
though.
successful on that map. Yes, they hit a couple of
And then
bumps in
GX
the
bans
road, so to
Abyss at
speak,
the
this
end.
year, not as proficient as they had been historically, but this is also a very comfortable map for them.
But Sue, tell us why this also works for GIANTX, right?
Are you asking me to
Kind of surprising veto, but
be realistic?
from Giants anyway.
I'm going to be real. I just want to shout out
But I don't necessarily mind it.
Okay, shout him out. Get that out of the way.
Everything that you can hear, I don't know if you guys can, what you can see right here is Lembo in the front leading the charge, because there's a lot of Sen fans. Every single venue we go to is packed with Sen fans. So if you're the GX players on stage, you got to feel good that, you know, your boys and your girls have come out to cheer for you.
Especially because no matter where Sentinels show up, there's going to be fans in the crowd too. So
Literally
it's a serious fight out there.
Everyone else in the arena right now are Sen fans except for them. Literally everyone else.
But these guys are rowdy. No, it's sick.
What did you ask me?
I was asking because we were hyping up the Sentinels. Oh, they get to play Corrode and Sunset, but GIANTX have similar pool.
Yeah, they have a very, very similar pool here. I'm surprised that Sen are sticking to the Ascent ban. I thought maybe it would be a little bit different for Champs. But GX, they're not going to hate this map. They love Corrode. They love Sunset.
This is great.
They're also very old school. Mini is being very critical of the way that they prioritize so much breach in EMEA. I don't anticipate that changing. I think they have a very strong identity, which is they don't care for the double duelist. They don't care for what other people are doing. They're going to stick to their breach. They're going to stick to their jet. They're going to stick to their op. And they're just going to set R up for success.
And I think that is something that can be effective against Sentinels. Sentinels usually play a little bit slower of a game plan, especially when they're playing double.
I disagree. I think that this matchup is really bad for Giants. I feel like Sentinels should be able to handle this pretty easily.
Between the sites, I think when you have things like breach in the mix, you can try to disrupt a little more.
Also, you can tell that West Side, I think it was Flickless, or they went to the merch shop. Like they've never been to the merch shop for the global event before.
Right before they needed to get on stage.
And they just bought hats. They bought caps. They were like, we're gonna wear it on stage. It's so wholesome.
I think another player that I do want to touch on very quickly that we haven't hit on is Narrate.
Yes.
Narrate is also making his Champs debut. Narrate's a player who, you know, we talked about it domestically a fair amount. You go back to his kickoff tournament, and he's crying backstage because he didn't play well against Loud, a series that they still won, by the way. And he's grown so much up until this point. This is the apex of his year.
Yeah, and you know when I was talking about how Groovy wasn't winning a lot, it was partially Narrate's fault. When they faced each other in EMEA, Narrate was incredible, so he's going to know what to prepare for. But here we go into Agent Select. What do you guys think?
I mean, all things considered, no big surprise here for Sentinels.
Very standard.
Really, that this game is just going to come down to whether or not GIANTX
Maybe slight advantage to Giants in the comp just because of the Yoru against the Vice matchup is good.
I think it's really hard to deal with.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have a bunch of layers to how they fight around the middle of the map, as we've seen. This feels like a tone-setting map for both of these teams that should, on paper, have a chance to kind of make it out.
And for me, the GIANTX, they changed their comp. I didn't think they were going to change anything coming into this. Obviously, they bring in 3 different agents we didn't see before. They don't have the KO anymore, which is what Flickless was really... They were relying a lot on Flickless's KO.
But I do think the Fade is going to help them out immensely for the spam and all the info you grab.
I can't wait to jump into this map. Hey, Cuba, by the way.
Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm curious to see what version of Sentinels shows up. They look like they were all happy and having a good time.
Thank you very much. Already it's getting loud and proud down there in the arena. So it's great to see the GX Ultras turning up because we've got a team who is hitherto untested at the global level against the Sentinels roster who are still trying to live up to the legacy of that roster last year, the Tens and Sassy Dynasty.
So far this year, they qualified to Bangkok, but they bomb out 7-8. They make it again to Toronto. They do better. They make it to 5th, 6th, but yeah, they're yet to get that 4th place that they got at Champs last year. And they're yet to get a trophy as they did in Madrid last year. Still hunting that greatness that this organization is known for.
Change of comp here for GX. Last time we saw them against TL at close 13-11. They were on a cypher still. Westside has opted to
Okay,
go over
going into
towards the
3
Vice here
players
instead.
and a
Sentinels starting on the
Vice.
attack side and already want to pressure
Gonna be
A
hard.
with a split.
Second. Now moving forward, getting a little bit of information, wants to play off that Prowler, which does get the connection. All of Yard is now under the control of Sentinels. You can see Gravino fast on the
smoke.
rotate. 4 GX players posted up.
Some stall here. You'll notice
How do you
the West
force
side
through
is
this?
tucked there over by pocket. And for now, Sentinels slow things down, but they are
The
on a
freeze. They walled behind themselves, so they're kind of okay. They're gonna.
Go down
Ooh.
backside, west side. 2 on the anchor from elbow.
Big opening here. Sentinels realize they're priced into this at this point. With Westside out of the picture now, they're going to have
Good
to
luck.
keep it. Paranoid's going to slow them up in further, and this has brought time for Flickless now to turn up in A main.
Ooh, they're
Sentinels
gonna
have decided
cancel.
They've rattled sabers enough here on this A side of the map, and they're slowly pulling
They've
out.
seen a lot of players. They've seen a lot of utility. Yeah, it's a good call.
It allowed all of GX to rotate over to A, post up with the entire team. But now, trade-offs Sen are going to get that free plant on the B side. But you have to favor GX being able to take this retake down. It's just going to come down to competent trades in this 4 versus 3.
2 players through main. This is good.
Zen can still set up here and at least take a tower position. Naturally, an 08 will post up in elbow.
Then we go
Rappy
2-2.
coming from spawn side, but all of GX now have announced
Big
themselves.
pick.
Corbino, not solo, they're at top mid. Flickless not able to take a trade though. And Zekin from that tower spot, that ghost is starting to sing out. A lot of good damage. Ara knocked down to 15. Zekin able to slide it
Ball and
close.
Flickless here. Does he find the timing? Wow, nice shots. Okay.
Lock it down.
Good counter by GX.
And Flickless, the 2 players coming up from tier 2, are the ones to make the impact in the pistol.
Both those Sen players just forced to swing out on the spike tap. Deleted. You know, despite Bang getting that isolated 1 versus 1.
It was a good mid-round call to pivot, but
Opposition.
super good counter here.
Eventually win things out. What a play from Westside. Lovely anchoring from that elbow position. And it was Flickless' willingness at the beginning of the round to push all the way out of B main. It just allowed GX to stack up on that proper site, find the early advantage.
Sentinels had honestly timed their exit from that A side of the map to perfection. As soon as Flickless rotates in from B, he doesn't actually see
3
them get
Bulldog, Outlaw,
the opening
Pistol.
Sentinels were looking for. But again, their attack side's been pretty darn good on Corrode. It's the defense side that's raised a few eyebrows in the past. Here's Zekin trying to challenge early, slide on out McLeod, deals with him as West
Some nice layers of defense there by GX, actually. Having 2 people to capitalize on them trying to punish the Yor is really good.
I'm interested in seeing what Westside is going to bring on this Vice pick, because throughout Stage 2, he was running kind of his patented Cypher on this map, and he was locked.
Now they're just going to go try and get another orb. Their round is pretty much over.
But GX have very much so indexed into the meta of this map that we've been seeing more globally. We've certainly been seeing a lot of in Americas. These are agents that Sen are definitely going to be prepared to play against. They've got a lot of experience against them.
Delsa's likely an attempt to sell something more at A. Doesn't just draw out the shield wall, he commits and is easily picked off. Not the most inspired way to try and catnip GX over at A, but it does at least allow the Sentinels to set up. They've not gotten in. Flickless looks to kick them at arm's length now as we head into the last 30 seconds of the rounds.
Sen should have no hopes of dealing any damage here, but I do believe they're able to kind of min-max the orbs.
The big thing is going to be
collect each on the
paying attention to how Sentinels deals with this Vice. Oh boy. Because they don't have the easiest way to trigger the wall. Probably they should just be focusing on B pressure early, maybe.
So proficient with the scoped weapons, that has been his bread and butter, and such a crucial part of his success for GX on the.
Although it's kind of scary against the Yoru and B pressure is
GX on defense in general.
potentially pretty dangerous.
Anchor player, really dependable, and where the map allows for it, GX love to push up, get some info, super active on the defense side, even trying to set up these little pops early. This is where that'll be put to the test node.
Yeah, they're gonna go fast middle. I don't mind this either.
Smoked it off heavily.
That standard haunt thrown up top by Narrate Prowler through.
Are they just gonna try to avoid the Vice?
Early link control, bit of damage exchange, bang, real low. Zekin as well.
Super heavy rotation from GX.
Elbow out of that pocket position, but might have
I mean, Sentinel's just running into stack.
thought about reposting.
They're gonna
towards
freeze.
They got crash set up here. Flickless though is down. That's a pick over towards top mid. He just goes for an exploration, and Bang was holding the line.
Freeze long enough to make let them make a mistake.
Top of the map. They're now concerned about some of the gaps that are open. But Sentinels just been
Ooh, gotta hit that shot.
Waiting to get into this
Yeah, very methodical from Sentinels. Just kind of letting GX get overly anxious. They were boxed in, but GX didn't really have a super good game plan for what to do if the round freezes in that spot.
Dependable in this controller role. Will have to find a way in himself here. Cover going out. Look over towards pocket. There is at least going to eliminate that as an option, and also let GX start to get into the side itself. Second, waiting. Prowler though, eaten up close range. He's going to relay vault to try and get the space. He's low down to 45. The paranoia here.
This is a very weird post plant. Gonna be fine, but 4 people in yard I don't think is necessarily where you want to be. They just didn't really have any space. That was. I feel like that was a little worrying from Sentinels.
GX players retaking through that main area of the site.
So far, they've gone into a stack 3 times. If Giants can play a little bit more patient, then
for that second kill, really lovely stuff from him.
They could really maybe cause some problems on this attack.
From GX on that bonus round, Sen stabilizing their economy just a bit here.
Okay, so they're gonna continue to do this fast mid stuff.
Both the fast lane and the Viper were committed. Rubino playing close on the other side.
Yeah, this time GX are ready to contest.
They're gonna fight. I don't know if this is what you want to be doing.
I'm going to use the paper mache walls to his favor though. Takes Bang down now. Wants to try and challenge mid off the flash. Not much to be seen there, but Flickless is able to take care of Zelsis. And that's the control of the B side.
Yeah, now they can definitely just chill.
This is GX saying you're not going to be taking mid for
what a
free.
shot.
What an adjustment from Aura. A gate crash if he does need to escape, but wow, actually just pops it as a fake immediately that he's gotten back out towards that B side.
I think Sentinel's going to need to call an early timeout. I feel like they are just running into a brick wall over and over. Like even their mid control is really not getting them actual control. They're just getting boxed into these little spots.
To go loose and leaving it all up to Zekin.
So they either need to prioritize like early triggering of the Vice Wall, which is hard with their comp, or they need to pressure B and pull some people out of middle, I think.
Either Ara or Flickless will get the job done. He's 5-1 for someone who's feeling a bit under the weather recently, not even scrimming. He's hit the ground running.
Debut global event as well. I love this adjustment from GX. Good call from IGL Cloud. They've been giving that mid space for free. Sen have been happy to take it fast. So with those Yoru flashes, some of our own initiator utility.
Yeah, the counter utility in middle from Giants is really strong, actually. So I don't know. This is tough.
Really love that decision from GX, and now Sen, some fear is going to be instilled.
They're going to come back to middle again.
There could be flashes coming at us. They could be swinging through on us.
Curious about how these,
How do they accelerate this? I guess they have to go even deeper. Yeah. They have to really try and get into like top middle here. You can't get stuck in just like mid 2.
Wow, yeah, they want to re-push Steel Garden as well. Send Routed running down mid, but Bang caught up.
They don't need to get too aggressive here, Giants. Oh my god. I do not like this play from Giants at all.
And the A side is open for Sentinels.
A cool, proactive idea from GX to try to refight into the mid. But with
yeah, this is something that people just don't really seem to understand about Vice, in my opinion. Is that using this ult when you have weapons in a situation where you then have to push into them just doesn't make any sense. Because like the whole advantage that you get with Steel Garden is that they lose their weapons and you would want to take long range fights against pistols. But if your whole point of using the Steel Garden is to then push into them, you're kind of just playing into what the pistols want to do, which is play close range.
And they lose to vastly inferior guns in some pretty sharpshooters' hands.
I think they could have just, I know they lost mid control there, but I think they could kind of just like hang out in the Lynx bunker inside a little bit more.
But if you watch GX, right, you've seen this a lot. This is something they did to Fnatic in that series that really made Fnatic uncomfortable. There wasn't this time to set up. There were these thrusts coming out from defenders at really inopportune moments for them.
That's tough. Nice shots from Zekin.
Zekin just straight up won a 1v1 against Gravino on that swing. That is crazy.
So still Garden didn't really have the impact I think they were hoping it would.
You're right. That is a very GX-coded play, though.
All right, they're just going to keep going middle. Keep seeing whether Giants has good protocols for this. Giants switches the Vice to B, maybe expecting an aggressive B hit to kind of switch things up. Looks like a decent read. They're going to refight middle. Sentinel's going to execute into the Vice, which is good.
In terms of util for GX, somewhat in positioning, right? They now have to make their way back into B, and if they don't beat the timing, they're in trouble. Now, no one's going to be affected by this Nightfall. Flickless, though, does step in, and the Steel Garden is active this time against GX. Bang with the Paranoid. They're going to have to hit this at some point, and Zekin gets in there with the overdrive. A player at top mid on the other side of the smoke.
Nice scaling by Sentinels, though.
He is hit with that seize, and all of GX now getting mowed down. Coming out of top mid.
Yeah. The idea was good from Giants, but they needed to get back over to B once they'd done the mid stuff.
At global events this year has just been a monster. At Toronto, he was out of control. If he gets right back into that form here at Champions, this is going to be a potent Sentinels team. GX take a massive risk trying to get back into that site during the Steel Garden. Flickless goes in. That is a bold play.
Give me a fist bump. Let's go.
Crazy bold play, and they're punished for it.
And Sentinels can sort of guess how deep GX have got.
All right, back to mid pressure. Yeah, I think Giants needs a timeout now.
Such a massive inherent advantage. And
yeah, they're getting a little bit.
One against Flickless here at B, but he had some backup.
They're kind of getting away from what was working in the first 3 rounds, which is just like bunkering and forcing Sentinels to make the plays. They're giving them too many early picks now.
Going for something aggro, which really felt like every single round so far. Nice shot from Cloud.
The only people who should really be going aggro are the Yoru and maybe the Omen. They should probably also consider getting an operator, but I think they're going to call a timeout after this.
Try and play at arm's length. Given a lot of map control here to GX, but all of Sen are entrenched now in the post-plant scenario at B.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, they should just be trying to kill John here, and they are, but able to collect both. Well played from Senzai GL.
Like the look from Gravino this game, but he has not been able to get on the board in a gameful manner, and well, that's going to remain the issue. Sentinels post another one here, and this is that economy now. The North American squad starting to develop.
That was fairly important for John to keep that gun. I mean, it does just put
they're in a good spot now.
Economy in an absolutely out of control spot now.
Think
will not be on an eco anytime soon. Uphill
think Giants, they kind of trolled with that fight in the middle.
They're trying to hunt the hunter. Some early movement out of GX in these rounds, right? Take some space early, give it up, see if they re-clear, see how much they invest in re-clear.
Yeah, they do get the op up.
They use it positionally or fight them as they try and do so. This time it's over towards A, that's where the presence is, but
it's very interesting to me that they've decided to just put the Vice on B
further than this for now. You'll notice they've left that shield wall in their wake, so likely
and just change their setup that was working.
Finally seeing Aura pick up that operator. It's so critical for GX.
Pivotal to his play style.
Yeah, success on defense, both for him, but for the team in entirety. You know, a lot of their defense success really comes around playing with the op
I mean,
and then forcing those attackers into West Side site where he's so fantastic at anchoring.
Doesn't see it, doesn't check the corner.
Oh my God.
Abounds. West Side, he takes his
What?
opportunity and he converts on it. And bang to fall as well.
Yeah, this is what Giants need to do. They need to force Sentinels to try and actually hit the site. Don't give them the early contact. Make them try to actually push into the site and plant the spike. If you're fighting them outside of the site, I think you're kind of trolling.
Going to be able to pick up this one, but still, how can they wrangle this back? Time is getting quite low, 30 seconds remaining. Spike, isolated top mid. Why not go for it? They have infinite amounts of money right now, but...
There's a horn shot out. Phone spotted. Now we're going to start spamming, I suspect. RL with the op, able to hold that line down. John is left alone against 4. That wall heavily perforated, the damage starting to come in. An auspicious number of health left here for John. Only 6 seconds left in the round to maintain this weapon. He'll wait for a step up, caught in the seas, decayed to 1.
Okay, good adjustment, even without a timeout from Giants.
That's that op getting online, and then just kind of forcing. You can see Sentinels
That's a good sign for them, being able to sort of recognize what the mistakes are, fix it. We'll see if they continue, or whether they go back to playing aggressive.
Fix the opportune timing. Crosshair placement is excellent. And that's what a lot of it comes down to for him when you watch him on defense. His crosshair placement is just genuinely impressive. Always in the right spot.
Good bait, no? I'm only behind you.
Really liking what I'm seeing from Westside this game. Flickless also been really asserting himself on the B side of the map and successful.
Interesting. Okay, attack operator. They go back to mid control. Sentinels does.
Spam damage. GX heavily indexed towards mid, towards A, as they have that op controlling the B side.
Go for the deeper control.
So now what do they do with this mid control? Do they give it up, wait for a re-clear? Cut noise, perhaps, look for a way on A. There's a shield wall there in A main, which has not been uncommon in this game.
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's no reason for them to believe that Sen aren't going to, drift towards either maybe up mid, but likely.
I mean, they're in
towards
good
A
spots.
Now, all of that Vice util towards A is actually expended, so that's nice for Sen to get out around the minute mark on the round.
Sentinels goes for the freeze. Will Giants have the discipline to not overpeak? They're going to try and get Zelsis contacting here. It's actually nice from Sentinels. But they still have to deal with this Vice wall. It's going to be tough. Because as soon as they trip this at 40 seconds, it's pretty committed. Whoa.
Which is the omen left back towards mid. Here's the Nightfall coming through. Narrate deals with Cloud. That's the eventual peak into mid dealt with. And some elbow control being assumed now for Zelsis. Slow and steady. There's a relay bot catching on.
That's a tough spot to play. Okay, nice job from Sentinels. Giants, I mean, again, they played pretty well.
That was simply the perfectly placed recon bolt from Second. That connected onto both anchoring players on their re-entry after being
Just overall good patience from Sentinels and good team scaling.
Ultimate that Cloud throughout. That connected onto everyone coming through.
That was the big difference there.
They had no chance of getting into the site. There was a paranoia.
They also didn't overly commit into Giants' counter utility.
Which perhaps Gravino is regretting for not saving for a re-entry, but did think they were going to maybe pop out of that smoke, so can't really blame him, but would have been nice to have for that second wave.
I think in general, just in the evolution of GX on this Corrode map has been
legged them.
satisfying. They've been criticized, I think, maybe for sticking to their sort of Sova breach guns too heavily on a lot of maps in the past. I think the adoption of this Yoru gives them coverage of a lot more of the map and also some pseudo-initiator capacity, right, in terms of his kit.
Okay, what's the plan now? Now they know there's... Actually, yeah, they do know that there's an attack op. They have to be worried about that.
The GX staying in step is a very good sign.
Okay, that was a good scan. Just good utility from Sentinels in general. Really good.
On the best run that they've had all year in stage 2 to make it to champs. But now that they're here, yeah, they're switching up towards the more meta double control, or at least to begin here on Corrode. Opsil for Aura. Flickless does have that Viper's Pit, which could be thrown down on B at a moment's notice. So.
Still Garden also active on both sides. That's been a pretty key component of the util or ultimate heavy rounds that we've seen on Corrode so far.
Do you expect if Sen make too much noise over on this B side, that pit will be thrown down immediately. They have the opt control over towards a main. So this should be a challenging round for Sen.
Yeah, look at this forward posting.
Yeah, they don't have quite as deep position in middle as they have in the past. Okay, so pit goes down B. Should be able to stack towards middle now. Maybe retake middle, get ready to go A.
Knowing that pit is in B main, kill from Cloud, just
Random spam. Okay, Sentinels knows where the op is, but good timing by Westside. Okay. So basically...
Now where do you go? Sen are running out of options. They did draw the Viper's Pit out onto the B side of the map.
Sentinels a little bit more
an appropriate investment.
Hesitant to push deep on this one. They didn't really get deep enough map control to really pressure GX.
Job of finding those kills in mid, the only really open lane that Sen had, and now they're going right back into this pit in B main. Zelsis with the
Please
attack.
check that corner this time.
This is something he's been picking up a lot more recently in stage 2.
Okay, they're going to try and seize maybe to clear out. Yeah, this pit, they've got a catch there, and again, it's Gravino set up on the corner. Pit down though, Flickless inside of it, caught inside the
Okay, nice shot.
Gravino nicely nicely done.
Good round from Ruby.
Deals with narrate. And this puts John in an impossible situation.
Gonna save.
To walk away with weapon intact.
Gotta feel good for Grabino.
So I would expect.
Get online, get on the board, couple crucial kills
I would expect Sentinels to go back to the deeper mid control. I feel like that's the only thing that's really worked for them on attack. Is when they get up into like
You can see the effectiveness now that the operator
mid
is
3.
online for Aura as well. Even though he hasn't been racking up kills,
Up into this area.
the map control that he's getting is even impacting the game, right?
If they get stalled out here in middle, then they struggle a lot.
Bit unfortunate.
The inkling he should spray.
What a shot from West Side. He is so good, man. He really is talented.
Yeah, I've become a bit of a fan of this GX team, I think, watching them. I love those teams who want to push up for info and defense, get active a little bit.
Okay, so they do their mid take. They do scale up. Yep, as expected. What's the counter now from GX? Yeah, this is good. The Vice in main for the split. Can they get through the choke though? Nice counter, actually.
I mean, that does enough that Flickless does get his gun back in time, ready to fight towards Link.
Oh my god, how is he alive? Gotta get one there, bro.
Did catch the pocket player with the paranoia. It's shocking to me that there's even a trade. Nicely done for GX, and Zelsis is dug out of position. Traded though, West Side off the map, now player inside elbow. And
Sentinels is doing a very good job of scaling together. It's sort of the main difference is that there's usually like 2 or 3 people fighting in situations where GX only has 1.
What's the play supposed to be for Ara?
Yeah, I don't love that ult either.
Play off the side, hold the up. Still another round left in the half. Maybe get yourself
Also, Sentinels is just doing a good job kind of nullifying the op impact. So,
really has no choice but to
all right,
save. Look at the
Giants
status of the cash for GX. It is
kind of
there is zero chance he'd be able to win this post.
lucky to have 5 rounds.
This 1v3 with the pit down.
Just because once Sentinels figured out that this deep mid control is the way to beat them, they've essentially just done this every round they need to win.
You have to imagine
So
10 times he's going down there. He's jumping out to create
Giants
space
has to
and
come up with a better plan for how to deal with this.
He didn't even have his gun out.
It's a little bit too late at this point, but
2 GX players on that corner, and if the paranoia doesn't hit one of them, as you see there, this is disastrous. This is very bad.
Criminal. That is a criminal. I like this from West Side as well. That was nice. He, with the wall going down, he pops a flash, he isolates a 1v1.
Tables are hot, gentlemen.
But from there, he's not able to get any assistance. Heaven was smoked off.
all right, they're just kind of giving it middle again.
Sentinels seem pretty satisfied with progress so far in this map.
Ooh.
There it is. Prowler tried to get involved, not to be Aura.
The Prowler tanked it.
That is Aura going onto that angle late. The attacker beats the timing of the defender in A main, but he's just so fast that it did not matter. That is a display of just the sick reactions that this guy has when he's playing.
I think the
VR.
Prowler tanked half the damage, that's why he lived.
He's over in that mid position. Gate crashed here after that first pick in A. 3 players of Sentinels here grouped out trying to
Coming
make their
back
way
to
through.
middle.
So not being actively checked by Grabino.
I'm pretty surprised at
Now the ball comes up at a nice time for them to get on in. Aura now needs to spend a shot. Get back
holding
to
the Vice and the Viper with full Vice setup at B.
to fight for this part of the map. It's been very expensive for them, and they don't really want to force the issue there. Still trending in that A direction one.
They draw a lot of attention towards P. Good paranoia.
Nice paranoia.
Will stall things up. Sen maybe allow for a rotate timing. Well, rotate is gone now.
Ooh, that's a big
Westside
duel.
At least with a pretty swift trade. Sen still need to deal with the anchors here on this site from GX.
Nice paranoia from Bang. Ooh, very nice shots. Okay. 6-6. I mean, decent half from both teams, considering I feel like Sentinels probably could have exploited the mid a little bit more. And Giants probably could have just continued to play more bunkery.
A real neck-and-neck game at the moment. Sentinels, who are typically very
I think you feel pretty good about that if you're Sentinels, though. Yeah, Prowler tanked the damage, which is why he lived. What's map 2? Map 2 is Sunset? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, if Giants can steal this map, the rest of the map pool is still, we'll see, but now they have to play attack, which is going to be, like I said, it should be a little bit easier because they can trigger the Vice Wall. So a lot of this is going to be about how well Sentinels protects their Vice utility, I think. And whether Giants can avoid going into some like neon traps. I feel like that's kind of like the big game plan points for Giants. Don't get trapped by neon stun, and make sure that you put the pressure on the Vice as much as possible. Don't mess around too much in middle. Focus on mains. Come back to middle late, probably. And just farm the Yoru ult a bunch.
Spirited affair already here between Sentinels and GX in their opener in Group A of Champions 2025. Kuroba's the map, and as was discussed on the desk, a lot of overlap between these two teams' map pools. Ended up only having, what, Lotus eliminated, Ascent, I think, taken out of the mix. Bind obviously not going to feature. Of course, coming back in with our Coinbase econ report, someone who we really had eyes for was Westside, controlling that top part of the map really well. Obviously is able to tuck in a corner with a stinger, find 3 kills to really derail Sentinels at times. Definitely someone worth looking at. Zekin here, though, at Globals has been the silver bullet for this Sentinels roster.
Yeah, his entries that he was finding were pretty astounding. That sliding kill with the Phantom was absolutely outrageous. We'll see what he can accomplish now that Sentinels are switching over towards this defensive side, where last we saw them on Corrode playing defense, it was against NRG in the lower bracket final.
I tried to bleach my eyeballs
2.
after that one.
Yeah, they got 1 round. They went down 11-1. So, doesn't really need to be said that they need to put on a much better performance here against GX. This is their map pick, by the way. They picked this map, and that was their last showing on it.
I remember that was Bang had 1 kill at halftime in that game. Naturally for a bit of showing here. Grabini with a classic, though. Deals with Zekin with all too much ease. Doesn't even take any damage in that exchange.
Kind of a weird setup.
The possibility for GX on this B side.
He's on an angle with a Sheriff. The paranoia, I guess the paranoia is to counter the push instead of to try and set up the neon for more.
A little bit towards Link as GX rotate towards this A side. Cloud has been posted up in a safe position just to wait out any aggression that may have come from Sen. But
Sentinels just chilling though. They're in a stack.
Right now on this pistol round.
Good call from them. Expecting Giants to go to the other side.
A main now. Nearby for ball to keep them at bay, and they're going to step over that. A razor vine there.
What is Nere doing?
Nere just walks out into the open angle, and it's like John alone.
As well. Talk about a fine 2.
Oh my goodness. What a round from John.
Stunning 3-piece. That has now given Sen a chance to come up for air. And Celsius deals with the spike carrier. A round that felt all but lost there.
Absolute savior round from John.
I suppose Nere feeling like if he goes out, they wouldn't expect John to be behind that box as well. So sacrifices his life. And
yes.
John, he definitely made the most of it.
They never expect the second player to swing alone.
But listen, if there's anyone that could win a 1v2 right now for GX, it is Westside. He is white hot.
Arcrose confirms no presence in the side after the fact. Westside is pulled back now, though.
Okay, this plant is not great for him.
Be waiting within its depths now as Elsa's already got it to half.
Yeah.
It's a frosty reception.
That's a rough one for Giants. Feels like they probably should have won that, but they were a little bit hesitant swinging on John. Gave him too many ones.
Take a second half pistol.
That is such an outrageous series of kills from John. The second one, the adjustment to the jump connects the instant headshot. That is sick.
Ara literally jumped to try and allow the other player to swing in. Maybe the spacing
Yeah, pretty weird spacing from Giants too. I don't know why the second guy is jumping. The first guy is just swinging.
Idea's not totally aligned there. I mean, if Aura just swings out normal, he might have just gotten the instant trade.
Yeah, that one's tough for Giants.
A miss, and John hits some unreal shots to exploit it.
Pretty rough execution there.
Force it into heavy stingers after winning the pistol. Something that sort of changes the dynamic of the bonus round quite drastically, but allows them to buy up.
Yeah, interesting bonus buy from Sentinels. I kind of like this.
They just have the one bulldog for Bang who's posted up towards A main.
See it on this map a lot from them as well.
Kind of like this just because
yeah, it is typically on
you know that they're going to have to push into your close range fights on their first gun round at some point. So if you just have a bunch of stingers, kind of nice. They know he's here.
Oh my goodness, the right bails him out. Second has the wherewithal to pull out the classic and go for some right clicks. Oh yeah, classic NA.
Solid round.
I suppose. For those unaware, that's a thing.
And then when you lose the stingers, it's well, it's not too bad. It's not the biggest hit to the economy. You can just buy more stingers, so you're fine. That is the North American
hailing
way.
from the land of plenty. Just buy more stingers. Great setup here for Narrate, though. It ends up being a crossfire as GX know.
Whoa.
They know Zakin is in that corner. They look to dig him out, but expose themselves to that off angle.
That spam kind of salvages the situation a little bit.
Let's see what the plan is here from
Okay,
Sen.
3 stingers, a bulldog.
They are going to make a pretty fast approach down mid, it seems.
I feel like they can play this pretty normally. They don't need to get overly aggressive. It's very similar. Okay, this is where the Yoru actually has some real impact. They're going to have to come up with some way to counter this, because Giants are going to keep doing this every single round.
One nice little benefit of playing the Yoru against Sen. You know that
And now they actually have to keep eyes on A main, otherwise you can just walk in.
So that is immediately
super free.
Yeah, just off the map for Zelsis.
So change of tact here for GX. Flying off that B side.
Can Sentinels hear this? Looks like no. They're going to go bunker sites, which makes sense at this point.
Likely would leave this open for retake.
Should have the molly for a little bit of stall, and Zekin is actually posting up towards that link.
Yeah, the teleport to Cubby's good. Very, very strong. This is nice and methodical from Giants. I like this. This is definitely a good sign for them.
And a position taken up in tower. But remember, these are just stingers, with the exception of Bang's Bulldog.
There was really no opportunity for Sen to flood their players not in position. Zekin continually just smoked off. And now on the re-entry, they're going to have to deal with these thorns.
What utility do they have for retake? They've got the paranoia. Where's the paranoia coming from? Okay, it goes backside. Nice entries from Zekin and John.
You think we'll be dug out of this corner in a few moments. Economically, this is massive for Sentinels. A very cheap
Unfortunate for Giants, but that's probably going to be the map there.
Full retake. Zekin gets a lot of distance with the
really nice retake from Sentinels.
It's a backbreaker for GX.
Yeah, just the scaling is super good. Like
into the open to try and find the kill onto him, not expecting that a player would be right there. I mean, Bang gets an absolute free one on account of it. John out of his seat.
As you should be.
Yeah, what a round to win. Inflection point in this map. Yep. Honestly, this is where Sen might be able to just run away with the rest of the game.
And it's honestly
yeah, that was big. What's the ult cycle like? Nothing really to note.
But able to have a proof of concept here and an international, gonna feel good for them.
Narrate one off.
Nice
eye.
And an easy pick up for Zekin through all this smoke.
Get out of there, bro. Wow. Okay. They're just confident. Zekin's popping. Okay. Yep. Go next map. Go next map.
Give me that white ripper PvP, bro.
They will call a timeout.
Tough round, of course, for GX.
They do have a pretty big alt round coming out. So if you're Pipson, you're probably like, try and get the Fade ult. Try and use the Fade ult, Omen ult, Yoru ult together to steal this round.
you know, fade initiator. Surely that's an option here to answer this, like early pusher.
Really, outside of a couple of those early fight rounds from GX, mid has belonged to Sen this entire game.
Kings of mid, as we call them in NA right now.
Mid is so critical on Corrode that is just going to continue to give them the upper hand throughout.
Okay, so Giants still thinking that the device is here. It's not. That should be a key. We should probably go A. Either we need to go A or we need to go back B, and we need to bait the wall. But it's going to be hard because we've already used our clone.
In the early part of the round, they're really only interested in the extremities.
But yeah, you can probably just group up and hit A here, especially with the Yoru ults. Your team is not going to get stopped by Vice Util.
With that dimensional drift, can collect all of the info towards A, and if Cloud gets just one orb, we'll have the Nightfall as well. He has the spike right now, so maybe we'll see a scenario where this dimensional drift allows them to get the plant down, and then they can Nightfall to win out in the post plant.
It clears all of that. Scan.
Very chiseled.
Good para. Do paras. Good timing from Zekin through the smoke. Great anchor from Bang. And yeah, he's playing with a lot of confidence right now.
For the young gun. Another flawless for Sentinels, and 2 rounds away from a map take.
Playing with a lot of confidence right now.
Again, just so influential. The pace that Zekin is able to just get right over into this A site and fight off that Nightfall, catches one. Look at the teleport from Bang. That's insane, the adjustment. I mean, we rightly so talked a lot about how good Westside was anchoring. Bang is also on the anchor. One of the absolute best.
And it looks like the cue there for Sentinels is the dimensional drift that comes in from Ara. They know he's close by, and they just windmill slam that Nightfall onto the attackers, catch them out. Timeout here for GX. They've not had any control this half. They've not won any rounds, of course. It started with their loss in the pistol, and then a very unlikely loss in their first gun round against the triple stinger Bulldog Sheriff by. They need to stabilize, they need to settle. It's moments like this that really put teams in international debuts to the test.
Yeah, I think if you're Giants here,
every single player
just try and win like a few more rounds. If you just get destroyed 13-6, you don't win a single round on attack, going to the next map is going to feel really bad. Just momentum-wise, you need to fight for this one a little bit, I think. Otherwise, they're probably going to get rolled 2-0.
What the parameters should be for this GX attack side, and maybe at some point they've returned to trying to fight for mid a little bit, but they tried it once so far this half, and it caused Grabinho to get pinged out by a Horde and picked off instantly.
To be fair, that one time, that was just a buy where they had some lower weaponry, but they're just ignoring mid entirely again. They just want to hit this B site with the ultimates, it seems. Okay. Maybe some kind of cheeky Grabinho teleport behind with the Nightfall to cut off the audio.
Look, we've seen Ara get into that B site with a gate crash. There's been a TP forward. They can at least get their Omen and Yoru past that layer of stall util that we're seeing from John here. And you're right, Wyatt, you called it. Nightfall comes on in. They want to fight for this here.
Another great eye. I feel like Nere is just getting so many scans with his util.
Straight through the pit he goes. He's ready to throw down. Spot that Grabinho.
Good luck. Yeah. Good luck.
Should be on the label for this guy. Not quite the ace, but still, well, it's a show-stopping performance.
Yeah. Good reads from Sen. Good util.
Again, it is just the pace that Zekin is coming into these sites to assist the team anchoring. These straight-up hits from GX are getting absolutely stomped into the ground because the anchors are arriving on time. What a
that was
cool as well.
Really nice haunt. It was from middle, too. That's cool.
I mean, this is beautiful play, but again, it's this lack of any control of mid that is allowing Sen to just rotate so fast, flood in, support their anchors.
3 big ultimates up in that round for Sentinels, right? They've been sitting on those for quite a while. They've been getting a lot of kills, having a lot of success on this defense side. Far cry from what we've seen domestically from them. Looks like they've tightened the screws a little bit here.
Again, the scan. They just have nobody shooting this fade util.
Slide across mid. Sentinels encouraged here to slow the pace down a little. Finally, they've given some mid control.
I don't think I've seen so many scans on this half.
At this point, he's feeling himself.
Yeah, just a little bit of confidence. Flickless, unfortunately, peaks.
Nice double push.
Full A main control.
Recovery.
Well, Cloud gets onto A. Unfortunately, it's in a body bag. It narrates. Slots in 4 to kick off.
Wow.
Sentinels campaign
Very
here in
dominant.
Paris.
Very, very dominant.
Conservative. Looks like they really wanted to get their bearings early on Corrode, and then a perfect defense side to lock up the first map, 13-6.
That is an energizing open for the Sen City, who last we saw took a pretty tough.
All right. Well, good luck on Sunset.
Bouncing right back.
Oh, gotta watch out there. It's a pretty NA biased test, but we're gonna go over and see what Yinsu and our experts have to say to break down this first map.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Listen, in line of me going to the other side and that huddle, I think we're winning the game.
This guy's like, I actually can't.
Jordan's just on GIANTX, and I'm like, wow. hey, we're going on Reddit one way or another. Don't care.
It's kind of a beatdown. Kind of a beatdown. All right. I mean, Sentinels, their sunset has been lost to 2G, who have like the best neon in North America probably, and then lost to G2, which is, it is what it is. Beat Energy, mostly off of defense. Okay, so there's definitely a chance. There's definitely a chance GX can take this one. And then the last map is Haven? What was the last map? Haven, okay. So yeah, I mean they can definitely come back here, but they're gonna need a very strong showing. I think they need to start this map very quickly. They lose pistol. What side are they starting on? GX picks Sunset. I guess we don't know. Probably Sentinel starts on defense, I would guess. Guess we'll see. Ooh, and then what are tomorrow's games? Tomorrow we have Energy versus EDG, Liquid versus DRX. Okay. So I think Energy versus EDG is going to be really interesting. Because I think the team that wins this is going to have a good tournament. Team Liquid, I definitely favor over DRX. So this could be 2 quick 2-0s. Or we might have a really good first match. And then, honestly, I can see DRX putting up a fight. I don't really know what DRX we're going to see, though, because maybe maybe they're not playing with Estrella, and they've changed their IGL again back to Mako, I guess.
You guys didn't exactly exactly end stage 2 in NA the way you wanted to, but now we're feeling this renewed energy from Sentinels. Is it a new story here, and are they feeling all that energy because this is a global, this is a fresh new start for them?
Plenty of it is thanks to a global, thanks to champs. We're pumped, but it's also deliberate from the guys. You know, we walked away realizing our energy is a problem. We can be incredible if we choose to be, and they're choosing to be today.
And Hubert looking very healthy, very happy so far.
Yeah, I think he's lost a little weight. I might have to feed him some baguette. You know, gets a little hungry, but we'll see.
We'll see. To be continued. All right, thanks, Cap.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see Kaplan smile, but also welcome Cuba to the desk. How are we doing, Cuba?
I'm scared I'm going to knock him over and he'll have a tragic
Cuba, you want to
fall,
say anything?
Yeah.
No.
Based.
Put
Not
on
a
the
man.
mic.
Not a man of many words.
No. Yeah, I mean he's just sitting there looking pretty. It works. That's
He
his
does.
shtick.
I love the little Cuba. Mini Cuba is very, very cute. I also love the way the Sentinels were playing on Corrode. And speaking of, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one goes to John QT on the pistol round. I mean, this should have been, GX should have managed to close it out in a 5v3, surely.
Yeah, and this is coming in at a 6-6-F. It was close, and then John QT does this in a 5v3. They're down numbers after
this
losing
is
those early members, and he just
kind of a microcosm of the map, honestly.
And I think we often talk about how pivotal pistols are in halves, given that we play MR12. Like, this is a nightmare. Start for
we play MR13, Doug. You don't win by getting 12 rounds.
Yeah, the smoke was perfect. It was essentially unwinnable for Westside there. I don't know how we could have played that any differently.
Honestly, after that 3K, I think everything Sen did in the rest of that round was perfect. You know, there's no fault. And it almost feels like I love his angle. Oh, he's so cute. I love Cuba.
The voices are telling me to punch him right now.
No, he's been through enough.
Do it.
He's just a little guy. He's been through enough. Leave him alone.
I didn't say I was going to do it.
Leave him alone.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good.
I won't let this man hurt you.
Good, because I think you have to go through Doug and apparently Zekken if you want to get to Sen. Because
I'm not going to mess with Zekken.
No, and Doug, I don't think any of the GX players were messing with Zekken either, really.
No, and I will say this, Aura held up to him at the very beginning. I think he looked great, he looked competitive, but there were just so many situations where Zekken should not have been converting some of the multi-kills that he had. You think about the Bison in the first half where he walks away with 2-3 kills with a classic. And then you think about all the ult kills
Those Giants need to do.
The ult is a little bit different, but Zekken played with confidence.
Probably win a pistol.
And I think it's exactly what
Winning a pistol would definitely help.
There was a big difference in those brawls, right? The big team fights there, 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, when Zekken's on the front. He was just crushing on that front. And I think to R's credit, I think on the other side, I think when he was finding rounds where Sentinels were walking into him, he could actually find picks with the operator, but more often than not, he was being forced into a retake save, or Sentinels were seeing him and pivoting away and not letting him play.
Yeah, 6 out of 20 of his kills was his ult, by the way. That's insane. Absolutely love that from Zekken, but I want to hear what Coach Pipson had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here once again, and I'm here right now with Pipson of GIANTX. Now, that was a tough loss on the first map, but as I understand it, it's not exactly news for GIANTX, and EMEA fans would know that map 1 loss is quite common, and usually this is because you guys need a little bit of time to iron things out. Sometimes it can be a comms issue that they get a little muddled, so I'm curious, was this the case in map 1 against Sentinels, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, it's definitely similar things to what happened to us in EMEA, so we talked right now. I hope that it will be the same like it was in EMEA, and second and third map will be much better than the first one was, and we are going to end up winning.
Well, good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
It's so nice to hear from Pipson on the global stage, but he is right. For those of you that don't know, GX have had this big issue all year, which is looking terrible on map 1, throwing 5v3s, 5v2s, 5v1 one time as well. And then map 2.
How many times do they lose map 1? Curious.
Is there like a real thing that changes?
Lost.
Or is it just the map 2 glow
Obviously
up?
won.
I mean, you even heard it there from Pipson saying
Lost.
it's the same issues. They tend to over-communicate
Lost.
on map 1. They're very excited. They have too much energy.
Lost.
And there's no one sort of getting on top of saying, guys, calm down, relax.
Okay.
Which
Yes,
is funny
they've been
because
losing
we know
map 1 a
Groovy
lot.
doesn't, talk much. much, so probably just the other 4 screaming over each other a little bit. So I think now they've tasted what the stage is like, they can relax a little bit, they're going on to their map pick, and I am a big fan of their Sunset. I would love to know why they changed their comp on Corrode as well, but I don't anticipate them changing that much on Sunset.
Yeah,
they don't need to.
Yeah, you wanna keep them playing the breach and whatnot. I honestly think like part of it might just be that when you're coming in, and again, there is so much footage going against you and knowing there's going to be a lot of anti, like coming in with a different idea. I think a lot of teams will usually try to do this to just not be so readable coming into the event, but clearly Sentinels on their comfort zone of Corrode, that wasn't going to be a help for them.
And I'm curious to see, if there are any changes, since you mentioned that you want them to kind of keep it to their standard.
This is what I wanted to see.
The Neon Breach.
Okay, Neon Breach. Here we go.
Same. And so a lot of this
Neon Breach mirror match. Oh, fade over Sova.
Particularly on the defensive side, I think this.
I think I tend to favor Sova a little bit with the Neon Breach, but
starting where this does kind of favor Giants a bit.
Yeah, it does indeed, but we're still talking about
really just depends on how you play.
And if you look at it on the other side, this is almost best in slot. They're so comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And again, to me, my eyes just keep heading towards Zekken, because I think he plays such an active game on the Neon, obviously on the attack side too, but you have to be very worried for what he does in mid, especially.
Okay, so Giant starts defense.
Side. GIANTX need to be able to shut him down on those walks to tiles or the boosts up just on that mid ledge on the right side.
Yeah, and I know Grubby didn't have the best start on map 1, but he is an absolute menace on the defense sometimes here. His paranoia timings are fantastic. He's not afraid to get aggressive as well. I'm sure Sen's going to know this, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to abuse this as well, because Sen, Uber and Y on the verge of starting their champs run with a 2-0.
I'm sure Yinsu, they'll be very pleased with that. But, yeah, we're aware of the narrative of, GX struggling a little bit at the start of these series, although if you watch the Fnatic game, you wouldn't be aware of it. Sentinels, however, going to a map like Sunset, which, by the way, obviously great map for GX. It's probably their home map. They looked excellent here. We kind of thought Sentinels would too this year, right? In 2024, this was absolutely one of their go-tos. It looked fantastic, and it made its way back into the map pool when Toronto kicked off. And we did not see that same level from Sentinels here on Sunset, and since then, they've not really made it their own yet, I feel.
Yeah, they've been very mixed in terms of the results here.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons why it's a little bit worrying for Giants, is because this was a really good Sentinels map. Like, it should be a pretty good Sentinels map, but it has not been so far.
Best look. We're getting West Side on that Cypher where he thrives right now on the B anchor. A lot of damage through onto Bang. Gonna need some support.
Can't believe that nobody died.
Right now. Look at this. They've inserted Zekken onto the site. The rest of Sentinels have actually pulled out. Zekken might
They're gonna leave. Oh my gosh.
Really ruffle some feathers.
This is a nice call.
It all really remains to be seen on what the landscape looks like as this
I like this a lot, actually. He's getting so much info.
Re-smoke to be made, and Cloud diligently is looking to clear this corner very carefully, but Zekken is not looking towards his left.
So now they just have to go. Oh, that's a bad death from Grubino.
Who now can accelerate into the site and start to set up for a post-1.
Unfortunate that GX lose a player immediately after that, with some nice awareness from Cloud to pick off Zekken, the initial first kill. Zelsis ready to flash, maybe to fight towards spawn, but no, Sen going to call that off.
Because of the one-way likely.
He's just playing right now with that fault line towards Link when GX try to get back in here. They do have a good amount of breach util of their own to do so.
Zelsis still holding onto it. Veins starting to emerge on his forehead now. Patience, and release. It's onto the site now. Are the only player in though, and it's staggering.
Ooh, wow. Okay, I thought that was going to go way better.
Some sharp shooting. It's just not remotely
Zelsis is trying to be super patient, play this fault line off contact, but maybe held it a little too long.
Fantastic at playing around their breach utility on this map. This is still the map in the pool where breach is very much so relevant. It's the only map in the pool where breach actually has above 50% win rate against non-breach comps. So it makes sense that both teams are playing it here.
Zelsis swings from that box on A side, expecting there to be more players behind Ara. But actually GX...
Good start for Giants. I thought they were maybe going to get owned by that insert and leave.
Who later emerged, and the timing completely throws him off. Also, Ara just knocks heads together on the site. 3 kills for him.
It's a map, by the way, if you haven't seen Sen for a bit, where John is back to playing the Cypher, just straight up one-to-one swapping with Zelsis, who's now picking up that initiator, playing the breach. This is something that Sen have opted for since Toronto, going back to John's old role where he had so much success in 2024.
Yep. Oh, those are...
Okay, and a rare miss from Ara there. Actually allows for some of the mid-control to be assumed by Sentinels.
Okay, I mean, probably not going to punish from that, but maybe.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to
Should be a free kill.
any investment after losing the pistol when you know you're going up against Aura on defense. 100% of the time he's going to have the
full
outlaw.
armor.
Yeah, you need the full armor every single time you're going into that initial buy round.
Flickless here inside the site. This is awkward. Very awkward. Flickless able to get through though. Zekin for a moment. Thinking to remain towards top mid, but now it's going to be a large flood across here into market. West side not able to...
They don't have the best guns to hold this. Yeah, this is potentially a problem for them. Guardian, Outlaw together on site is super, super dangerous.
Running in numbers. And Acrobino with the Bulldog has to salvage the situation.
I feel like those two guns should never be on the same site together.
Goes in. Zelsis just
not
ready
good.
for that.
Here's Grubby though.
All right.
Much needed in Sentinels on nothing but classics. Once again, shilling the
Definitely a mistake.
Get that top mid control.
That early whiff came back to haunt him.
The GX players just not synced up at all here. Aura is caught in alone. Westside spent a bunch of time just spamming through that cage that was thrown in market so Sen could cross the site. So he's a little bit late to getting in to actually help Aura.
Yeah, the Guardian Outlaw buy on the same site is really bad.
And from there, I mean, GX, they just really mistime their players coming into Flood and assist. They're essentially all isolated in ones.
I don't hate this
position from Cloud could be crazy. It's one.
Zekin walks up into it.
I mean, worth, I guess.
Take their pint of blood early in the round. Nicely
Okay.
done by Westside.
Gotta be careful of this guy's sheriff.
So active in these early rounds.
This guy's sheriff is crazy.
Push up for info, take risks, and it's given them the edge. Even if not the rifle drop there in B main.
Now Westside hears all of these players running forward, catches one with the cam. GX are trying to be fast on this.
Yep. Oh boy. We've got ourselves a messy map.
Frustrating for Zelsis. He certainly would have felt stranded there. As the rest of Sentinels pulled the plug. Now have to try and work them out with only 2 players up. Now we're considering a double back here. Someone who's been very vocal, Wyatt, in saying that when he can contribute more to the ideas of this team, he feels like the game goes better, but he struggles when he's not performing well to have that voice.
Aura takes this contact, but that haunt ensures that Westside's position, I think, will be revealed. I couldn't tell actually if he broke that, if it was flickless. Regardless, Sen do not want to get into that B site. They know there are multiple players there.
What are they going to do? Are they going to save? Yeah, I mean,
in time to deal with John.
Sheriffs are...
Pull back now towards the middle of the map.
Sheriffs are crazy.
Oh,
Nice shots from Vino. Really good round from Westside.
From GX. And again, Sentinels try the same thing. Burst the pace onto that B site, but very heavily disrupted by the breach util of Flickless.
They're able to, I think, throw the guns around at the very end there too. Maybe get Flickless one? I couldn't tell. They were trying their best to recover all the weapons though. That was a great relay ball from Aura, who was getting into assist Westside so fast on that rotate.
Oh, we lost against Ico.
Can't blame the guy for being pleased about that. It feels like it's so hard to get bored watching
Zelsis a little bit. He stood up for their ego.
But he didn't know what to say, really, did he? He just sort of stood up. Grabinho, they're having problems standing on their feet right now, Sentinels. Cut down aggressively. Grabinho's able to push up
The
here.
Stingers, the American Stingers.
Still, with Sentinels committing all of the remaining resources to that elbow part of the map, it'll leave Zelsis limping away with a recovered Phantom. An 8 in the chamber.
Nice shot from
Pretty solid round from GX.
Very quick with that reaction. Sen just go for the NA Stinger rush, but GX a little bit too stacked up towards elbow.
Let's see. Does Ara get an op here? Does he have money for it?
Light work of that.
That's how it looked off the rip. The ping is very good. So
Yeah, nice dart by Cloud to set up his teammate.
No one ready for that one.
Cloud navigates all of that util pretty effectively.
Yo, shield down, sit down.
What was the first one? Shield down?
No, a little sit
shield
down.
Shield down.
A little sit down.
Chill down.
Sen,
Sit
well,
down.
we're getting into mid pretty quick. R's been able to pick up that operator quite early.
Okay, so he does get the op. Locks on the A line. Sentinels pressure middle. Now they're going to go back and reclear A.
Only a couple. They don't get the plant, obviously.
They should be expecting the op somewhere. And I guess it kind of has to be A because it wasn't middle, and they have the camera for B.
They avoided him entirely. This time, no, not the case. They've got Lenny, and of course, he can take this space aggressively, but Ara's going to repost up on this corner and might have a timing.
And the danger is where, you know, Aura's in a little
Where's Nary's util? Okay, he's got
west side is anchoring, and that is where he's at his absolute best, especially when he's
got
playing
Haunt.
Cypher.
They do have the option, of course, to try and
Has
play
ult.
top mid, pull the rotation through, and all this get gunned down.
very proactive from GX. I kind of like this. They're being very, very active in middle.
It feels very hard to bounce back from that. What, are you going to go back to the side that Ara's still posted up on?
Very cool from GX that they pivot into that high-low setup mid after assuming that Sen will be rotating away from A. Aura's reposted up towards L.
It also kind of looks like Sentinels maybe just has a game plan of like find the operator and then just go away from the up. Don't give this guy any chance to get picks.
You know, as a team, we'll always do something proactive.
So I wonder if GX kind of recognizes that's happening. Probably do.
Like that to get the man advantage.
I'm always really impressed.
And if that's the case, then they can kind of ante the ante a little bit
that GX can put together on defense.
and just show the op and then go stack the other side of the map.
Drilled to a T. But this team, right, who in this form we've only seen since, what, the end of stage one? Who, what, they won one game of kickoff? What, one game in stage one? Now they're at champs?
Yeah, they were 7th, 8th kickoff, finished 9th, 10th stage one, and now they're at champs. And that is also a testament to the impact of bringing in Aura and Flickless right at the end of that first stage. They make away with 3 rifles, saving on that prior round. Invested so heavily into this one, of course. They have that Nightfall to play around from Narrate, and they're just but one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder for Zelsis.
Okay, that was a TP across tiles by the looks of things by Bang. Smoke top mid here. This is already drawing that potential high-low setup across for GX, leaving A pretty lightly held.
But they're okay with that. It's Aura with the operator posted up. He's getting all of that information just by existing there.
Safe pair of hands for sure.
This drone heading into mid is going to at least spot out Zekin. These dark covers are going to need to be cycled yet again from Bang up towards top so Sen can safely maneuver around.
Stun their own prowler. Okay,
map.
so they didn't get really any information at A. Are they going to have to contact into this op? Sentinel's trying to get a little complicated here.
Do they just want to see if someone is over towards A? Are they going to make noise and then try to pivot back into a B?
All Giants has to do is just stay patient. Sentinels is trying to do way too much with this round.
A just yet.
This is not coordinated super well.
Comes back available, but Zach is going to go straight into market anyway. Sees the trip, clears it.
No, he gets killed. Wow. Center trying to pivot into some kind of crazy A split right now. A smoke is placed top left mid for Zelsis to maneuver in. Orso has this operator not spotted out. Dangerous
Ooh,
there, very dangerous.
another whiff from him though.
Shoulder peek. Those asking
Okay.
for more. And there's no opportunity to trade it back.
Good stun to set himself up.
The breach util gone, but most of it was already expended to the favor of GX now. We've got 12 seconds left in the
Oh my
round.
god, if they get the plant down.
My
Wow.
threatening to break the sound barriers. They hit that A side.
How did they win that
GX
round?
get drawn out into the town square.
What an insane execute from Sen. That's a crazy pivot back towards A.
That was super messy. I mean, Zelsis kind of won them the round with his mid pressure. He cut off half the players from rotating. Gave his teammates enough time to kind of force their way into the site. Yeah, that kill is huge.
But then emergence out of elbow and Sen just send it. They got no other choice. John is.
Wow, he went crazy.
Yeah, he's disgusting in some of those moments. I think the pistol 3-piece as well back on Corrode. Another moment memorable.
That was a very,
individual plays so far today.
very dangerous round.
I cannot believe that they won that out. Because Zekin goes down immediately and Market as well.
On Sunset right now, it feels like GX kind of locked down the entire map. They've got really good setup there in Market. It catches out Zekin. Ara's posted up on the A side of the map. Pretty reluctant, I think you are, to push into that kind of setup. Especially when, you might have a Prowler available to you or something like that. Seems like Sentinels just took that situation in their own hands. Raw gunplay on that A side allowed them to open it up. But that's not something that's replicable, right? That's not exactly a core strategy or heuristic that you're going to lean on over the course of this attack side. Sentinels need to make use of this timeout, which they've called.
Yeah, and to that point, yeah, it's Kaplan calling the timeout despite getting that round win.
Really?
It did kind of feel like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like they definitely got overly complicated there. They're not really setting Zekken up at all. This is a super important round, economy-wise and ult-wise.
Now we've seen from GX when they have a Hunter's Fury, they often like to send it into spawn just like this. R will push down Robinho through mid.
Yeah, they just get aggro out of the timeout. A classic. Classic play.
Got battered there by the Hunter's Fury, and Robinho winning in tiles is huge. It means that GX don't have to worry about the
Wait, don't do that, Flickless. I do not win. Yeah, they should have just gotten back after getting the first kill. Oh my god, what is happening in this round? What a mess.
That is a classic GX play right there.
Keep them coming, baby.
They love to use an aggressive early ult.
What a shot.
This is the exact round out of their playbook that we saw them use to win a round against Fnatic, for instance, in their matchup in the playoffs. This is what they excel at. Their strat book on Sunset is absolutely as dense as it gets.
And Sentinels have definitely seen that. Kaplan has definitely seen that. It didn't really seem to prepare them for it either way. What a nice look there for GX. Here's a fault line that'll force Cloud off the line, and in theory allow the cross back.
Nice counter util. Yeah, they're really struggling on this A side. They're not really sure what to do, honestly.
It's good to see Grabino.
I'm kind of surprised that they're not at least pressuring B. I mean, yeah, I don't know. They've just been middle and A the entire half, and it's looked pretty rough the whole time.
The buy here for Sentinels is tragic. They want to try and work the map a little bit, but they've got nothing done over at the B side. Ara is there with the op. They've sort of sniffed that out, I feel.
Rubino is still just posted up on this dark cover angle and knows he needs to get the hell out of here with his overdrive on the way.
Is he TPing? Yes, he gets out just in time.
Nice free stun.
Flickless though, sharp shooting, gets himself
Free stun from Zekken was great.
And crucially, Bank's still in play, so need a smoke to come back online.
Yeah, I mean,
they
don't seem to have quite enough punch to get through these chokes. Yikes. I mean, John almost clutches it out again.
But not enough for Sentinels. That's the 6th round to hand for GIANTX.
How dangerous was that, though? The spam to the smoke from John was crazy. He is on one right now.
That is a very insightful shoulder peek for Grabino.
This just never should have been that close. 4-on-2, he gets the 2K just spraying the smoke. All right.
Hey, you gotta be feeling good.
Gotta trash talk Sentinels, I suppose.
Much improved on Sunset. They're gonna thrust down mid again. They're going for an
Okay, I like this call a lot from Giants. This is nice, but now they need to chill. Now they need to chill.
Cannot get 10 seconds into the round with 5 players wide. They just can't do it.
This is just another play out of the GX strat book that we've seen from them before. And
They just need to chill. Just leave Cloud.
It's just the combination of their initiator util.
Okay, they're gonna help him get out. That's fine also.
There's a fault line that comes through B main that canvases all of bottom mid for Aura to fight.
They get the numbers advantage, they get out. Very nice.
They run the same plays and it just keeps on working.
And here's an neural theft for John. Sees all of this at top mid.
The second baited into that swing, and I mean, why not? Cloud was right there using that drone, obviously. Just good that he had support from Flickless.
Okay, I mean, there's an opening here. 40 seconds to work with.
Doubled his entire kill total in that
Are they going to pick the right site? They are.
Great outing up until this point. John has been making plenty of noise.
Depends on the timing. Okay. Perfect timing from Flickless. All right. I mean, GX looking good. That call was really nice because they'd already shown aggro once, but then they went back to playing more passively. And then right on the next gun round, aggro again. You're oftentimes not going to expect that, especially with no ults. Yeah, this is just nice. Especially with the paranoia from B, kind of forces them back into the spot where R is going to be coming. It was a good round.
So perfectly. And it's that fault line that comes from B main that just gets the entirety of bottom mid into lower tiles, which is even covered with a dark cover, so Aura doesn't need to focus on the left. He can just fight right.
It's all set up for him.
Good.
And in situations where we've seen GX, go for similar plays.
Second time out.
Aura notices that he's a little bit ahead of this util. He will
Sentinels
slow
trying
down.
to salvage.
This is so well drilled from this GX team. They set
Don't want to
Aura
get
up
10-2'd.
so
Kaplan looks stressed.
This is a hand wringer for Kaplan.
This is stuff that Sen, I think, are expecting. They absolutely should be. They knew Sunset would be in this pool. They're not going to ever take it out, and it's always going to be picked by GX. So they've seen them run this stuff. They know it's going to come eventually, but it's another thing to
I think the worrying thing from them is that they just don't look like they know where to be on attack. Like they've just been getting owned at A, and then their mid has had like zero impact.
Yep. But these teams definitely behaved as you would expect when it came to the veto. So now Sentinels have to.
They're going back to A, and they're going back into the breach and two other people. It's going to be
they are assertive, they are proactive,
super rough.
and they're more than happy to get into the face of America's number 3 seed.
Now Aura's picked up this outlaw, knowing that everyone on Sentinel's just going to be.
Yeah, I mean, they invest a bunch of util. They get stopped by a breach fault line. They're going to get insta-scouted with 4 people. Timing, great paranoia. Now they're trying to brute force this.
That was very, very dangerous for Flickless. He was getting stalled up by those bullet tags, slow movement.
Look at this contained by Aura, though. This push is so good.
Okay. I mean, GX, they know where Sen are hitting. They know that they're going A.
I mean,
Yeah, this line from Aura is incredible.
You probably just aren't used to being in some of these positions. Aura, in no hurry to push off that. Full trust in the rest of GX.
Goodbye, Gravino. Wait, how is he alive?
Swings for the fences. 2 kills cleaned up. Now Aura decides to get a little active. Catches Zelsis out.
Sentinel's getting owned.
Certainly works in his favor.
They're getting absolutely owned right now.
Flawless round and so many metrics there for GX. Untouchable on this defense side.
Yeah, they really do a lovely job of just fighting together on the side.
Sentinels just kind of looks like they don't know how to play attack on this map.
And second getting stalled up in the back box, that was essential.
Or maybe they haven't played against very much breach.
And obviously
That can't be right. I feel like all of America's plays breach.
Controlled by that outlaw, flanking out a B main and holding their exit. Yeah, that was somewhat important too. Just a comprehensively great round from GX, who are running away with their pick.
They're going to mid again.
Are struggling to adapt. Why
They've done zero B main pressure the entire half.
And Aura has actually kept this outlaw. Does have a few, 125 HP targets.
They're going to try and go into some market split.
John can have some confidence.
Okay, this is kind of nice coming through Boba at least. But they need to get. Okay, they get in. Get the first pick. Okay, this is nice. Yeah, you gotta actually pressure B. Gotta actually pressure B on this map.
Tells the whole story for Sentinels.
This is a pace adjustment from Sen that GX were not expecting. Crucial win from Gravino.
Ugly stuff with the stinger, but util in hand for when the right steps up to the plate. And now it's on Cloud and Flickless to make their way through a smoke down.
Sentinel's gonna make this 8-4. They definitely have a good chance of winning this. I feel like their defense will be a lot better.
Cloud wants to wrap around, has a lot to say across the stage so far this game. He'd love now to show some bite with the bark wide. Nice swing. Second down.
But if they lose this round, oh boy. Okay. All right, go next map. Go next map.
Unbelievable retake.
That is a really rough loss from Sentinels.
He gets that 1v1 against Zekin, ready for the swing from Narrate next. He is going insane on this map.
That is really nice. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The desk touched on it. By far the most experienced player on GX. 5 years of play, and is yet only 21 years old. And has to be the leader of this team. And I love that we're seeing him give it back to Sen.
Yeah. Oh, is he indicating we won a 2v3 against you, I think?
Like, Zelsis stood up after they won round 2, and since then, Cloud has just been giving it to him.
It's a 7-round gap between these two teams. And look at how far back Sentinels are playing early. They're expecting some nonsense because Hunter's Fury is active.
They might get 10-2'd here. This might be a beatdown, like 13-2 type of situation.
Being given more rope. Market probably the loosest held part of the map here for GX, along with top mid now that pressure's come in.
And after just an absolute all-star performance from Zekin on that map 1, here on map 2, he has been completely nullified by this GX defensive util. Has really had no opportunities for clean entries.
Baiting for Aura, kind of.
No ping though being set up just yet. Looks like the
Still, they're going to three people plus a breach.
Maneuvered his way into the site, ready to throw out some util, but Sen are ahead of
Yep,
him.
good bait. Good counter utility. They just kind of bait them into the choke point and then just dump all their util into it.
Sentinels are waiting on. In the last round of the half, Sentinels are unlikely to put much of a scratch on.
Yeah, I don't know. Was Sentinels playing this comp the entire year?
And face the music. I mean, look at that setup that they pivot into so quickly. Flickless set up to
What comp are they playing this map before?
The Hunter's Fury gets significant.
Yeah, they've been playing this comp the whole time. It doesn't look great. At least
They
not the attack. Maybe their defense will look a bit better, but they're probably not going to get very much chance to play defense.
Honestly, the protocols have been incredible, and so
I would 100% be picking this map against them.
kept Sentinels off their balance for the
If I was XLG.
Is GX at their best, without a doubt. It's on this Sunset map.
If they were to lose, or whoever plays Sentinels next, just pick Sunset. Pick Sunset against them.
Et je suis ravie d'accueillir à mes côtés deux stars espagnols. À ma droite, Lembo, à ma gauche, Sandra, deux streamers GIANTX. Guys, Lembo, Sandra, what a pleasure to welcome you here in Paris in those beautiful jerseys, supporting GIANTX, of course. And we've seen that on map 1 it was a bit tough, so who can you count on the most within the players? You know, when times are a bit difficult, to bring up the vibes in the team.
I think our little Westside, because he's the clutcher of the team.
I think that's pretty solid too. What about you, Lembo?
For me, Flintless is so important in the communication, and his calls are the winner.
Du coup, sur qui est-ce qu'on peut compter finalement quand c'est un peu compliqué? Ils ont perdu la map 1. Qui est-ce qui remonte un petit peu l'ambiance dans la team? Et bah, du côté de Lembo, c'est Westside et également Flickless qui sont là. On a le facteur Westside pour les clutches et aussi pour les calls, on a Westside. Donc on va ensuite pouvoir leur poser la deuxième question. I wanted also to ask you, because we know that French and Spanish fans are very passionate, you know. So what do you think about our French audience? How are the vibes so far?
I think Spanish and French people are the most enjoyer of the esports, the more passionate people cheering for the teams. We saw in many events the blue wall, and wow, it's excited to see them.
Really beautiful fan base, right? Donc on voit que les Français et les Espagnols sont tellement passionnés à propos de l'e-sport. Ils adorent ça, ils se déplacent pour les fans, etc. Et donc, qu'est-ce qui t'a impressionné finalement de la French audience? Et tout simplement, ils sont motivés, ils sont là, ils font du bruit, notamment le Blue Wall, les fans, Carmine. And now, let's see if GX can take the win on Sunset.
I mean, they should. They should be pretty unlosable at this point.
Coming out to France to cover some Valorant. They have a legendary crowd, so we know that. It's only going to get more lively, I guess, over the next few days. Let's talk this match, though. Coinbase Econ report for you right now. A couple of players we want to highlight. West side here. Remember, the Econ rating, it's a metric, right, that we measure.
Good recovery from Rubinho, too, after having a really rough Karud. That's good to see for Giants.
88.1, which is really quite high. This guy's been really rock solid, man.
He's been
controls that B side of the map.
Destroying Bang so far in this game in particular.
Everyone has been, unfortunately.
Yeah. but he is obviously on the defensive side at his best. But now that we're heading over towards the attack for GX, honestly, it feels a lot like the defense in the way of they play incredibly fast. You know, compared to the average in Europe, they plant the spike 10 seconds faster than all the other teams in stage 2. They send it. They have so many crazy fast executes where all of the utility sequences are perfect. All of their timings are hit. They're really incredible on this map.
Yeah, it feels like against GX you have to kind of beat them.
Group stage and the stadium's packed. Yeah, I mean the fans look good. I do hope that the stage. I hope they bring back like the cool light up stage that they had in LA and China, because the stage looks a little bit plain. I assume they will, probably for like the playoffs. Ooh, dodges the eye. Oh boy. Narrate, clutch.
To win that last engagement. It's a much-needed pistol round here for Sentinels. And it looks like nothing more than grim satisfaction on their faces. They're still reeling from that first half.
Yeah, I like their decision to go for such a heavy B fight. GX do like to go for a lot of splits, so they can just isolate a couple of those players in main, and then try to refight elsewhere.
Oh, the jump shot.
From the right. Important round for him. Some confidence for the young gun wouldn't hurt.
Second trying to keep the spirits high there. GX, no investment on this round 2.
Lock-in most of the days were empty. Yeah.
Narrate can collect a few kills. Sen could work towards an early
I
night.
mean, it's one of those things where it definitely depends on the teams that are playing, but also, I mean, that could be part of it, right? You've got Sentinels and PaperX on the same day. Pretty good chance there's going to be a lot of fans there, even in a country that neither one of them really represent.
Get the orbs. They can get towards that rolling thunder early. They've been able to get flickless.
The arenas are different for the later matches. Yeah, that makes sense. They like to do like the smaller crowd, smaller arena for the group stage, and then kind of really step it up for the playoffs, which makes sense. That's how it was at the previous champs as well.
Pretty slow, very default coded look here for GX, of course. Hoping for something to be offered up by Sentinels, who are pretty patient. But they're definitely more leaning into the B direction. They'll have anchoring presences here, including John once more ready to shut them down from Boba. Prowler from mid. That's now cleared. GX basically contained by this util usage, and now hitting the paranoia as they try and get out of market. John's there, Bulldog sings out, good damage. Cloud on the side, somehow able to win these very unlikely scenarios, but Ara is contained by Bang. Matches his freak, so to speak.
You do a little bit more damage, maybe?
It's caught on the side, Bang knows he's coming and is trained on that corner.
Oh,
still not enough
one
to get
more.
down there. Cloud getting some pretty ridiculous 1v1 moments.
Bang's having a rough map.
Convert on the pistol one.
GX will be super happy with that. They get the spike down, they get a couple kills, and it's Cloud, who's now one away from getting a Hunter's Fury. That's easily going to be the first ultimate that'll be used in this game. You'd have to imagine, right? So not too bad for them.
All right, let's see.
I think this team has drawn criticism from some
If Sentinels can win this round, then maybe there's a chance. Maybe there's a chance. Probably not, but maybe.
The start that we're looking for on the attack side anyway. Now we get to see a little bit though of what's cooking, what's under the dome for Cloud.
They really need Bang and Zekken to get going here.
Fault line set up if there's going to be some aggression from
missed
Sen
camera.
towards
Good
A
start.
main. The GX could go for a bit of a refight here, but it's just a safer cross setup.
Okay, investing the drone pretty early.
Fault line likely set up reactively here, or to set Ara up.
And now they can get more aggro with it, especially with that drone.
Can't really capitalize on this util.
So it's good reactive fault
Now they're just going to have to push pretty dry.
They really don't have any deep
Sentinel's giving up a huge amount of space. I don't really like how Sentinels is just giving up all of Elbow for free.
Slowing things down, getting into Elbow right now.
They don't really have information of top mid Sentinels here, so at some point they're going to have to start looking over their shoulders there at Link. Just giving that part of the map up.
I mean, they've got the Cypher cam watching middle, so they know that nobody's crossed.
Slow right now for GX. Hoping that someone from Sen will maybe overextend that.
Good prowler from Narrate confirms
I'm looking for decisive calling
something
on
is a little
this
bit
next
weird.
GX. Waiting until, of course, some of that key util cycles back.
Yeah, they get that fault line back up, and now it's go time.
Aura to the side, runs in and Narrate first. It's going to be Bang.
Really good first kill.
Bang gets ahead of that dark cover. Now the Paranoid comes
Wow. How does he win that?
on Narrate.
If they can get one more, this is definitely winnable.
The raid eventually falls,
Ooh.
and there it is. Nice little flash through the smoke. Little two-piece from GX now. Assume control of
I
the
feel
side.
like Bang could have maybe positioned a little bit better there.
Second,
timing
gets the opening with the outlaw.
Relay bomb might make things hard on the side. That's John downed. West side sharp as a
How is he alive?
And
All right.
Cloud
11-4. I mean, this should be it.
For 8 right now.
This should
Yeah,
be
we had
it.
15 rounds of play, White. 14 rounds of play.
That is an outrageous stat line. Thought it would be hard to beat seconds on map 1, but he might just do it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, some interesting classic moments as well. The first couple of rounds kept him in the game.
I love how Westside repositions for those fights there. Gets that kill on Narrate, then immediately gets back to play off contact. So
Yeah,
just
they manage it
really intelligent stuff from him.
Going from,
pretty well.
you know, bottom of the table in kickoff stage 2.
Looks like they're just gonna hit B.
Should be studied. GX.
Play post plant with the Sova ult.
Now we're finally getting to see what they made
I
of
like
this.
the call. Are they gonna go too deep?
John has the trip set up for backside control.
Playing
We'll see if
full
he's trying to make
retake
his way
Sentinels.
out at all.
Okay,
Second,
nice.
I know John
Good
does
read
get
from
that catch.
John.
Ara in the corner. Still a lot of side control for GX. Now they are deep. They can anchor in the post plant. Grabinho very mindful of a sort of off-timing push out of Boba, though.
And Zelsis, he does have that full kit to get back in. Narrate's still Prowlers to play with, the C's as well. Sen have all the tools.
Harness Fury, though. Cloud going to try and preempt this now and spots out Bang by the looks of things back towards spawn. John tagged out, has the dodge away.
Okay, no post plant. Hunter's Fury.
The clock. Need to get in here. Stinger there for Zelsis. Looks like
Gonna have to start spamming. Okay, spam kill.
Too shabby, but Zekin is up on the side and demanding some attention.
Okay,
from
Cloud.
And Narrate's got to step up in his absence.
Oh my god, Bang is having a terrible map. How does he lose that?
The round to bed. 12-4 for GX. Just dominant on Sunset.
If Sen can't get it done there, they
Bro,
can't get it
you
done
are a
at
fraud
all
for that
on
take
this
on
map.
something. He was legit Thanos today. Cool, he had a good map. I never said that he was a bad player. I don't think that he's the #1 player in the world. And maybe he will be, which is also cool.
Hits used from both of them, and that's still not enough. Even then, Flickless not in the ideal position for that 1v1.
Doesn't matter.
Adjustment wins it out. Mental play from him.
I feel like Haven is such a wild card map to look towards.
This should be over.
Sentinels have to have.
How are they going to use
put
this
in some
Narrate
extra
ult?
work there.
I guess maybe for
GX get to
retake.
Control the tempo. They look head and shoulders above.
Sen have just had no inroads on this map whatsoever. And it feels like the second they find some
You guys are
kind
so
of
funny.
advantage,
Like,
GX just absolutely
I remember a time when every single person in the entire Valorant scene thought that PaperX was a fraudulent team because they could only play aggressively, and I was like the only person making videos talking about how cool they were. But I guess that was 3 years ago when you were probably still in diapers, so
yeah, cosmetic stun.
unlucky.
Yeah, just one taps him. Cool. That is crazy.
8 and 16.
And now after pressuring mid, GX is going to go back. meet
Probably
the
hadn't
rest of their teammates in B.
probably
They try to
hadn't
close this
developed
game out.
object permanence at that point.
Two pretty one-sided maps back-to-back. If this round goes the way we expect it to. Some volatility's been introduced into this series. Okay, TP there from Bang. That gets him set up in Boba nice and early. Johnny's in that corner, and Ara not able to fully clear it. Still suspicious, mind you. But John will have the drop on the side. Cloud with the plant now.
The plant for
Forced
free.
out of the cubby by that arc shot from John.
This position from Ara is crazy.
He does not want to show himself. I get it, but Ara and Cloud already racking him.
All right,
And John eventually falls.
go next.
Justice Peas in, gets one with a rolling thunder.
Go next.
And Sentinels, well, they let the keys in the car. They didn't turn
All right,
up the sunset over
Haven
your
will be
view.
interesting.
Invisible. GX
What does Giants play on Haven?
absolutely flatten them. Straight out of the gates.
They probably play standard, right?
Leaves the American squad
Yeah.
absolutely
They
reeling.
play Breach, Neon. Okay, and Sentinels last played the Viper comp, which should beat this one pretty easily, but we will see. It's always been a little bit of a sketchy map for Zekken, I feel like. But
the game plans that they have coming into this are beautiful.
Lot to talk about here. We'll go for a quick break, then we'll bounce back, and the analysts are going to get us ready for a
good bounce back from Giants. Now Sentinels just needs to recover mentally from getting owned.
Say nice try. Oh, we lost against Eco. Yo, shield down, sit down. Oh. What are we doing, boys?
I mean, this would be huge. This would be a huge upset.
It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back. I guess what I've been looking for success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
Are your Valorant esports instincts next level?
All right. I'll be back in 5 minutes or so. And we'll watch the last map of the day.
the GX bundle. Let's go. I'm not biased at all. Go on, join me. Join me.
You know what? I'll admit when our team is bested. We've been owned. I fear.
And holy smokes, were they bested?
Yeah.
It looked brutal. I mean, there were so many parts of the game where it felt like you had a lot of these players who historically do step up when things look bad. John delivered. He did his best, especially in the first half, to drag them over the halfway line. But everything after that was just rough.
And yeah, and there's a reason why EMEA fans are so excited about Flickless playing Initiator agents. He was so good on Breach. It actually annoys me that they took him off of it for Corrode. You never know what could have happened. But this is just classic Flickless playing at his best.
I mean, I think Flickless util was absolutely on point. I think the combination of him and Cloud, what they were able to do in terms of like the
This is these two big underperformance this game. I mean, they didn't really give Zekken much help, but Bang was constantly whiffing shots.
So nice from the team. And I think it all started on the pistol round for them on a nice retake.
Hello, Yosh. How are you?
And we're like, oh no, this could be ugly. Right. But still, the West Side Sheriff is just the best in the game. Gets a couple of kills up in main and there, so it ended up equalizing the half for them. And just continues to prove how good GIANTX are with the pistols.
Yeah, and there was something about watching that round play out where you saw the first pick by GIANTX and went, I don't like this. This has bad feeling written all over it. And sure enough, that bad feeling never really dissipated. It never really went away.
And then I think we ended up seeing them get to run a lot of these set plays later on. A lot of these aggro looks here. A little crunch maneuver, seeing the Neon through main. While Groovy goes down into tiles, and I think even once they froze, right, they didn't fall out of space. A lot of teams would take that fight and fall away. GIANTX just stuck to their guns up in there, and it was this brawl that came after that initial fight that went so well.
Yeah, and I think there were 2, maybe 3 big looks like this, but then they also had a bunch of these little like micro traps at the beginning of the round where Groovy.
Yeah, I think against the the Breach Neon, I think you like almost have to be playing your. You want to have a good attack side.
Sentinels doorstep, and they couldn't find a way to navigate around it.
And what I love
Or
about these rounds, so we just saw
Waylay,
round 7 and round 9,
or
and it's both of these
Chamber,
really
something to defuse the traps.
I love because in round 8, it's when Sentinels played that painstakingly slow round where they almost lose on time. They plant with like 10 seconds left.
Oh yeah.
And it's surrounding that Cloud goes go go go.
Yeah, well, let's not live in the past because we're heading to Haven. This is going to be the decider. And again, GX have such a old school way of interpreting this map, and it works for them.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And I think
Okay,
matching up against Sentinels,
this should be a good test for Sentinels because this is comfort for Giants, but their comp should, in theory, be much better. This should be very easy for them to win on attack if they play this correctly.
Whether or not GIANTX can prove that they can force out Sentinels from that space early on. Otherwise, it gives Sentinels so much control over the map.
I think on the other side of the map, you'll expect GIANTX to take control of C long a lot. Yunsu, I think you were the one who were mentioning it. They're very comfortable with the flash dash, or the slide, I guess.
Yes.
But that idea of establishing control early on, very similar to what we saw in Sunset. The thing about Haven, though, is that it's a 3-side map. It feels a lot bigger. There are less places to get.
What the heck is going on there?
Oh, I would love to know. But all I'm going to say is, GX, if you can hear me, they're going to go B.
How did he get it? But yeah.
Be prepared for B. Yes, Uber and Wire, please give us something normal.
Save us.
Okay, well, I don't really see the problem with trying to provide Cubit with sustenance. That is pretty reasonable. I don't think he's got the anatomy to down a baguette, which is fine. Maybe puts him at a disadvantage out here in Paris, but hey, at least Kaplan is trying to feed the guy. I think he'd like to see more Sentinels rounds, though. I think that would be very beneficial.
Okay, Sentinels should be looking to probably get like 7 to 8 rounds here, I think.
Sentinels, look, I mean, I'm going to talk about that last series of their playoff run in NA. They looked dead. They struggled to bounce back from the beating they'd suffered. Sunset looked just like that. So do they have what it takes to dig deep here and show us a great Haven?
A map that we haven't seen much of them on in Stage 2, but they have gone to this double controller comp. Aura, does he dare swing? No, dark cover. Zekken wants to go in, though, off that recon.
All right, men at the door. Zekken bypasses them entirely.
Little fake into a C split. Okay. Is the push going to catch Nary? No. Okay. This is looking really good for Sentinels.
And the site swarming with red.
Yeah, just a Sheriff bullet penetration going through default box. Now 2 players from GX are doing face onto Zelsis.
Good jiggle.
Want to take that duel right now, though. He can just Take things easy, slow down.
What do I think the score of this map is going to be? Well, kind of depends on this pistol. But if Sentinels play this comp correctly, they should probably win like 13-6, 13-7.
Still, a mildly furrowed brow for Sens fans. That could have gone either way.
That was an interesting little round. I mean, that's a pretty classic move on a pistol. Try to sell that B fake with your Neon who can get in, get out, pivot into the C split through garage. Drone tags on the west side, and then he's lit up back box. Cool.
Nah, this is nice. This is a good pistol from Sentinels.
That's a nice part of having the Sheriff, though, on these pistol rounds, is that you can actually shoot through that default box.
How does Grabinho put that quick two-piece together? Dangerous as always, but Sentinels at least get their pistol. That's what they came for. Nice little pivot there into C.
So we have this gamble sack from GX that is based on this paranoia from Grabinho. If there's noise long, going to throw that out, and 3 players are ready to swing. But it seems like Sen are probably going to be dodging that unless they go for maybe a late.
Are they going to come back into C?
I don't know if Narrate liked what he saw off that recon. There was no Al drone.
Okay, they're going to go use drone A. If they see nobody, they probably should just go A here.
Spike is being left. Very much a default look for Sentinels, and they are so... I mean, I think Cloud has kind of put the fear of God in them here about turning up in random places on those eco rounds, so Sen have to be...
Yeah, okay. This makes sense. Just go A. You've cleared enough with the drone.
Clearing really thoroughly.
Let the Outlaw take early contact. I don't love that Zelsis is alone with a Stinger in middle.
After that, drone was early, second caught, but quickly gets that shot.
Okay, no reaction. You guys should feel very comfortable going into site now. They do invest the paranoia.
Now though, GX are going to have to play the A-side retake, always difficult with nothing brought up.
Okay.
They do have all the
This round is over.
spend, but the gamble stack does not eventuate.
See how many orbs Sentinels can get out of this. They do have Zelsis in a good spot.
Played a little wrap through.
And honestly, prioritizing his ult here makes a lot of sense.
Center at with Haven in terms of their map pool right now. You know, map pool was something that Kaplan discussed heavily as an aspect of the game that they need to work on heading into these global events to actually
at least it's an
get
orb.
a trophy. And they played Haven twice in the
Okay, Giant's going to die Spike, so Sentinels doesn't get actually that much value out of this round.
Season part.
And their buy for the bonus is going to be a little weird. They are forcing Giants to have full armor though, which is good.
Moderate success. They're sitting at a 3-2 record in stage 2. Beat Na'Vi a couple times here. So it's really tough, I think, to try to match this.
Is it early morning? No, it's like noon.
And I
Lunchtime.
think also we've got to take this map into context of the rest of the series. What we've seen so far from GX when they get that lead, when they start to build that momentum. They look to be really good at just strangling you out of a game. On the defense side, that we've not really seen anything special
so they
from
buy
them.
up
No real set plays, but this is the kind of round where they should
some
start
rifles.
to rear their heads. The Sentinels, of course, still have a Stinger Bulldog Outlaw in the round.
Zelsis does fully invest into getting that Vandal. Early recon, certainly going to be broken. Cloud taking the opportunity to spam through that standard A-long.
3 players A in front of the wall.
Claim this space easily.
So far, and this is small sample size of rounds, GX are a little less proactive. Again, it's a 3-site map. You're spread a little bit more thin. Losing a player on the extremity hurts a lot more than it would on Sunset. For
Okay, early reclear by
There's always
Cloud.
always someone else to back them up.
Will they rotate off of A?
2 or even a 3-1-1.
They did not reclear long at all. But okay, once the camera gets broken, it will rotate.
Will anyone actually be here in time to assist him though?
Kind of like a delayed hit, which is a little weird from Sentinels.
Okay, well, they've got presence though. You'll notice that he's been joined by Grabinho. Plenty of GX players here now. They're going to be lit as they come around the corner. Zekin, no tracks back and then forward.
Wow.
Have the better of Ara. But the guy is a little too quick with it. West side, backside, corner.
Okay. Nicely handled from Sentinels. They're very methodical with how they come into sight. They're super aware of counter util, it looks like. And they do a really good job of trying to like pump fake the first time they go in.
Really slow things down, but then eventually I do feel that kind of played to their advantage.
Definitely gives the other team a chance to collect in.
At the end there,
But
Cloud even caught by Narrate.
if you don't have really good discipline, you're not expecting it, then you're just going to use all your util, and they can hit back into you.
Bonus round converted for Sen. Yeah, it's this late recon comes through. And GX, they really, feels like they kind of try to overfight there, you know, with that double swing coming back default.
Yeah, because they feel committed, because they use all their util. They feel like they have to be taking the fight.
Thrown back sight after the drone had given them front sight.
It's hard not to do that.
That's a deep cut, John. Any knowers? Okay, so sending out pretty slow. They work slowly enough that Ara's able to get in there as well. GX maybe just not ready for that tempo.
On this round, GX looks like they maybe want to explore down mid, try something more proactive, which has not been the case for them so far on Haven, in contrast to the style that they had on Sunset.
Okay, they clear long with drone. Bang is going to take a timing. Maybe? No, you don't want to go alone against Eco. They're just going to regroup and go C.
To the side that they think Sen's going to land on, as opposed to trying to get early info pushes. They're not doing any.
Hopefully they don't even split this. I think they should just go heavy C. Either all go garage or all go C. Maybe one person droning garage is fine.
And honestly, that lurk wall over on the B side of the map will keep a few of them there.
This game as well, I will say it's an interesting clash of styles with the two approaches here to Neon. Westside has made his way into this backside, but should be cleaned up.
That was nice.
It's this double
tanking the trip with the drone, just walking through it. That's up a little bit of an early timing.
Running Neon on Haven, where you're running double initiator with Breach and Sova. And I think a lot of people do have concerns when they see teams picking Breach on maps that aren't Sunset right now. And I do think that's valid. But GX have shown a real proficiency with that agent still.
Yeah, I mean, Breach on this map is just terrible. Like, you should not be playing this agent on this map anymore, I don't think.
They're certainly going to have to be if they want to win this map against Sen, who are going to be at 4.
So, this, like I said, this should be a fairly easy game if Sentinels just plays correctly. And so far, they're doing a good job.
Out of garage, and lockdown is pretty awesome to force retake circumstances on that A side especially, which is so hard to get back into. But GX here don't really see any way to make an inroads on the map. Cloud always seems to just fare a particular way late in the round.
Again, full death, the spike. I mean, Sentinel's money has to be unbelievable right now.
All right, let's see if GX can finally stop this run of rounds the Sentinels have been on, winning both the pistol and the bonus.
They've got people on 8K.
Obviously gives you a crazy advantage in the series.
This should just be. This should be very difficult for GX to even get to 5 rounds. Maybe even 4 will be hard at this point.
On defense, him just being able to control space somewhere so they can rotate elsewhere with the rest of the players.
Heavy investment in the op.
Now it is a little tough at times when you're playing against this Viper. Having to deal with the wall does make the angles on a bit more difficult.
They do a good job pushing through the wall, but at least they can lock this.
Definitely feel like the
but he doesn't feel comfortable just posting.
Drastically when Ara has a scope weapon in hand.
He needs to be posted, otherwise they can't really leave. I do like the trip at A though.
Similar to what we've seen before,
that watches his flank.
Recon has been the cadence. Backside, we're just gonna see some of those corners cleared, and Sentinels
threatening C.
Seen or not seen enough.
Yeah, they want to slow things down. The rotate has been drawn very
Okay, they're going to come back and re-clear this operator now, I assume. Or are they just going to hit B?
On a previous round when they sent that sequence of utility
this
on
also could just be a read that, hey, if we show heavy pressure C, B is going to be very open. So this is a good, good pivot. This is like the Gen G classic right now. They're going to fake it. They're going to fake it and go back C. This is actually insane calling from Sentinels. This is really good. Really nice.
They have just been baited into all of these angles. Aura is absolutely going to be saving this.
I think
really excellent calling there.
This might be a fast one.
Just activating that same early util on C that drew all.
We're obviously going to get a timeout here. Going to lose the op. The adjustment has to be. I mean, they have to just have stronger A control. They really need to just take A lobby, put the operator on C probably, take A lobby, I guess you could bring the neon with you and post, but you have to be in front of the wall. You can't just be playing in short.
Still the GX, maybe that's
Not
something
good
that also,
enough.
like, has come up to them in VOD review, because it is something that Sen likes to mix in. Just a point of tension in this game where, for whatever reason, they are convinced that...
We'll see what Giants' adjustment is, but I think they basically... They have to force A lobby and then just kind of be okay with Sentinels hitting C and then maybe flanking behind them. But you also have to be patient.
What needs to be fixed in this timeout.
What's made GX so effective on defense is their ability to call rounds where they fully disrupt the plans of the attackers. So far, that just hasn't happened.
No, they've been trying to gamble stack sites.
They've been trying to gamble on some of the eco rounds, and they've been trying to flood on the buy rounds. We saw
Yeah,
that
you can't just sit in sight against this comp on this map.
Right? And so far, that
Impossible to play.
It's just resulted in John having free reign across the map to lead his team and execute the plans perfectly.
How safe is it, though, to be pushing off these sites as individuals or duos for this early info, for this disruptive potential? There's been no defensive pops, right? There's been no sort of very aggressive early round movements.
They might not adjust this round just because they don't have a very good buy.
At some point here, I would like to see them do something active towards mid.
I definitely don't like mid pushing.
I do think they're going to do it here with this half buy that they've got going.
Now, there's no KJ turret set up to see this.
Oh wow! So that's a recon paranoia with
Yeah,
a
so
stun
they just
from
full
Aura
fight
into
A.
window. All of Sendo, they're stacked up towards this seaside. Site is going to be totally free. Yeah, him teleporting up top.
A little too free.
Double face back Site,
Looks like the orb is actually not good from John.
Held by a single GX player who is indexed in that mid play.
Yep.
I don't know if their lineup is bad.
Map control over, allowed to contain, but there's no pressure coming from C Long because there's KJ util that can obviously read it as it comes.
Until Sen begins to choke. I don't think they're going to choke. I think this is just way too easy to play.
He's back.
On such low HP.
Ara and Cloud.
It's way too easy to play against this comp.
About this round, I suspect. Just as likely to disappear in a puff of smoke. Set up inside Garage here, and once again, there will be a player late in the round for Sentinels trying to punish this. But no one's looking in Zelsa's direction, and yet Cloud whips on him. Pretty unconvincing stuff for GX there. Set play attempted, no result yielded.
Certainly not mad at the attempt, though. I want to see them go for plays like that.
Yeah, but how does that condition them now?
But a little insult to injury. Is that Celsius even at the end there with a kill and the death? Now has a lockdown for this buy round. They have the Hunter's Fury with the lockdown to put GX on an eco again.
GX have to play ahead of that lockdown potential. They still have an op to hand, I would think. At least the option to go for one.
Maybe if, Cloud is one away from his Hunter's Fury, so that's the natural counter to the lockdown if he can get an orb somewhere.
Okay, so they finally go aggressive A.
Cross from Bang, but he's caught. He's stunned.
Okay, well, Sentinels conditioned to a little bit of a slower early round from
Finally go
GX.
aggressive A, but are they going to push all the way through? The answer is no.
They can still play.
So their info is not fast enough.
Stronger A fight from GX. I do like to see that, but this is a good response from Sen. They have gone so quickly towards this C side. Can GX flood in to support West side now?
West side Tux gets the perfect drop, and Zekin is lit inside that cage. Too easy for the Cypher, and finally West side gets himself onto the board kill-wise. John, not the timing would have hoped for, I suspect. And now Narrate.
Ooh. Okay, good round from Giants. Getting aggressive, pays off immediately.
Signs of life.
Let's see, they need to keep shutting down the A lobby. Hopefully that was not just an anti for the KJ lockdown. Hopefully they just continue to play aggro in the lobby.
They are completely caught off by that breach util. And then GX recognizing that there was that fast pivot to C coming. Westside gets all the way deep towards Plat, gets the cages up, allows his teammates to flood back in. That's a perfect defensive round.
A good example of how that util perfectly facilitates.
And now look, they want to get aggro towards mid again. It's that play.
Nah, I don't like
relay
this.
bolt, paranoia, and
Narrate takes the space back though. He's there in the second Wyatt.
It's going to be a messy round.
Just impales himself on his own sword by the looks of things, but there's that Hunter's Fury that comes off for GX, a big part of their early aggressive play. Zekin's got to get across the window, lucky to be alive, but could still be spammed down. It's Grabino.
Okay, so I mean they do fully commit to pushing, which is fine, good. I still think they should probably be prioing A more. I don't love the mid push as much, but
Very different. A crucial pickup for Flickless.
Yeah. The Genji comp, is just purely better at this map than the old school Breach comp. Like, I'd be really curious to know what the actual win rate is between the two of them, but I can't imagine that if a team is playing the Genji comp well, that it should basically ever lose to this Breach comp.
This is the play they ran on that prior half by. This time Sen were in the region they needed them to be towards window. It's that Hunter's Fury that Cloud throws in to get the trade when Aura goes down. Hits Bang as well, brings him to half HP, and they're pushing out of A. And they're
Okay,
pushing out of
four-person A. This is good. This is a good adjustment. Good timeout from the Giants coach.
I considered picking up an op a couple rounds ago. Opted for the rifle. The GX haven't really needed to play the passive line.
Yeah, you need just heavy commitment. Shut down the A. Yep, very good. Oh, check your corner. Didn't check his corner.
That's all he's going to get. That's the best he
But
can do to give John a
still
shot
good.
in this round. The money starting to dwindle.
Giants was 4-2 against the Genji comp, or just on this map. But also, a lot of teams don't play the Genji comp correctly.
Capture the pace of the game and take it over. Feels like these past 3 rounds have been faster than an entire buy round.
But like, I feel like if you were to take Genji specifically and put them against Giants on this map 100 times, Genji would probably win like 95 out of 100.
Like he said after the first, 5 more to go. Well, they've managed to cut this lead in half.
5 also the number of ults that Sentinels have coming into this next 5. But hell, they've had a lot of them for a while.
Yeah, this has been a very good adjustment from them. They're at least doing the right thing macro-wise to play against this comp.
You think Bang is trying to find a way to play in response to this raw aggression from GX?
And Sentinel's response to this should probably just be to start insta-hitting C.
With trigger discipline able to take 2 and then not convert any further. It's got to be a timeout here for Sentinels.
They should just be immediately hitting C, or they should be potentially playing super passive in spawn and then hitting B. Those are basically like the 2 responses I think that Sentinels should be making here.
In these early rounds, push up, make it hard for Sentinels to work the map passively, and then
I'm also curious to see whether Giants changed anything, because
was being less populated by defenders.
now you probably
Sentinels are the ones that have to pivot now. They need to start.
You probably want to show the breach stun and aggro on A, maybe post the operator, get the neon coming all the way up into lobby and posting from like super push lobby, and then just stack C.
They're up 6-0. Every round was so effortless.
Full Cypher utility on B. Okay, so they decided to put the Cypher on A. Sentinel's just going to hit A. Maybe.
One out purely on strength of those alone, so we'll see.
And now it looks like GX, they have a play to go down long. There's going to be a
yeah, I do like Giants' adjustment here. Getting aggressive on C, I think, is a pretty good call. Yeah. Because the 2 options that Sentinels are going to do is basically what they're doing now, that I would expect them to be a bit more passive, or to go C.
Based on where that spike's been left, Zelsis needs to stay alive for this lockdown to be a factor in this round. He has to know Westside is playing close. Wins it out. That is an important correction. A flick to the head. That downs the enemy Cypher. Now does A-side starting to crumble.
Wow.
Crack for Grabinho. Emerges with 2 very important kills. That is going to put GX
huge 2v2.
A real one now. Ara gets close, wants to challenge it. Bang cannot keep up. It's
Oh,
too
he
pacey.
dinked him.
Headshot though, dink onto Ara. Doesn't.
I know. Wow. I mean, Zekin kind of panicked a little bit, popped his ult there.
And the overdrive will claim the final frag.
Second wanted to use his own ultimate, but
Does Champs VOD help during practice sessions before stage 1? I mean, just watching games always helps. Seeing what people are doing, getting ideas, seeing what mistakes people are making. The more you watch, the more you learn, for sure.
And such a cool team to watch. John is isolated on that C side of the map. He goes down, and then of course Sen feel like.
Okay, this has been good calling. Really, really good coaching stuff from Pipson.
By the way, that 2-piece he had was so sick.
I feel like Giants has been making some very good adjustments.
He is doing that. even in these like eco scenarios.
Yeah, again, and started so slow map 1, Grabinho, but he didn't let it get to his head. He has stepped up both Haven and Sunset.
Now they seem to think that this gap in middle is like really important. I don't necessarily agree,
Those have been defense side wins.
but it could be a Sentinel specific thing where this mid gap is open all the time. Against Gen G, this would be getting punished a bunch.
In the round where they can slowly work the map and set it up, and this won't spot Ara out. Honestly, this is an insane spot to be set up.
This could just be a straight up anti thing.
Right now. John's gonna die to this.
Oh boy.
John, please! Oh, he just doesn't know what hit him. Narrate there under extreme pressure as well. Zekin trying to respond.
If he gets out here, this is huge.
Masterful.
He can just leave. Look at the A site, by the way. There are 2 Sen players in there.
And they drop and teleport? No, Bang doesn't have ult.
GX were fully expecting a seaside hit.
But they're not going to get to cross for free. They've got to get past Cloud, and then final boss Ara is waiting there towards mid-window.
This is so bizarre. I mean, look at
what a weird round.
Time and short, bang, deep into spawn.
What a weird round.
They still need to get the spike to his side.
They're going to be Ara. They can't get past him. Second slides in, and he takes matters into his own hands.
Go see. Nice. Good call. Go see, go see, go see.
We'll send them to see a site they've got little info, but can sort of guess that it's bereft of defenders. Zekin has to stick this. No choice.
Caught by the trip, doesn't matter.
Okay, this is still winnable from Sentinels. Is he gonna ult? Yeah, he is gonna ult. Okay, they're trying to buy themselves space. Does Giants go fast? No, they have to fall back. Okay, they're both getting aggro.
Doesn't want to overpush there.
Ooh, Zelsis, careful.
Zelsis also has to play a little bit slower.
Yeah, now GX, they have to think someone could be positioned in garage right now. Surely.
They're not checking for it. No one's okay.
Westside's holding.
See the barrel, yes,
okay.
Puts it out.
Good discipline.
Oh god, you hate to be in this spot. Has to play long in the post plant. Tough to really spam this down. Grabinho on spike and Zekin's not 100% sure exactly where he is.
Wait, they're lining up. Oh my god, they lined up. Oh my god, they lined up. That's such a big mistake from Westside.
You've got to be joking. No one from GX can connect the shot, and Zekin sprays them all down.
That's such a mistake from Westside to go stand directly in front of him.
That's how this run of rounds for GX ends. They're in a 3-on-1. They got the lockdown out.
Well, they needed a bit of magic, Quiet.
Kaplan is mad.
Kaplan made a gesture like, I'll take it. Not how I wanted it to happen, but I'll take it.
Yeah, well, this can just be credited to the individual. That's just fine for Sen fans. Now they're still in that Hunter's Fury.
Okay, so Giants won 4 in a row playing aggro A and have since gone away from it and have lost. And if they lose this round, they will have lost 8 rounds not playing aggro A.
To check if it's the real deal.
And won 4 rounds playing aggro A. So we'll see.
Viper's peek here, thrown inside B. Grabinho now going to be decayed down if he lingers for too long. And Senna just headed elsewhere, leaving John behind to kick this pit up. But eventually he's going to leave too.
Westside on the angle. No, Celsius is coming. He saw the barrel.
They're committed.
Use that cage to get back towards Plat. Wants to reposition.
That is.
Too early. No one there to help.
Really exposed himself.
That is a big mistake. Both of those players making big mistakes. That was some rookie repositioning.
Low HP, narrate wins that out.
Foot off the gas so far for GIANTX. Serving this round over to Sentinels. And Cloud, the IGL needs to get into the side in the 1v3, already down to 70.
Okay.
So it was good for 1.
There's a chance. There is a chance here. Oh. Okay, yeah, like I said, 8 rounds. Pretty free comp diff. I don't really know why Giants went away from their adjustment, because it was working. And then they just went back to playing how they were and lost every round. So if I'm Giants coaching staff, I'm probably a little bit upset with how that half ended.
Good recovery on the hand, baby. Good recovery.
All right. Last half. Winner goes to the decider. The play against PaperX. And so far, from what I've seen, I think both of these teams get kind of mopped by PaperX. I think I would definitely favor Sentinels over Giant against PaperX, but probably both of them are not going to do too well.
Top of the second half of Haven about to come at you, folks. It is GIANTX, the number 2 seed out of EMEA, versus Sentinels, who frankly limped into champions this year. A lot to prove after a 4th place finish last year and then a pretty significant roster change. That saw the infusion of some younger blood in the roster. Narrate had to hit the ground running with this team. Now, every round that GX win on that defense side, it's paired with an aggressive pop, a moment of unexpected volatility from GX, and Ara is able to get in there and catch Sentinels unaware. 4 rounds on the defense side is going to have to be enough.
And that round 11 should have been a win for GX. That should have been their 5th on the board. They brought it down to that 3 versus 1 that Zekin won in miraculous fashion.
Yep.
And you can kind of see on the Coinbase Econ report that his report quite good on account of he's getting a lot of kills. He's doing a hell of a lot of damage.
That head-to-head against Cloud is a pretty good result, accounting for many of Cloud's 9 deaths over that first half. Someone who was frankly taking the game over on Sunset. It was like 20 and what, 5.
Also, always a good sign when Bang and Narrate are stepping up. Looks pretty good for Sentinels right now.
And again, it's tough not
I feel like those two are probably the most volatile in terms of their performances. So if they're both having a good map, chances are pretty good.
For that round 11, keeps them with their head above the surging tides.
And I've said they started this map winning the pistol and then winning the bonus. That gave them that early 4-round lead and all of the momentum. GX goes without saying, but they desperately need to win this second half pistol to stay in the game.
Less of a gamble stack approach here for Sen and more just distributed heavily in that A direction. The Inkling here is actually going to be fruitful. They've got confirmation of at least one player pretty far into A long, and Ara has already set foot over the threshold of A.
Bang just ready to throw out that paranoia off some sound
Good
cues.
counter paranoia.
Changed, but no gunfire. Everyone's slowed down. Everyone's stalled out.
There's a lot of utils gone out of the defenders.
Ooh, careful.
Narrate here forced to fight. Westside will get away and avoid the shock dart reprisal.
They're getting kind of low.
All of A main is populated by attackers.
Is Giants just going to sit and then re-hit with a breach stun when it comes back up?
To leave, though, at this noise cut.
They do.
Now they do.
Ooh, Sentinels is leaving. Okay.
That could be open. Garage could be open.
Good freeze.
GX have just picked the absolute perfect moment to get in. Exactly as Sen give it up. Or Sen
up the wall.
The worst moment to give it up. It really depends how you want to look at it.
Like they just wasted all of their gas. I don't know.
Well, I think either way it's about to be spilled over the cobblestones, Wyatt.
And now Flickless does have that fault line back, so he can throw that out towards main, stall out the center retake.
Narrate can't really drop out of heaven here. He is too low. And then having to play the retake up for making the right call on the side. It's not too bad. Ara with the stopping power.
Nice entry from Zekin.
Zekin at least, but Zelsis is there. Narrate here from up on high. Judging the peasants, he will drop down onto the box, but makes some noise. He gets a bit of damage on Flickless, but not enough to write home about. And it's John Grabinho. 32 points of health left for the Moroccan mastermind. He needs to step up. He sees the shoulder of
No
the
time.
open, but Grabinho doesn't give him enough to work with.
Nice round by Giants. Really good.
GX.
I've been pretty impressed by the calling. Overall, especially on attack. I feel like their calling on attack has been good.
Window to get into the site. Sen were staying on A. They were staying on A. They were
Except on
staying on
Karad,
A.
obviously.
And after enough noise cut, had to be concerned about that B side. The moment they leave, it's taken by GX. Flickless posts up in hell with that standard breach util, that line with the, where you can throw the fault line into spawn. And by the time Sen get in, numbers are depleted, and all Grabinho had to do was even just waste time, and they would have won that out in the 1v1 clutch. Or, of course, with the Outlaw. Always has it that second round.
And now, of course, we gamble stack. It looks like Westside and Cloud just down to Ghosts here to facilitate for their duelist. Be equipped as well as possible in the early stages.
Yeah, it's definitely doable for them.
Narrate shows
I agree.
Sees Ara coming. Might try and play off some of this util. And well, the Outlaw does his job. Just flattens these Under Armour targets. Westside, yes, that's nice.
And lovely little shot. That aftershock good as well to push Narrate out earlier. Fault line comes through a little bit too late, but yeah, don't think John will be getting away from this one.
I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know if Sentinels is disciplined enough to play this comp correctly on defense.
Full load basically chunked him down to minimal amounts of health. Celsius here will look to simply
And they
to get some value.
definitely need an operator,
Trade himself up.
which is like a huge part of how Genji wins with this.
Gotta respect it. Also the homage to Sufat.
And I know that Zekken is not as big a fan of the op as Texture is. So
express some, you know, regret
definitely could be
present here. I think seeing how they showed up in Toronto, many of us
a bit of an upset comp-wise.
Just going to wait out to go down to the spike explosion unless maybe Aura does go towards that B side. Nope, just going to run towards spawn. Hold up, wait. Potential for an orb.
All right, makes it a noise. There it is, Elsis. Not too shabby. Nexus around with an orb.
We'll see how the gun run
Ara
looks.
down, but the Outlaw was given over to Flickless to preserve that. So no harm, no foul, really, if you're the attack side.
We just saw some good util here from GX. Nothing unbelievable, but just the standard ways of getting players out of those angles into the open sight lines all works out. As clean as they needed it to be, they saved the crucial guns. And now on this bonus, we're able to buy up a rifle for Aura, Guardian for Westside. All things considered, not too bad of a bonus buy here.
Cloud actually has the Outlaw this round. The solo A main player.
Okay, fast B pressure.
Showing some real desire
Gonna
to get
slow
into
it
that
down
inside,
though.
but they slow things down. John forced away.
There's a nanoswarm in the default location that would also slow them up. Again, trying to get some early util out of Sentinels. It's never a bad call.
And you would imagine
Exploring garage is good.
that spot will often be broken
Definitely
by a
good.
shot dart
They
from
also
Cloud.
see no turret on C.
The standard. Zekken does spot out Aura in garage.
Good timing, actually. Just being willing to walk through this mid wall is pretty good. Get some space, but good discipline from Sentinels also. Narrate not giving up a kill there is huge.
This is GX taking a lot of liberties on their bonus round. Going for some individual plays to turn the tides. Cloud going to be able to plant in this default spot, but now in the 3 versus 5, what can GX do realistically?
It'd be pretty hard. Put up the
the
wall, retake, defuse.
And of course, you know, when you're retaking on this B side, that's where this Viper wall can come in.
Sentinels is
handy
like
as well.
really
It's
worried
just a
about their
natural
flanks right now.
Smoke for main.
Okay, Narrate's low.
Tries to get him through the wall.
It might be a little bit too slow here.
Getting in from the garage side of the map, Zelsis will be slowed up to that effect as well. Caught in the fault line. But John says no more breach util, no more
I
breach.
feel like this is too slow.
Down Flickless, puts Center the player advantage, but now they're going to deal with this setup from Cloud, and bang! Was the only player not set up to deal with that. Defuse goes
Yeah,
out,
this is way too slow. What were they so worried about?
executes him with a pistol.
There is simply no way GX should be allowed to get away with a
That was
round win.
so slow from Sentinels. They were like incredibly worried about a lurk A, incredibly worried about rewrapping into garage. They had full control of the entire map that they needed. And it just took them forever to try and retake.
Celsius wasn't ready to be there for a trade. A little miscommunication.
The Viper Wall's not in play because they're trying to fight out towards mid.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to just put up the Viper wall and just insta-tap, force them to come back into the site.
Ironclad at this point, at this
I mean,
level.
I guess in a way, there's some justice that both teams win the pistol and the bonus
Okay,
round.
slightly problematic from Sentinels. If they don't know how to play defense, then this is going to be
game out. Oh my gosh, nice shot
a
from
big
Aura,
problem.
putting them in position to convert here.
Light armor gets you there. I am a little nervous as a representative of the North American region. I won't lie. Ara now with the scope weapon back to hand. He's already thinned out the herd of Sentinels players. we'll look to take that mid.
Thrown down top mid from Bang. Zekin working his way forward, wants to close the gap with that stinger, of course. No one actually in this B site. Drone over top will confirm that.
Bang got in.
Aura wants to just draw out a little attention, a little spam, maybe find out if someone was hiding, wrapped around the drone's view.
This Gara spot's starting to become a
I
little
feel
more
like
relevant now, Wyatt. As is a commitment here by GX towards the B side of the map. Bang sees Zara coming a mile off and is able to down him. John, patient, collected.
Okay, I mean, this is...
He'll have himself a frag. Second now with that fast lane, trying to get Grubino direction.
Oh, okay.
And Zelsa's now finally on the
For a second, I was thinking Giants was throwing the map, but
West side though in a safe corner. Grubino has the line covered and Zelsa's only
just like that, Sentinels kind of throws the round back. I mean, this next round is going to really determine the map, I think.
Was perfect. Bang does a great job backside getting that first kill, and then Zekin hit a really quality relay bolt that connected onto multiple players.
I haven't really been paying attention to where the Killjoy turret has been. I don't know if they've been putting it on top of C or not.
We've seen him do that.
Yep. Well, considering he only needs one bullet to kill someone.
Yeah, just hit him in the head. Just don't miss.
Yeah, the guy has been very resilient to any form of disruption. And GX, honestly, like a decent pivot after
Yeah, they are not.
to go a little haywire at B. They don't leave the side. Just a little reposition.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like how Sentinels is playing defense.
Cloud, if he can get this orb, is going to have the Hunter's Fury. So GX, they want to get that C-long control, smoke it off, make sure they have that tool.
Ara with a judge here.
I almost wonder if this is slightly overthinking from watching how Giants play the map.
Shock to break a common turret position will do so. So that's some passive info gain that Sentinels would have had on B, now removed.
Yeah, now John has to watch it. Giving it to him. Okay. Ara says, well, that's probably a little bit more than I expected. Ways from the fast lane and plays. He's got no interest in trying to recover that weapon. Overdrive will suffice for him late in the rounds when push ultimately comes to shove.
I think Sentinel's going to have to call a timeout.
Is the move. Paranoia and breach
Really don't like how they're playing defense right now.
From the C site, where GX are intending on going.
Westside knows he's going to get some action because the alarm bot is now no longer effective inside Garage. Zekin's got to take it up himself.
And Grubino, he had that from the shadows, so he can use that paranoia on A and get right back to the pack on C. So they have full ready to get in that site. And they've got Westside. This
like the Killjoy utility placement is so important for this comp.
Westside goes first, takes contact.
The timing here is beautiful.
And also,
so patient, so calculated.
is there an orb at the top of C? I can't tell.
Here come GIANTX. They are storming into the rest of the map.
I don't know where John is putting his orb either. But I feel like Sentinels is really lacking understanding of how to play this comp on defense.
You hate to re-clear a guy with a judge. That is miserable. But then from there, it's GX running their Omen.
It's like where's the Viper orb? Is it? It's supposed to be on top of C.
From the shadows, Grubino right back to C. They hit into that site with the Hunter's Fury. Every time GX have the ult rounds, they're always going to throw something unique at you. They're always going to have a cool set strat.
Timeout here called by Sentinels. They have the resources to have a modest buy coming into the next round, but likely will feature some smattering of Guardians and maybe not full util. But this is about the round. This is as important as it gets for the North American squad. Can they reverse their fortunes now? Because so far they've struggled to really adapt to what GX are throwing at them. It's just a play style that they're a little unfamiliar with, as was evidenced with those 4 defense side rounds won by the EMEA squad.
I mean, they just get completely worked across the map. I mean, they absolutely bought into that fake. Second was in garage, sure, but he's just smoked off. He can't do anything.
It's like GX are getting a lot of what they want here.
I mean, they keep putting this turret middle. I don't know what they're doing, honestly. Like, I feel like this turret middle is so useless. It's really not how you're supposed to play this comp.
Cannot afford to lose Senti so early.
Sen, they have basically fully invested into this. Not the best weaponry, not the best armor either. But they do have this Viper's Pit to just control all of that short A side. And GX, they could just try to heavily index and fighting through long if they really want to get into A late into this round. And it does require
This
the
pit
attention
is
of the
also
second
not
center
great.
player to stay on A. Someone needs to be looking at long. John needs to know what's going on.
Yeah, you can't play off the site now.
So
Yeah,
Gary has to be back at A jump spotting for eternity, basically.
And I understand that Sentinels do not want to have to retake the A side of the map, but
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like the stage is a little bit lackluster. Even for the group stage, it definitely just feels like a random LAN, which I don't totally love. Like, even the T1 home ground LAN feels like it was bigger than this. And that was just for a group stage game in a regional league.
Zara took a hit, but most of that is decay down from the poison orb. Westside, though, has eventually fallen. Zelsis.
Okay, so there is a poison orb on top C.
Flickless quite low in HP as well, but one away from the Rolling Thunder. If there's a way that he can find a
But
kill, that
they're
could
not really
certainly be
playing
enough to
around
cover
it that well.
4 versus 5.
Every other Sen player also one orb away from ultimate. They could rip that, but
And yeah, it's super hard to retake with this comp. So it's certainly super hard to retake on C with this comp. I mean, maybe if Narrate just runs in and shoots everybody. Ooh, breach ult committed for nothing.
Oh no. I mean,
we're doing it again. Hunter's Fury.
I mean, surely Cloud doesn't repeat the second from back here.
Doesn't quite have a
Yeah,
big draw
okay.
on the spike location.
Narrate just kind of decided to win the round.
Oh no, it was because
I still think macro-wise Sentinels is in trouble on this map.
it went off, so he lost it.
Yep.
That is brutal.
They should win, but so far their macro has not been impressive.
And he tried to pull out that overdrive and died.
Yeah, it did. But I mean, how it's more painful with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh yeah.
That is real rough for GX
Yeah,
now.
but losing that Rolling Thunder, that might actually be enough for Sentinels to kind of squeak this one out.
Rubinho out in the open, yeah. He had a paranoia ready as well for the choke, but he just had to run out.
Not too shabby from Sentinels. That's the round they needed.
Maybe trying to make a GX-like play there for a second with Zekin pushing down Beard, but not going to happen.
All the KG util over at A, so Sentinels don't have to overinvest in
Sentinels is trying to play retake A, I think.
Pretty early.
And I have a drone from
But all their positioning is just very passive.
Spot anyone out, so they can definitely remain confident in just playing other sides of the map.
Zelsis might be hoping for a lockdown mid-hit here to disrupt.
Yeah, and with this Zelsis position, he's keeping the alarm bot online, and he's also in position.
When is he going to peek long?
So they're just cool with
They're already up into Cubby.
They might call for a Narrate Hunter's Fury here from spawn. Second though, holding on it. Might have hit this TP, heard this TP come in. There's Cloud
Oh,
spotting
they
him.
know he's
Hunter's Fury
here.
to come from the spawn side.
Wait,
Grubinho walks
hello?
into the sight line of Second, reveals himself, even though it was John that took the kill. Now looking to anchor. This Hunter's Fury slows things up for GX, but they are committed to this site. And Second is more than happy to hear it. There's the step up from Westside, and the anchors are
They
down.
got to get back in before the plant happens.
Then try to get back in while the spike is being planted.
They know he's going to be there
right now.
Nope, they're just going to let them plant.
Narrate is down as Cloud just finds the timing to leave that corner.
Maybe a bit of miscommunication saying, I'm going to use ult for retake, and then
This is just going to come down to spam.
whoever just went in.
That's how we have our expectations set. Yeah, Sentinels don't have a lot to disrupt util-wise.
Cloud gets that recon back, and the fault line is up.
Zelsa's lucky to be alive as he's able to get away. Recon doesn't reveal Bang, so he goes for it again. But look at the crosshair placement for Cloud. He basically knows exactly where Bang is.
Yeah.
And they're waiting for Zelsa's too.
Yeah, I mean,
Every contingency
I
accounted for.
kind of don't understand Sentinel's setups.
Round number 19.
They don't really make a lot of sense, and I feel like their coordination is very off right now.
Wave fight into backside. He was here with Westside, with Flickless, picking off that player towards Plat. Because initially it was Aura. He went in with one of those breach flashes, but goes down right away. Then there was a cage spawn. No one could flood. No one could help. Then they refight backside, claim the kills on the anchors. They forced Sen into a bad economic
Like
spot.
they had the Killjoy ult for retake, and then one person just ran in and died. So then they used it anyway in a 2v3 instead of a 3v3, which was just really weird.
Pretty sick multi-kill rounds so far today.
It's time to dig deep.
And they've finally gone with the KJ turret on C, but they're doing this weird wall
Stinger Ghost.
B to C, which I don't think is very good.
Not the most compelling arsenal. At least this stack on A might prove fruitful. GX have shown less of an interest in bouncing off the sides. They tend to commit once they dip their toe in.
It's pretty interesting how a bunch of people can watch the same stuff and take different things from it.
4 players ready to go here on this site.
because I mean they're obviously copying the Gen G comp, and other teams have copied the Gen G comp, and some people copy it well, and other people don't copy it well.
Well, Sentinels, how long does it take for them to read this?
Yeah, they don't want any of this site. They are out of there. Now with some haste moving towards C, totally empty. Going to be able to get it for free.
Yeah, and Zelsa's his positioning is way too passive on this Killjoy.
He'll know. He's even pushed ahead of the Viper wall on the B side of the map, so might looking to wrap around. Full retake for Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels look kind of clueless right now playing defense.
Despite, unfortunately, having wasted that breach ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, a couple rounds ago, Flickless has made.
I would definitely be targeting them on this map.
For the end of this game, could be used at a pivotal moment.
If I was a coach.
Right now, they have to win this 5-on-5 retake. They have the better weapons to do it.
So far, West Side's able to get clear of that paranoia, but Flickless was impacted. Here's the push backside. Ara, just the player you want to stem the flow of Sentinels players. And
I think this one's over.
Bloody trounced.
Do they have another timeout?
GX just stuffed them in the choke. Fighting together, swings from all angles, overdrive, and no value. Zekin has had no opportunities on this map to make anything happen with it.
Not this half, yeah.
Now he's played a trifecta of Neon games. His first one on Corrode was the best. But can he actually come to life at the end of this game to get Sen back in it? They're down 11-9.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they never bought an op is a huge problem. The fact that they
we still don't know how the hell they made it here.
They finally are using the Killjoy turret that Gen G uses. They're playing Zekin like super far over towards plat a lot of the time, which I don't get either. Neri's just taking a solo timing short on A. Yeah, I don't know. They look very lost right now on this map with this comp.
GX don't quite have the stall for the post plant. No controllers up for the attack side here, and yet that allows Bang just to peer.
Okay, a little spam kill. Maybe they can get lucky.
West side served up. They'll stay in the site. GX more than happy to fight tooth and nail for this space they've claimed. It's going to be John looking for a timing for a swing again. It's these refights in the site where GX are just better.
Well, it's just hard because Sentinels is playing a comp that's really bad at retaking. Basically, the only place that they're good at retaking is B, which is why Gen G never plays A retake. And they always flood C, and they always have a stack on A, because they know their comp is really bad at retaking. And Sentinels is trying to play this like it's a normal comp. But they just don't have any util. They have like one paranoia to retake, and it's not enough.
Champion's debut versus one of the best duelists we've ever seen on the global stage. And he's outperforming him right now on Haven.
What a showing. 21 and 16. Outlaw to hand, overdrive in the back pocket.
Also, Bang and Narrate, I think, have had almost no kills this entire half.
Sentinels have languished, and that's putting it nicely on this defense side.
They try to push Zekin down C. We saw that earlier from GIANTX, but it just does not quite work as well for them. And now things have been slowed down. This execute ready to go off from GX. Flickless just one orb away from getting that Rolling Thunder. Narrate on the angle.
Gonna get a lot of action, and there's Ara once again, steps up.
A bit too much action than he hoped for. Bang is committing to the backside anchor.
Pinged out, no, he's there, he's cut down so easily, it's on second again.
And another retake with Viper Killjoy trying to take the retake. Alright, GG. Sentinels loses. Sentinels loses. Super disappointing Haven, honestly. Giant Sunset was good, but the attack on Sunset was rough from Sentinels. The defense on Haven was super rough. So, I mean, amazing job from GX. I feel like their game plan was really good. Their adjustments from Pipson were really good. Their players are not shaking too much on stage, which is really good also. Yeah, I mean, hats off to them. Really good. That's sick. That is sick. Alright guys, I'm going to go eat lunch. I will be back tomorrow to watch more games, so hopefully you guys will tune in. Thank you guys for watching, and yeah, we'll see you tomorrow.